Hello and welcome to the Gulf Historic Dubai GP Revival for yet another day of spectacular classic and historic car racing. As you can see, we're on the grid getting ready for the very first race of the day, one of the most exciting periods in motorsport history, Le Mans 80s and 90s cars. We'll be going backstage, we'll be in the pit lane, we'll be in the grid, we'll be everywhere, even in the villages here today at the Dubai Autodrome. So stay with us today on YouTube. Now I'm very, very well accompanied here today with Graham Goodwin in the comms. How's it going, Graham?
Morning Hayley, and morning everybody around the world watching on the live stream. Morning particularly at Dubai Autodrome. Beautiful morning here in the United Arab Emirates, and we do indeed have plenty of spectacular racing to come today. This grid of 1980s and 1990s Group C and lastly Group 6 sports cars, the kind of cars that would have been racing at the Le Mans 24 Hours and around the world in the early 80s through to the early 1990s. And after that, we've got Formula 1 demonstrations of cars for the 1990s. Formula 1 in the 70s and 80s take to the track this afternoon for the second of their races. Spectacular action yesterday, and then the noughties, the cars of the noughties and Le Mans and international sports car racing will round out the racing action later this afternoon. But first, it is these glorious, wonderful Group C cars put on a great show yesterday with the Porsche 962 of Gerard Lopez taking the win in a race yesterday. But as you can see from this shot, it's the pink spice, the inspiration for the current World Championship race winning Iron Dames effort. So that's enough from me up here. Let's go back down to the grid where I think Duncan Vincent is prowling.
Yes, thank you very much, Graham Goodwin. You're very correct. It is the pink car on pole position, the original Spice Girl car, you could say, the car driven by Lynn St James, Cathy Muller and Desiree Wilson, but this weekend driven by Mark and Matthias Devis. And pole position, great way to start the day under slightly cooler conditions than we had yesterday, Mark. So first of all, did you have a good night?
Well, not really, because my stomach played up a bit, so didn't have a great night, but it should be good. Good enough, should be good enough. So Matthias is taking the start, so I can watch it first a bit.
Okay, this car obviously a fast car in its day. It needs to be looked after in the race in this kind of heat that you will encounter throughout the long race. What's the plan of attack? When will you guys pit? And is it maximum attack for Matthias, who's on the pit wall with the team just now?
Yeah, he'll, knowing him, he will go. When the lights go green, he will go for it. And it's 40 minutes plus one lap, so after 20 minutes, driver change, and then I don't want him to, give me a lot of work, so I'd like him to be done, by the time I take over. Make it nice and easy for me. But we're going for a win. That's the objective, so we'll see.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Fresh tire, so that helps.
The very best of luck on this one. Let's head back to Hayley, who's got Jeremy Lucille.
Yes, that's right. Driver of this fantastic Ferrari Spice. Now, for start, you're with your car on the grid, unlike yesterday, which is a very stressful start for you. Tell us what happened.
No, it was a little mechanical failure with the tank and the fuel, but at the end we thought we were going to retire the car, and the super mechanics, they made it happen, and I started from the pit, the paddock, but everything went well at the end.
Yeah, right, Jeremy. And all was taken into account. You did a fantastic job bringing the car in fourth place. How did the race go for you?
No, the race was super. I mean, this event is so much pleasure and so much fun, and the track was great. I'm a gentleman driver, so I'm trying to do my best, but it's super fun.
And you did a great job. Let's hope you have a great race today as well. Have a great time, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Onto the podium, Bernard Van Orange and Arthur Mathieu. These guys finished in 3rd place yesterday. A really good run towards a successful podium. Hopefully the same today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the car was great, so hopefully we can do the same as yesterday. I think the two ones in front there are too fast, so if we can do the third again, I would be really happy.
And Arthur, for you, a hot day yesterday. Whenever we spoke, it seemed to have been baking hot sunshine. A lot of fluid taken on yesterday.
Yeah, today we will try to make the same. We just now I'm not starting the race, so at least it will be even more warm in the car, I think. But he got trouble with the tires yesterday because I used them too much. So today, new tires and new adventure to make a new podium.
I like that, Arthur. Arthur, a little bit greedy on the tyre usage yesterday. We're going to have a quick word with Valentin Simoni now, who's in the number 70 Mazda. Now, a very early example of the rotary Mazda engine is Valentin's just about to run away from me. He's a very difficult man to track down. He's always on the move. We tried to make this happen yesterday and it didn't, but you're not starting the race. Looking forward to getting in for the second stint.
Yeah, Mathieu just came from the FIA press giving ceremony, so just arrived to drive the car. I hope he will enjoy the race, and then I go in the car and enjoy again, like yesterday.
What's it like to drive this rotary-engined Mazda?
It's very noisy in the car. You have to put some hair plug. If not, you cannot drive. But no, it's not the fastest on the straight, but very nice to drive.
The very best of luck today. I'm going to get a very quick word, possibly with Nick Padmore, who's just about to get into the Lancia Martini Ferrari. This car is in period form. Nothing has been changed since the last year it was raced. He's actually getting strapped into the car just now, so we're possibly blessed just step back from that, actually. This car took pole position at Kyalami. It has got an 850 horsepower engine in the back of it. And the funny thing that Nick has said to me quite a few times, it goes from effectively being your little daily driver, maybe a 1 litre Ford Fiesta, to an 850 brake horsepower monster in the flick of a switch. He's promised me he will lead by lap 1, turn 1, but Graham Goodwin, it's going to be a difficult race for him because it's still geared for Le Mans.
Yes, thanks very much for that. And if that name of Mathieu Baumel is familiar to you, it's not a surprise really. He is a championship winning and Dakar raid winning Rally Raid co-driver. Has won the Dakar 4 times and the FI World Cup for cross-country rallies 4 times as well, alongside the stellar driver Nasser Al Attiyah. That's Lancia. For me, one of the crowd favourites. It's a crowd-pleasing car, beautiful car. As we heard from Nick Padmore, very early in the development for that car with the team, and still with its rather long Le Mans gearing. So that's going to give Nick quite the handful. Well, we're clearing the grid. This 8-car grid is about to get underway behind our leading car for the formation lap. And then 40 minutes plus that additional lap for the race to come. This is the circuit, 5.377 kilometres. Clockwise circuit, tight and twisty in parts, wide open spaces in others. And this is the kind of circuit that really suits some cars and really doesn't suit others. We're hearing from Nick Padmore yesterday about the Lancia, really not loving this Dubai circuit in its current configuration, but I'm sure they'll be back for next year's festival with the car in better order for the challenges ahead. But let's see what he can do about that promise to lead by turn 1, lap 1. He was certainly right up there yesterday before the car hit trouble. Good to see, by the way, the Rondo 482 back on the grid after its gearbox problems yesterday. It's starting from the back of the grid. That's the white car with the Ford France branding. Guttural noises from the cars as they idle on the grid before the BMW pulls away. And 1 lap behind the leading car, and then we'll get down to business this morning and racing these fabulous 1980s and 1990s car. Pole position is the number 40 car, Matthias Davis, in the 1990 Spice, the bright pink car. Then it's another 1990 car, the Porsche 962, the Alphabet car of Gerard Lopez, the 45 car, alongside on the front row. gets away now. It is Bernard Volange in the 1991 Cougar 28 LM. That is the Porsche engined car with the tricolor colours on the front of the Cougar. Later to become Courage, and later still to be subsumed into the current Orica company. Spoke to the guys at the Ferrari Spice, another 1990 car, fourth on the grid. It's the number 19 car, the Ferrari engine Spice. Then the little Argo Mazda JM16, a much earlier car from 1984. And the first of two rondos, it's the older of the two, the dark blue car with the Otis backing. Jacques Leconte and David Terrien, it will be in the 42 car. And then the back row of the grid, Nick Padmore in the glorious Lancia LC2 from 1983. And at the very back of the grid is the second of the rondos, the M482 with the extraordinary rear aero package on that car, 1983. With Frank Lebesset and Christian Philippon campaigning that car. And they come. And I'm not seeing the Lancia. As Nick Padmore hit very early trouble in the Lancia LC2. Fear he may have done. Oh no, there is the car. So happily the Lancia is underway, if a little delayed. Around the field comes, getting heat into the tyres this morning. These cars from an era where the understanding of aerodynamic grip was coming rapidly. It's mechanical grip from the tyres, aerodynamic grip from the very smooth bodywork, and all sorts of shenanigans on the underbodies of these cars, sucking the cars down into the track surface and making the cornering speeds that were coming at this era of sports car racing going up and up and up. A glorious period in motorsport and sports car racing in particular, into the Group C era. Keeping it on the timing screens, messaging as the BMW brings the field under control. It will be, as the leading car pulls into the pit lane, it will be down to Matthias Davis to control the pace of the field. There's the Lancia at the back of the field. Control the field until the lights go out. Red lights over the start line. The gantry on the pit straight. The privilege of deciding just exactly when the power goes in goes to the pole position man. It's Gerard Lopez, yesterday's race winner, to the outside. Here's the pink number 40 Spice to the inside. And we wait. Lights are still red. Now they go out. And now we go. It's a good start from the Spice. Looking for the inside line into turn one, but it's a better start for the Porsche. And is Gerard Lopez going to be able to go around the outside? He has done so, and he's done so with ease. Porsche through into the lead of the race into turn one, but no, Matthias round the outside and will retake the lead. So the better line was slightly to the outside here. The Belgian dad and lad combo. His lad starts today, son of the father, and he hairs off into the lead ahead of yesterday's race winner. Little Cougar sticking with the programme there. There they go, Spice from Porsche, Cougar, the Argo Mazda, the Spice Ferrari, V8 engine in the back of that. Then the two rondos, with the older blue rondo ahead of the somewhat newer 1983 white car. So it's a storming start from Matthias Davis. He's gapping this Porsche very early on here. We did hear from his father Mark yesterday that Once they heard there was a Rebellion watch on offer for the winners, they want that, so they've put new tyres on the car for this morning's race. And so far that plan is working. Key now is to look after the car, look after the tyres, look after the gear shift, look after the package. As whilst reliability was coming in this era of sports car racing, this is still 1980s and 1990s tech. Very much more analogue than the race cars we're used to seeing nowadays. Still a glorious thing. Round the final turn and to complete the first lap comes through Matthias Devis. Car roars by. What is the gap to the Porsche 962? The answer is it's 5 seconds on a single lap. So a mighty opening lap, having lost the lead into turn 1 to the Porsche, retaking it immediately and then herring off into the distance. Through in third place comes the little Cougar, further 7 seconds back, with mirrors full of the Rondo M382 that's made big progress here. There's also battles at the back as the Lancia pits immediately after lap 1. So the 40 car in the hands of Matthias Devis leads the race from Gerard Lopez in the 45 Porsche, the 54 Courage Porsche. So Nick Padmore pits the car. It looks glorious there, Nick. We'd rather it looked even more glorious at speed, but the car has been troubled all weekend. 42 Rondo, the M382, sits fourth. Then the Mazda engined Argo, the second Rondo we can see here, actually battling away, and I think has gone by the Argo. The Ferrari Spice tailing the field at the moment. This is the Rondo 482, driven in period by Henri Pescarolo, backed by Ford France at this stage. I think that may be all she wrote for the Mazda for the Lancia. What a shame. If you are here at Dubai Autodrome, there is the chance, of course, to go and have a close look at the car, to go and talk to the guys about this amazing piece of machinery. 3-car battle here for 5th place. Moment in the hands of the Rondo M482. Ford engined, Ford backed. Backing on the pit wall for the Spice Ferrari. Oh, trouble for the leader! So what has happened here to the number 40 car? Second sector, he's cleared it. He's trying to restart the car, but it's Gerard Lopez has come through in the lead of this race, and the Spice has stopped. Lopez now leads the race by a mighty 14 seconds, and no sign yet as the Rondo comes through in third. No sign yet of the Spice being able to restart. So what has happened there to the number 40 car? Gerard Lopez now untroubled in this glorious Porsche 962 from 1990, a car that finished third on the podium at Le Mans. Wait for news as to what has befallen Matthias Devis. He's somewhere in the final sector of this lap. He was slower than he should have been in the middle sector too, so maybe a problem striking. He's chosen to pull the car off the circuit. Wait and see what we hear from the team. Meantime, it is the Porsche 962 loping off now. This car, the M482. Let's go down briefly to Duncan, not to do with the Spice, but to do with the Lancia. Duncan, what can you hear from Nick Padmore about the fate of the LC2?
Graham, sorry, a great shame. A quick nick normally on track, but unfortunately this weekend it's been quick nick into the pit lane. But there's no point breaking the little Lancia. What has gone wrong?
It's just on the grid, it gets really choked up. So it was popping and banging on the grid. It's just like it's over fueling, really. I think I said that yesterday. But it like off the line, it was like first gear. I couldn't even I had the medic car behind me chasing me. He's on the back bumper. I was like, crikey, come on. So yeah, that's it, unfortunately, you know, but I can't knock it. I've done a few laps in the Group C car, which I've always wanted to do, and it is pretty special. It's martini. I think I might have to have a martini tonight just to get over it.
I think you deserve one. I think you deserve them. Catch you later on. Thank you very much, Nick.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Graham, back to yourself.
Great shame there for Nick Padmore and anybody that's a fan of gorgeous Lancia Group C cars. The martini sounds like a good idea. Safety car, by the way, has been scrambled for, we presume, recovery of the number 40 car. Still no news. There is the safety car, Gerard Lopez. Across the line, by the way, 17 seconds ahead. That will now, of course, come down to absolutely nothing. We are just 7 minutes into this race. 40 minutes plus a lap. Unfortunately, we've already lost 2 of this field. Nick Padmore we've already heard from. Lancia not very well at all. And the dramas for the early race leader. Matthias Devis pulling the bright pink Spice off circuit. And, hopefully we'll hear from Matthias or his dad, sharing that car, as to what went wrong for the car that looked like it could take the fight to Gerard Lopez today. The field under the control of the safety car while race officials arrange for recovery of the Spice. Safety car being used here to allow track workers to get to the car in safety with this field under control. So a change, by the way, at the very back of the field there, just as we came into the safety car period. Spotted the Spice Ferrari just dragging by the Argo Mazda and up into 6th place. So the Dubai Autodrome falls quiet, or quieter, for a little while this recovery is underway. Let's see whether or not Haley, who I think is with the dad from the Dad and Lad duo. Haley, you're with Mark Divis.
I'm joined here by Mark Divis. Maybe you can give a bit more insight as to what has happened with the car.
Well, we don't have all the information yet, but you know, obviously, you know, Matthias made a great start, excellent start, good first lap. And then we just saw that he had stopped on, what is it, turn 12 or turn 14, I forgot. But, you know, I was afraid he might have spun and hit something, but apparently that's not the case. And the car is being recovered as we speak, so that's why we have a safety car out now. So we'll soon see. Maybe we can go again, I don't know.
Absolutely, so we're presuming it's a mechanical anyway.
Yes, I would, yeah, exactly. So we'll see.
And as you say, he was off to such a great start.
It was amazing. He was going to make it easy for me, but you see, in order to finish first, you first have to finish. You know.
Absolutely. Well, we'll wait for the car to come in and we'll get some more information. Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark, and thanks, Haley. Certainly from the brief shot we've seen of the Spice, there didn't appear to be any indication that the car had contact with anything. We're back to green flag racing, meanwhile, with half an hour to go. Hopefully they can recover that car to the pit lane, the paddock, and rejoin, but it will not, I'm afraid, be in contention for the win. It looked to me as if it lost a bit of pace in sector 2. It stops in the final sector of the lap. And we've got Gerard Lopez trying to deal with somewhat closer attention of the little Cougar. Bernard Van Orange. So while we're watching these two cars on track, let's have a quick throw to Duncan, who I think is with the owner of one of the cars that very sadly didn't make the grid today, Duncan.
Yeah, thanks, Graham. We've got John Danby from John Danby Racing. Now, the car you can see behind us, we all know how great Toyota is in the World Endurance Championship right now, but this is where it all began, with this little car here, which is stunning. It really is. Unfortunately, John, a technical issue keeps it off track.
Sadly, yes. We had an engine problem in free practice. We don't carry a lot of spares for the car, so that's it for the weekend. The engine's quite fragile. It's a very highly strung engine. It's only a 2 litre with a big turbo, and it didn't make it through free practice.
A great shame, because that car was going to be fabulous to see on track. But you do have other cars you're running. I believe 8 cars in total you bring to this festival in Dubai.
Yeah, we have 8 cars in total. We have 3 in the Group C race, including the Toyota, with the Courage and the Rondo, which are racing currently. I've got 2 in the 90s demos, an Arrows and a Leighton House, and then a Minardi, an Enzyme, and the Fittipaldi in the 70s F1 race.
How much do you enjoy the Gulf Historic Dubai GP Revival as an event?
It's fantastic. It's the atmosphere is fantastic. The weather compared to home is fantastic. And Fred and his crew put on a wonderful event. It's just great fun to be here.
John, thank you very much. Somebody else is fantastic. Graham Goodwin, back to yourself.
Oh, shucks. Yeah, you might say that. My family would disagree, and most of my friends, if we can call them friends. But there is the number 36 car. Sadly, we're not going to see that car on track. Was due to be campaigned by Andre Lotterer, who was mighty in the 60s race that went into darkness yesterday evening. Back on track though, Gerard Lopez is pulling away, not quite as quickly as he was in the first phase of this race. Across the line last time around to complete his lap 5, nearly 4 seconds to the good from the little Cougar. So this is the Porsche from the Cougar, from the 2 Rondos now. Third is the number 32 car. It's the blue Otis liveried M382 from 1982. Then it's the white and Ford liveried M482 from the following year, 1983. They're reasonably close together and being pressured now, the number 24 car, by the little Spice Ferrari for 5th place. It has gapped the Argo, the snarling, rasping rotary engine car. It's a good opportunity here to look at the little Cougar, the C28. There are the 2 Rondo, with the Spice Ferrari closing in on the second of them. It's a Ford engined Rondo, late car from the Rondo concern that's 1979 took the overall race win at Le Mans with an earlier car than both of these, an M379, became the first and so far only car to be raced and won at the 24 Hours of Le Mans by the man that built it, John Rondo. Sadly lost his life in a road accident some years later, but his legacy lives on with these wonderful machines in historic racing. A chance to look at the 2 Rondos just separated by a single year. You can see, oh, big twitch by the way there for the 482. That will have helped the little Spice to get back on the terms. I think we're going to be looking here at the Ferrari engine Spice trying to take this position. The 19 on the 24 for 4th place overall. Looks like that place is going to go the way the Spice does, with a neat and tidy move up the inside. So we'll now start to chase the older of the 2 Rondos across the line as I speak. We've got a quick look. The gap 6 seconds. We'll keep an eye on that one. So looking at the 2 Rondos side by side, the lessons that we've been learned in this period of sports car racing about aerodynamics in particular are writ large. Look at the rear of this white number 24 car with the huge aero tunnels underneath the car, and then look at the car that was just a year earlier, how very different the aerodynamics of that car were. This car, no sign of that radical solution. Significantly more conservative approach to this car. Competed in races in the early days of Group C, but it's actually built to the earlier Group 6 regulations. Jacques Leconte there. That means David Terrien is aboard the M382. Jacques Leconte, the team principal, long-time team principal of L'Arbre Competition. Winners at Le Mans in multiple classes, winners in the World Endurance Championship, and now providing, or has been providing support up to and including this year for Corvette Racing on their successful challenge for the GTE Championship in the World Endurance Championship. L'Arbre personnel, including Jacques, very much part of that effort. The end of the GTE era, which I think will be seen in the future as almost as iconic as these Group C cars. We move to new rules for world sports car racing. Already seen the hypercars, of course, coming, and they're getting deeper and deeper in terms of the number numbers, the variety we're seeing there, and new GT cars too this coming year. Gerard Lopez though doesn't care about that. He's already 6 seconds to the good. He's getting into his stride. Cougar bedding in here in a strong second place as the Rondo 382 goes through. 13 seconds back, and the Spice Ferrari opting to pit now. Now, let's hope that's the routine stop required for the car. Indeed it is, and it should be. The pit window has just opened. So it comes in, no sign of driver needing to get out of the car. There is a compulsory time for the car to be at rest. Quick drink for the driver. It's a warm morning here in Dubai. The car has been very competitive so far. Seen that car going by a couple of other contenders, dealt with the challenge of the Argo Mazda, dealt with the challenge of the Rondo M482. And yes, he's on pit lane, but they will have to do so too. Gerard Lopez loses a couple of tenths in the first sector to Little Cougar, but that won't trouble him much at this stage in the race. There is Little Cougar, an early chapter in the constructor history of Yves Courage. Went on to rename these cars in his own name as Courage, and that went through into the LMP1 era when Yves sold out his company, his IP, to fellow French motorsport genius Hugh de Chaunac at the Orica concern. So Courage's designs were subsumed into that, and in fact you'll see later today, as in comes the leader and in comes the second place car. You'll see later today in the cars of the noughties, the car whose history started as a Courage and finished as an Orica, as left lem car. And in they come. Gerard Lopez pulls to a halt. Team ready, checking tyre pressures. Before a drink will be offered here. There's Little Cougar pulling in behind. It means at the moment, going through into the lead will be the Rondo M382. Actually a Rondo 1-2 at the moment, with the Little Argo will go through in third place, but these cars too will need to stop before too much longer. About 45 seconds away from the halfway point in timing. The end of the elapsed time of 40 minutes. Once they cross the line, first the leading car, after 40 minutes there would be one more lap, so it's 40 minutes plus a lap. It's glorious Porsche 962, such a huge part of the history of sports car racing for well over a decade. It was winning at the beginning of the 80s, it was winning in the middle of the 90s. The packaging, the reliability in particular, the development that came through the Porsche 956 that started the Group C era. Good look here at the Rondo M382. Neat and tidy little car. Ford DFV engine. We'll be seeing and hearing a lot of when we get to the 1970s, 1980s Formula One cars later. But it was said at the time that Ford double four valve from Cosworth would not make an endurance engine. Proved not to be true. Rondo proved it with an overall win at Le Mans. The challenge of bringing any package home over those 24 hours at the world famous circuit in the centre of France. Massive fillet for a very proud French team, Rondo. And that saw more of these cars in more hands until, as I said a little earlier, sadly the timely passing of Jean Rondo. Proceedings to a somewhat Unceremonious halt. Now with the M382 on pit lane, the 482 carries on and will lead the race. Most of the teams still on pit lane. This will all wind out. Largo means that's the only car not now to have started its pit stop is the M482 from 1983. Ford would later field their own Group C car, the C100, with somewhat limited success, unfortunately, on the World Championship front. Ford C100 project later taken over by Zaxpeed. Rather more success with the car in sprint form. Different looking car by then. This was possibly the car that lit the fire for Ford. Looking thing at the front. Extraordinary looking thing at the back. All about airflow and downforce and grip and drag. So what could you do within the rules to take advantage of the dimensions of these cars? Huge tunnels at the back there. They try to force this car through the air. So while we're just taking a look at this extraordinary rondo, let's drop back down to pit lane. Where who have you got with you, Hayley?
I've got Bernard van Orange Nassau, who's just jumped out the fantastic Cougar there. Now, if I'm not mistaken, it's the second time you've driven that, because your initial car, the Spice, actually didn't get to take part yesterday because it had a mechanical.
No, our initial car didn't work, unfortunately. I mean, that's car sport. So I didn't drive at all at the track. So the first time was in this car yesterday in the race, so that's a new challenge, of course. But so today was my second time in the car, so could adjust a little bit with the information from yesterday.
What's it like driving a Group C car that has so much history on this beautiful track here in Dubai?
Yeah, I mean, it's like if you were driving a piece of art. I mean, these are youth heroes for me. Every time if I look at the cars, I like that. Like even like that one standing there, it's like so beautiful. So it really feels very privileged and honored to be able to do this.
And maybe just a word on your co-driver, Arthur Mathieu. Have you got the chance to know each other? Because he's a young Porsche Carrera Cup driver.
Yes, well, I just met him yesterday, but a really, really cool guy, very relaxed, very nice to drive with him in the car.
And do you ever kind of take these opportunities to get any advice from these younger drivers? Because, you know, he's a professional young driver.
Of course, because I got into the car with so I asked all the braking points, the gears that he was doing. So definitely, he really helped me to get up to speed.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Ben.
And he's right, these things are rolling works of art, but not just rolling works of art, they're rolling works of art that go very, very quickly. You can see their number 24 car. Let's go for an interview with one of our other drivers.
Fresh from the FIA Gala as well, Matthew. Welcome to the lovely GP revival here in Dubai. How are you?
Thank you very much. So fresh, I will not say that because it was two last days very difficult in Azerbaijan, in Baku, for the FIA press giving. I flew yesterday night, so I just arrived there. No training, nothing, just jumping in the car for the race, so it's never easy, but the car is good, the track is fantastic, and this GP historic here in Dubai is just amazing.
And slightly different from what you normally do, rally racing. You're in the desert, yes, but a very different car.
Yes, sure, so it's not common for me to be there in the track, as also I am a co-driver, but I like to drive also, so thank you to all the people who make this possible, especially Frédéric. And it's always it's noisy. it's always enjoyable to be here in Dubai, in the Dubai Autodrome. So yeah, what else?
Matthew, thank you very much. The Gulf Historic delivering again. Graham Goodwin, back to yourself.
Yeah, a proper champion there. Multiple champion in Rally Raid, as Duncan was mentioning, and back from collecting more silverware at the FI end of year gala, where world champions and international champions are honoured, correctly so. Gerard Lopez has just gone through into the lead of this race. He's 11 seconds clear of Arthur Mathieu in the chasing Cougar 28LM, and expecting it to be Jacques Leconte that comes through in third place, waiting for that car to come by us. It's the 24 car, the slightly newer. There goes the 382 car. 36 seconds back in third, but under pressure now from the Spice Ferrari again. It's once again providing the entertainment as the 482 Rondo rejoins this race. I think we'll do so clear of the little Argo Mazda, waiting for that to complete its latest lap. This is Gerard Lopez in this 1990 Porsche. Turbocharged engine in this car, huge power, and for its time, massive reliability. For a decade and more, others tried to match this package and all too often fell short. An iconic racing car, the Porsche 962. Story started with the 956, its close sister, at the very start of the Group C era. The redesign of this car, thoroughly back to front, particularly at the front with the driver's feet drawn behind the front axle. There was the change, the number 19 car ahead of the 42. So the Spice Ferrari pushing on here. It's taken position from the Rondo 382, my apologies. Keeping an eye on the pace at the front, and the answer is the gap is coming down. It's coming down quickly. It's a 2:06.140 for Arthur Mathieu, and he's closed the gap to our leader to just 7 seconds. Took 4 seconds out of that lead that time, so keep an eye on Gerard Lopez as to whether or not he's running to a conservative pace, or maybe driving around a problem for that car. So it is the Porsche leading the race, the number 45 car, the black car with the Alpha branding. Then Arthur Mathieu is second in the Cougar 28LM, the President Cougar, and he's taking time out. So I think we've got a problem here for Gerard Lopez. To quickly pop down back to pit lane as this drama starts to evolve.
Yeah, very sorry, Graham Goodwin, to interrupt, but we've got Greg Caton here from the lovely G-Kart racing team, and this car that you see in front of us is Spice. Now, Greg, we want to see cars on track, but unfortunately, it doesn't always happen with these older Le Mans cars.
No, unfortunately, we had a technical issue with the engine on Thursday in free practice, so unfortunately we weren't able to make qualifying, and it's a bit terminal with the engine, so there's nothing we can do about it. It's a great car, and unfortunately he was going very well. I think he was third quickest after free practice. After only a few laps, he said it was fantastic, and we probably would have stood a really good chance of getting a podium. But that's motor racing, especially with some of the older cars.
And the great thing about this event is, you know, yes, the car's not on track, people can't see it on track, but they can because it's an open paddock. Everything's available for the public here.
Oh yeah, it's been fantastic. There's been lots of families, young kids, they're climbing in and out of the car. We've obviously let them jump in and out of this one. Now it's not being used for racing over this weekend, unfortunately. But yeah, no, it's really nice. Nice to see lots of people here, and the weather's always great, so it brings everyone out.
Greg, thank you very much. Graham Goodwin, back to yourself for the drama.
Yeah, well, we've had one change of position, and that's we'll talk about in a moment, but we look like we're closing in on another one, and it's for the lead, because crossing the line this time, it's another 5 seconds taken out of the advantage of Gerard Lopez by the little Cougar. And the Cougar now just 2 seconds behind. This is the other change of position, the number 70, the Argo, with the taped over headlamps on the little GTP lights car with the Mazda engine in the back, has gone by the number 24, the M482. This is our lead battle, though. I think we're getting to the stage where Gerard Lopez is struggling with an issue with this Porsche. commentator's curse. We've spoken about the reliability of this package. Perhaps something's gone awry, and it looks to me as if the Cougar has got the legs on him here. It's not 2 seconds anymore, it's under a single second. So both Porsche engined cars, but very different solutions to the same problem. C28 closing in now. Mathieu to keep his head, I'm sure. We'll look for the opportunity to close right in and see where the safest place to go by is, but clear to me that the Porsche 962 is somewhat hobbled at the moment. We've got 8 minutes to go. He'll be looking to try to bring this car home for a finish. Took the win yesterday. Arthur Mathieu right with the race leader at the moment. Is it going to happen? And if so, where is it going to happen? I think it might happen into the hairpin here. Moves to the inside and will take the lead of the race into the hairpin on the braking. Arthur Mathieu comes past the Apex Garden. Just the final 2 turns of this track to complete lap 13 and into the lead of the race. The Porsche immediately drops back. Now, are we going to see that car continue, or is he going to come to the pit lane? The car crosses the line. 7 minutes to go. And the Porsche heads to the pits. So, having dominated proceedings after the retirement early on in the race of the lap 1 leading Spice, well, that's a further problem hit this car. So Cougar now from the Spice Ferrari. We'll wait till that car comes through to call that as the gap. Let's hope this is a minor problem for Gerard Lopez. It's going to be the Rondo M382, which, by the way, is being caught by the little Argo Mazda. Valentin Simonet pushing on in the number 70 car. Through goes the Ferrari engine Spice. His lap times, by the way, are not going to trouble the race leader at this point. So it is Cougar from Spice. We wait for Jacques Lecomte to come through in the number 42, the Rondo. What would at that stage be a podium position. Here comes the Rondo. Through to complete his lap now. And how far back is the little Argo Mazda? Because that's the threat to the podium finish for the Rondo. Running out of time to do that. It's under 6 minutes to go. Here comes the Argo. The gap 15.8 seconds, but he was 7 seconds quicker on that lap. This can be done. This could go down to the last lap for the last podium position. With the Gulf Historic Dubai GP Revival, the 3rd annual event here. Through goes the 24 car. That will be 5th place. Is about to be lapped by the look of things by the charging Arthur Mathieu. Engine cover off. I think this may be the end of the story for this year at the Dubai GP Revival for the beautiful Porsche 962 that took the race win in this field yesterday. Took it well. Through to put a lap on the Rondo 482 is the Cougar. His lap time's very good indeed, substantially, by substantial distance the quickest on the grid. Some of the moving entertainment in the paddock. Retro theme extends way beyond the cars on display and on track. So Arthur Mathieu was not expressing a great deal of hope about chances of this car bringing home a win, but this result has fallen their way with a couple of these thoroughbred racers lame during the 45 minutes race here. Under 4 minutes to go, plus that lap, remember. So it should be this lap, probably 2 more. Keeping an eye on the gaps further back here. Through goes the Rondo. Just how much quicker is the little Mazda? Hearing from pit lane, it's a fuel pressure problem that has hobbled the Porsche. Bitter luck for them. With 3 minutes to go, the gap for third place between Jacques Leconte and the chasing Argo Mazda of Valentin Simone is just 9.8 seconds. Has he got enough in the remaining time to close that gap and more to the point to get by the Rondo? This is our race leader, untroubled here. It's a fast cruise to the finish for the Cougar. Second place car here is the Ferrari engine Spice. So Porsche engine car leads Ferrari engine car. It's part of the formula. This was getting those customer engines into chassis not built by the engine maker. Here's another, the Mazda engined Argo, the rotary engine car. Trying to track down this car, the 42. Over a minute to the good, the Cougar ahead of the Spice Ferrari. Coming through shortly to complete his 15th lap will be Jacques Leconte, but how close is the little Argo? Jacques Leconte has stopped some of the rot here. Might he be able to do just enough? Car leads this race from the number 19 and the 42 and the 17 lap battle for the final podium position. It will be 2 more laps for the Cougar after this one is complete. There is the battle for third, now visual. Crossing the line goes Jacques Leconte. The gap is 3.9 seconds. Did manage to stop the rot, but for maybe just 1 lap. And now he's firmly in the sights of Largo. This pair, by the way, looks set to be caught and possibly even lapped before the end of this race by the race leader. So it is Arthur Mathieu leading the race from Jeremy Loisel. Started his racing weekend with a fuel leak that looked like it might mean the car didn't start. He's going to end this race weekend with a podium finish. Here is the change, and Jacques Leconte, ever the gentleman, knows he's not got the car to fight here. Through into third place goes the little Argo, and immediately pulls away. This little car, at the start of the story for Mazda in endurance racing, that would end up in 1991 with an overall win at Le Mans with the iconic 787B. Took the fight to big factory teams. Not necessarily being the quickest thing on circuit, but by being reliable. The unbelievably loud car, beloved of racing enthusiasts around the world, with again an iconic green and orange livery on that car. I will reveal that I am wearing that livery on my socks in the commentary booth right now. Came home to take a famous win. So time has elapsed. It'll be this lap plus 1 more. Pace, but in particular reliability has been the story of sports car racing down through the decades, and it's happened again here in Dubai. Just looking here, what's happened to the Spice Ferrari? The Spice Ferrari's gone missing. Because Little Argo has come through in second place. Looking to see whether or not there's any clue as to what's happened to the number 19 car. It won't bother at the moment. Arthur Metier, the Cougar 28LM, the 1991 car, looks set to take the win here. He has lapped the field. Place then goes the Argo Mazda, third place the Rondo M382, and another of our runners, I'm afraid, has gone missing. This is our race leader. My apologies, he hadn't quite lapped the field, but he's about to lap third place now. Or is he just going to allow this car to complete the race, tuck it behind, run the conservative pace? Get one more lap. There's absolutely nothing to worry about whatsoever on pace. No, he will just pop through and pop the Rondo the lap down. I think we'll be catching the Argo, so the Argo will be the only other car to finish on the lead lap here. If the number 19 car has stopped out the circuit somewhere, getting into the last few turns now before we can welcome home the car that was started by Bernard Volange Nassau and will be finished by Arthur Metier. In a race that was led by Spice, led by a Porsche, it would be led across the line to the win by the 1991 Cougar 28LM Porsche engine car. Arthur Mathieu comes down, will take the checkered flag for the win. That will be a delight to the young Frenchman. His co-driver, we heard from earlier, Bernard Von Orange. You can see they're delighted, patting the dashboard of the car. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's a great thing to see, young driver. Big win for him. It's a fabulous festival of motorsport here in Dubai. So we'll wait for the second placed Argo to complete its lap. Already home is Jacques Leconte, showing the Rondo M382 with David Terrien. So having lost a podium position with the apparent retirement of the 19 car, he's gained that back again. So it's going to be 482 comes through to claim fourth place. 18 laps it was for Arthur Metier and Bernard Von Orange Nassau. We wait for the Argo to come through to claim second place. Still way away from that yet. This is our race winning car. There's laps on. A flash of acknowledgement to trackside workers. Still utterly delighted with this. Whoever gets the privilege of putting a microphone underneath Arthur's nose is going to be rewarded, I think, with a great big broad grin. Here comes Little Argo, plugging away at this, and will come home second place overall. That is our classification. The 54 car, 18 laps completed. It will not be plus one lap for this car, as it's about to finish the same lap. It's coming home ahead of, that is Valentin Simonet and Mathieu Baumel in the Argo Mazda. The 42 Rondo for Jacques Leconte and David Terrien will complete the podium ahead of the slightly newer number 24 Rondo, Frank Lebasca and Christian Philippon. And then we get into the cars that hit trouble. Germany Loisel not making the flag, I'm afraid, with the number 19 Spice Ferrari. We saw the problems for Gerard Lopez in the Porsche that led the race, with fuel pressure issue hitting there. Nick Padmore we also heard from, with issues for the Lancia, and then Marc and Matthias Devy. Matthias led the race and led strongly, but then had some kind of technical problem that saw that car retire out on the circuit. But here comes our race winner. Lovely little car, this little Cougar. 1991. That in many ways seems like yesterday. 32 years ago, of course, now. So for any youngsters here at the circuit, this is what it used to look like. But many of your parents were young people. Some of your parents weren't even with us. They will be delighted with that. And Arthur Mathieu, we've had a couple of opportunities to hear from him on the broadcast today and yesterday. Delightful young man, and I'm sure he will thoroughly enjoy a well-deserved podium. Third place for the Rondo 382, the M382, Jacques Leconte from L'Arbre Competition, and his good friend and fellow racer David Terrien. That was David welcoming the car home. So a fourth place finisher, the slightly newer Rondo, the M482 from 1983. So just off the podium after, I'm delighted by the way to see this car back in racing trim. They had gearbox problems yesterday that brought their fine run to an end, but finished the race today. That car makes its way back through to the paddock area. Through all the pit carriages to make it to the paddock area. Still waiting for the second place Argo to make its way back to pit lane. I'm sure we'll see that shortly. Lancia making its way back to its pit box. So if you are here at the Dubai Autodrome, do come along and have a look at the paddock. Chat with the teams. Here comes the glorious looking Lancia that unfortunately was not the racing package today. This Largo, by the way, has made its way into pit lane. Here comes our second place car, the number 70. Passes the one-time race leader and yesterday's race winner, the Porsche 962. But this is the second place car today, in the hands of starting point Mathieu Baumel, multiple championship winning Rally Raid co-driver, brought to the finish with a storming run for Valentin Simonet. And that, I'm sure, too, will be a duo that will enjoy the podium ceremony to come. That was the Le Mans 80s race. Still 2 races to come, as well as on-track displays here at the Dubai Autodrome. There's Arthur Mathieu. Well, let's go down to Duncan, who is with, I think, a delighted but somewhat adrenaline-fueled and warm Arthur Mathieu. Dunk.
Yeah, fabulous, Graham. Arthur delighted when he stepped at the car. Huge cheer, patting the dashboard. Congratulations, Arthur. What a drive.
Thank you very much. I think we deserve it because we managed to drive the car until the end of the race, which was the most important things before everything. And yeah, he gave me a car with perfect tires, perfect temperature. Everything was perfect to make a win.
And Bern, very quickly, for yourself, big smiles running up the paddock.
Yeah, well, it's so nice. First time P1, and the team did an amazing job. The car, you know, it's all about reliability, and we got a great car to drive, so we're very happy.
Congratulations on the Gulf Historic Dubai GP Revival win, guys. We now throw to the highlights of the race.
And we wait. Lights are still red. Now they go out, and now we go. It's a good start from the Spice, looking for the inside line into turn 1, but it's a better start for the Porsche. Is Gerard Lopez going to be able to go around the outside? He has done so, and he's done so with ease. Porsche through into the lead of the race into turn 1, but no, Matthias round the outside and will retake the lead. So the better line was slightly to the outside here. The Belgian dad and lad combo. His lad starts today, son of the father, and he hairs off into the lead ahead of yesterday's race winner, looking on the pit wall for the Spice Ferrari. Oh, trouble for the leader. So what has happened here to the number 40 car? Gerard Lopez now untroubled in this glorious Porsche 962 from 1990, a car that finished third on the podium at Le Mans. The Martini sounds like a good idea. Safety car, by the way, has been scrambled for, we presume, recovery of the number 40 car. Still no news. There is the safety car, Gerard Lopez. With half an hour to go, hopefully they can recover that car to the pit lane, the paddock, and rejoin, but it will not, I'm afraid, be in contention for the win. It looked to me as if they've lost a bit of pace in sector 2. It stops in the final sector of the lap. Now we've got Gerard Lopez trying to deal with somewhat closer attention of the little Cougar. Bernard van Orange. It's Ford engined Rondo. Late car from the Rondo concern that's 1979 took the overall race win at Le Mans with an earlier car than both of these, an M379, became the first and so far only car to be raced and won at the 24 Hours of Le Mans by the man that built it, John Rondo. Sadly lost his life in a road accident some years later. That will have helped him at the Spice to get back on the terms. So I think we're going to be looking here at the Ferrari engine Spice trying to take this position. The 19 on the 24 for fourth place overall. Looks like that place is going to go the way the Spice does, with a neat and tidy move up the inside. So we'll now start to chase the older of the two Rondos to cross the line as I speak. In terms of numbers, the variety we've seen there, and new GT cars too this coming year. Gerard Lopez, though, doesn't care about that. He's already 6 seconds to the good. He's getting into his stride. Cougar bedding in here in a strong second place as the Rondo 382 goes through. There is the little Cougar. An early chapter in the constructor history of Yves Courage. Went on to rename these cars in his own name as Courage, and that went through into the LMP1 era when Yves sold out his company, his IP, to fellow French motorsport genius Hugh de Chaunac at the Orica concern. So Courage's designs were subsumed into they come. Gerard Lopez pulls to a halt. Team ready, checking tyre pressures. Sure, a drink will be offered here. There's little Cougar pulling in behind. Keeping an eye on the pace at the front, and the answer is the gap is coming down. It's coming down quickly. It's a 2:06.140. For Arthur Mathieu, and he's closed the gap to our leader to just 7 seconds. Took 4 seconds out of that lead that time, so keep an eye on Gerard Lopez as to whether or not he's got through to put a lap on the Rondo 482. Is the Cougar. His lap time's very good indeed, substantially, by substantial distance the quickest on the grid. Some of the moving entertainment in the paddock by the 1991 Cougar 28 LM Porsche engine car. Arthur Mathieu comes down, will take the checkered flag for the win. That will be a delight to the young Frenchman. His co-driver, we heard from earlier, Bernard van Orange. You can see they're delighted, patting the dashboard of the car. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Here at the Gulf History Dubai GT Revival, first race for today, Le Mans of Tees, and a French victory in terms of car, German in terms of engine, and 5 drivers out of 6 coming from France.
So we'll wait for
Okay, guys, I'm ready. If you're ready, yes, we can. So we will have the third place driver on the third step of the podium, of course, with Jacques Lecomte and David Terrien. Please welcome them warm, with the warm atmosphere that we always have here at Dubai Autodrome. David Terrien, a former world champion, back to racing after so many years, after 12 years, that's what you said, David. And Jacques Lecomte, one of the most famous team managers and team owner in the world of endurance racing, and also a fabulous driver. Second step of the podium for Valentin Simonet and Mathieu Baumel. Straight from the FIA prize-giving ceremony. 4 times Dakar Rally winner, Mathieu Baumel. Fantastic. And now our winners, for a round of applause for Bernard von Orange-Nassau and Arthur Mathieu. And all these drivers, of course, wearing the cap offered by Rebellion, the watches. And they are now on the podium. And we have the glasses, of course. Glasses very appropriate this morning. The sun is here. And the Repsol glasses are there too. For 6 drivers on this podium. So glasses for Mathieu, Valentin, Arthur, Bernard, Jacques, and David. Are they good looking this way? Yes, they are. Now the trophies, of course, and we begin with the trophy for the winner lineup. So, first place trophy for Arthur Mathieu and Bernard von Orange. A season that is ending in style for Arthur Mathieu and Bernard von Orange-Nassau. They were driving this fabulous Cougar C28 LM Porsche-powered French car. And now the trophy for the second place. This trophy for first position, presented by Domitila Sanson from Persol Glasses, of course. Thank you. What's your title?
Brand manager, Persol, here in Middle East.
Congratulations, and thank you so much. So it's now Richard Lackey for Fujifilm awarding our second place lineup. Thank you very much. Of course, 1 trophy for each driver. So thank you, Fujifilm, for being one of the partners for this event. And thank you to the audience for visiting our partners' village. And now the third place trophy will be presented by Flavio Leca for JPX Store. Yes, Flavio must be very tired today because he's been so busy this week, selling the t-shirts and all the memorabilia from GPX Store. You really got to visit the shops here and the website, of course. So, drivers, hold your trophies. Thank you to give them a round of applause, the most enthusiastic way. And of course, as you can see, there are bottles for you to celebrate. Oh yeah. Yeah, David hasn't raced for a long, long time, but he still has the good, he kept the habits. And so this is a sparkling podium for this Gulf Historic Dubai GP Revival. And now, of course, we have the watch, called 21, a special watch by Rebellion Timepieces, which is presented by Grégory Auberson, who is in charge of communication at Rebellion. Thank you so much. Another loyal partner to the Gulf Historic event. Thank you so much. That's fantastic. Thank you, Gregory. Well, now, this was the first race for today, but we still have another 2. Can you please take more pictures, the best you can do? And you give your best smiles, drivers. That's really, really impressive, don't you think? Thank you so much for this podium, for this race, and we see you again this morning and this afternoon for more excitement.
So that's the podium done for the 1980s and 1990s sports cars. The Cougar 28 LM car. 5th place overall for one of these cars in 1992 at Le Mans. And it's not just about the racing here this weekend. There's been a whole package of other entertainment in the paddock and on track. And on Friday evening there was the opportunity for some very lucky kids to drive some very special cars. Miniature versions of road car and race car legends. They would take the track for a full lap of the Dubai Autodrome. Fully kitted up here. 19. F1. It's a Ferrari Daytona. Land Rovers, Bugattis, Porsches, the lot. Wonderful sight and a wonderful experience for these children. Tonight fell on Friday evening.
I'm joined here by Jack Leconte, who came 3rd here in the Le Mans 80s and 90s category this morning. Great start to the day. Just take us through the race, how it went for you, because you were caught out a bit by the safety car.
Yes, the safety car was jeopardized a little bit our gap, but we did a very good pit stop to regain the gap, and I made a good rhythm to stabilize the 3rd position. It's really nice because last year I made it with a GT car, with a Saline, and again a podium this year with a prototype. This famous car driven in Le Mans by Rondo and Josso. We raced in my team at the beginning 30 years ago. It was a big emotion for this.
I imagine it was. Did you maybe just tell us a bit about the Rondo, what it was like to drive it here in Dubai?
Dubai, it's a very nice time to spend the winter and celebrate a long season. In December, this is really nice, and the organization is growing up more and more and more. I attend the 3 events already, and I can say to everyone, it's fantastic, you have to go.
Fantastic. Listen to Jack. Well, congratulations on your 3rd place, Jack. Thank you very much.
So Jacques Leconte there, enjoying his 3rd place, and yes, listen to what he said. The opportunity to come next year, do come along. Also on Friday evening, by the way, there was the opportunity for 2-wheeled action of the human-powered variety. It's a wide variety of the drivers involved in this, pit crew members, etc. Took to some period bikes, some 70s and 80s racing bikes for two laps of the Dubai Autodrome. Now, some of them were out there for a little bit of leisure. Some of them were going to take it very seriously indeed. And what happens when you put a lot of racing drivers on a track? A race breaks out. Of course it does. Fantastic. Cycling machinery. 1 or 2 of these things I recognise from my youth. I mean the bikes, not the drivers. But when proceedings got underway for these 2 laps, I can tell you that my co-commentator last night, Stewie Hall, was keen to tell me and anybody else who would listen that it was he that took the win in this fabulous display. Let's go back to Haley in the paddock.
I'm joined here by Valentin Simonet, who just competed and finished 2nd in Le Mans 80s, 90s category. 2 podiums and 3 races, not bad going, Valentin. Take us through that race.
It was a funny race because our Argo Mazda is clearly not the fastest car on the grid, but it's very fun to drive. The chassis is awesome, and the engine, the sound of the engine, not makes you fast, but it's nice also. But the little story is that Mathieu just came from Baku, from the prize giving ceremony, the FIA, from his World Championship. So he just came this morning to jump in the car and to do the race. And in the end, we do a friend race, like between friends, and we are second, so that's nice.
Maybe that was the secret, the fact that you guys, you know, were really enjoying racing together in this fantastic Le Mans car from the 80s, 90s. But tell us about the dynamic with you and Mathieu. Is it the first time you've driven together?
Together, yeah, it's the first time, but we are lucky boys because we are here from the first edition of the Gulf Historic, and we are friends since this moment. We met there, so it's a good story because 3 years after we are together in the car and we are finishing second, so it's good. And
Good.
It's good for the car.
Absolutely. And we'll be seeing you later on today, Valentin.
Yeah, on the Le Mans 2000 race, so we jump in 20 years in the beautiful Mosler. We'll race against Jean-Eric and Olivier. With Jean-Eric and André again. With their beautiful Viper, so we enjoy. It will be the last race, so now take a rest.
Well, let's see if you finish on top of the podium like you did last night. Take care, have a great evening, and well done. Great evening? No, great day, and see you later.
Well, great to hear the other part of the spirit of these historic racing events, the friendships that come from them. And that was started between our two second-place drivers 3 years ago at the very first of these Gulf Historic Dubai GP revivals. Here we are at the third, and they're driving together to a podium finish. Gentleman driver and a multiple world champion in Rally Raid. Quite the story. On track now, and part of their display is this wonderful collection of historic and classic road cars, principally road cars, the odd competition car in there, that are on track here from some very proud local owners. And boy, is there a selection out there, from the lightweight sports cars to the rather more heavyweight limousines. Great period American machinery out there too. Porsche 911 coming towards us there. I think there's a Boss Mustang. Spot an Alvis in the paddock with an awful lot of historic patina. I'd love to see that. Triumph TR6 at the back of this group of four. Let's go back to Haley, who's back with one of our very valued series partners, providing caps for everybody on the podium, but of course for our winners, a highly prized prize watch, special edition watch too. Down with you, Haley.
That's right, I'm just checking out these beautiful goods here on the Rebellion timepieces stand. Now, one of the huge perks of doing well here and winning in one of the categories is going home with your very own Rebellion watch. What a fantastic prize for the winners here.
Absolutely. You know, we're very happy to award them with like one of the timepieces. It's actually a cool prize that they keep for life. So we feel like whenever they're here racing, we want them to have something that will remember this award that they have and be in the podium. And then you have the timepiece that will literally make this link for him for life.
Great memories. Now, you've been here and one of the main sponsors since the very, very beginning 3 years ago. Why is it so important for Rebellion to be present at an event such as the Gulf Historic?
So for us, is our passion is motorsports watches. So for us, it's being an event like this, it's all about the passion of motorsports. So we are celebrating, you know, the engines, the V12s, the V10s, the V8s again. So for us, having our brand related to this is very important. That's where we're gonna be close to our target, our audience, the people that we love. And to be honest, our owner loves to race as well. So this, for us, is just, you know, a celebration of timepieces and motorsports.
Because motorsport really is in your DNA. You were present right across the spectrum, from Rally Red to even you were in endurance with this LMP1 car. Let's take a look at that. There's on display here on the stand, and you can see photos of the guys, of the drivers, just behind on the big screen. Just tell us about your involvement in the Dubai car scene here at the Gulf Historic. What do you think it's important to have events such as an event like this?
So for us, it's all about, as I said, relating to the people that loves cars and loves engine, petrol heads. And our timepieces are always inspiring this. So that's why we want to bring them close to our community. And being in Dubai, once again, it's the third year. It's very important for us because these people love it. We love them, and I hope that they also love our timepieces. And not only this, you know, we are here. We welcome them to come to our booth and to see our caps, and then everyone has a little bit of our brand. And Middle East is an important market for everyone, right?
So, as you mentioned, you know, you're a present in a broad spectrum of motorsports. What's next for 2024?
So 2024, definitely we have some news coming. We cannot announce yet.
Oh, come on, Rodrigo. Let it out. Let the cat out the bag.
There is something related to rally once more.
Go, pray tell more. Come on, Rodrigo.
The rest I cannot disclose yet. We're not like finalize everything, but you know, definitely next year we're doing Formula One. We're sponsoring Sauber, which last years and the previous years was Alfa Romeo, but they are leaving the sport. So we're hoping to announce the new partner for the team. We're doing Dakar again. We have a team. We sponsor the event. So we're definitely involved, heavily involved in motorsports. We have many drivers that are actually here. They are our own brand ambassadors. So you're probably going to see them wearing our watches whenever they get inside the cars. And yes, it's 2024. We're looking forward to it.
Fantastic times ahead. Now, if winning a Rebellion watch isn't a huge incentive to come and participate here at the Gulf Historic, I don't know what is. What do you think, Graham? Do you see yourself with one of these fantastic timepieces on your wrist?
I could. I mean, a freebie would be nice, but I think that's probably out of the question. Great, by the way, to see the Rebellion R13, the LMP1 car that did such good service in the FI World Endurance Championship and at Le Mans. Those cars finishing well up the order for many years and winning races in their latter-day hypercar guys as well under the Alpine brand, and believe that car will be on track later today for one of the demos in the hands of Rebellion's Alex Pesci. Back though to the Dubai Classics on track. Gorgeous Austin Healey going through there. It's British Racing green colours. Mould breaking car that effectively relaunched in the United States the British motor industry in its post-war era, going by a rather newer British sports car, the TR6 Triumph. Austin Healey and Triumph, sadly neither brands anymore with us. The TR6 a 1974 car, the Austin Healey from 1966, Cadillac Eldorado from an era where America was all about style and excess. And look at this, is what a fabulous piece of kit this is. Being taken by the Porsche 911 Carrera, goes through. Two iconic rear end treatments, the ducktail spoiler on the Porsche and the fins on the rear of the Caddy. Here's the Alvis, 1930s car. I'm told was registered finally for the road in the 1950s, so competition car becoming a roadable car. I said earlier, some fantastic patina on that car. This is the lineup in the paddock as darkness fell yesterday.
You join us live in the paddock now, where we catch up with the boss, Frederick Fetian. It's fabulous to see you. Thank you very much. What an event, as simple as that. Congratulations, this is sensational. You must be happy.
We are very happy to see all these cars. They are beautiful. It's like, as I said yesterday, it's like we bring a museum on the track. Yeah.
And we have so many different generations of car and people here. There's so many. Alain Prost, Nico Prost, you know, we've got so much for people to see, but it's open.
Yeah, it's what we want here is to to people to go around, to touch, to discuss with the pilot, to have interaction and with pilot, people, kids. We try to like a big family here.
Frederick, I'll let you go. I know you were going to speak to Sophia. We shall catch up with Sophia after she's had her drive. Thank you very much. Stunning down here. We're going to do a little tour of the Formula 1 paddock here, but first of all, before we go there, we'll throw to a bit of an atmosphere for you guys to see just what it's like if you can't make it here.
Just next to the racetrack there is a village, and in the village there are lots of partners that come and sell all sorts of things, from food to clothing, and more importantly, photography equipment. I'm joined here by Richard, the marketing manager at Fujifilm, who is an important partner here at the Gulf Historic. Maybe you can tell us about why your presence here was important for you.
Sure. I mean, we've been fans of the event since the inaugural event 2 years ago. Coming and shooting and things like that, and after the last year's event, I really wanted to be a part of it, so we got in touch with GP Extreme and we were like, we want to get involved. It's such a beautiful event, it's such rich visuals, there's so much to take beautiful photos of. So yeah, we're glad to be a part of it.
And it completely makes sense, because motorsport really lends itself to some of the most fantastic photography ever made.
Yeah, and some of our cameras, we're quite known for these quite retro style cameras. Yeah. You know, and we've been making film since 1934 and cameras also for many decades. And so yeah, a lot of our a lot of our photographers are they're into engineering, they're into kind of things that are made the way they used to be. So a lot of our cameras are very much made in that way. So
if I'm not mistaken, you're actually lending out lenses to the photographers here to come and try.
Exactly. So from the photographers in the media center, they can come by and try some of our gear, to the general public. So we're running a contest. Today's the last day. And if people arrive with their Fuji cameras, their own, they're welcome to enter. If they don't have, they can borrow from us. We're loaning. Get out there, get creative at the track, get creative in the paddocks, shoot the mechanics, shoot any details, get their best shot, enter it online, and they have a chance to win. So the final entry cutoff is probably around 4 p.m. today. By 6 p.m. we're going to announce the winners at the talks stage at the Apex Garden, and yeah.
Okay, so maybe just a little tip to anyone who wants to enter. What are you looking for?
I think we'd be looking for things that are maybe a little bit out of the ordinary, I guess. I don't know. I could show you a few that.
Go on then. We'll have a quick look. Let's have a quick look at some of the photos that are out of the ordinary, a bit unconventional.
Well, not unconventional, but just things you wouldn't think of. Like angles. Like this angle's beautiful. With the sun in the background. Here's Mr. Alain Prost here. Great shot again. We have this is all of these. The driver with the helmet, the little girl. You got to get them started young, in photography.
Absolutely. That's not a Fuji, however. I'm not sure. We'll let her off. She's 6.
This is very atmospheric. So it's not just about shots on the track. That's the first thing that comes to mind. It's moments, it's people, and this event's full of it, So
absolutely. You mentioned Alain Prost, who's down in the Formula One paddock, as is my co-host Duncan. Duncan, who are you talking to?
Oh, I'm actually talking to myself right now, Haley. I'm talking to all the thousands and millions of people who may be watching us live on our stream, which is live throughout the course of the day. Thank you for joining us on the YouTube stream. I am in the Formula 190s area of the paddock, and you could probably hear the Brabham being warmed up in the background. Sophia Floresh is going to be driving that car, and we will grab one from Sophia after she's done her drive. She's actually in the process right now of getting ready. But what we have here on screen is the Leighton House, the first edition of the Leighton House, and this was the car, is the car that Stephanie Johansson will be driving. Now, Leighton House, one of my all-time favourite Formula 1 teams. I think it's the colour that naturally attracts me, but a great car to see on track. We can just see across Pierre Fillon, if he's back to us just now. I'm not going to try and interview anybody here because the noise is simply stunning coming from the back of the ex-Damon Hill Brabham. But that car, which Damon Hill qualified in the British Grand Prix in 1992, and what a difference a year makes. The 1993 car was the Williams which he was in, but fabulous to see as we have a look at the Prost as well. Genuine Prost with the Works Peugeot engine inside the back of this car, and the car's now all starting to go through their warm-up process. Unfortunately, one car which we're not going to see on screen today will be the Ferrari, the 1993 Ferrari for Alain Prost driving it. The technical issue yesterday, so let me just sneak through here, come outside, because you can see all the people who are in this area as well, desperate to catch a glimpse of what is going on here, what's creating all the noise. Well, it's this car right now, the Brabham. It was almost the last hurrah for Brabham, and then that manufacturer, which have come back with a couple of hypercars, as Equipment was telling us on the broadcast yesterday. But this was an iconic car because it effectively launched the start of Damon Hill's Formula 1 career. Fabulous to see him in this car all those years ago at Silverstone. Sophia Floresh sits on the back of the rather comfy-looking barrel seats which we have here in at Dubai. She is smiling, having a little bit of a look at this car, but there we go. It goes into a little bit of peace and quiet now, but the smell is still very much in the air. Let me see if we can grab a very quick word with a very interesting man here who is just standing next to the arrows before he goes out. We spoke with Pierre Fillon yesterday in the grid. Pierre, you drove this car yesterday, and you drove it really, really well. You enjoyed yourself on track, yes?
Yes, I enjoy. I discovered the track for the first time, so I was very slow at the beginning, but lap after lap, it was better, and I'm very happy this morning to have another maybe 5 or 6 laps, I don't know. But no, I know the track, I know the car, so I hope I will be improve my lap time.
Enjoy the car on track, because what an event for Pierre Fillon to be here, the head of the ACO, the man who's put so much time and effort into the World Endurance Championship, the 24 Hour of Le Mans. Fabulous to see him driving this car, the ex-Christian Fittipaldi car as well. I'm trying not to trip over things here, because it's a very tight garage and you have to be very agile on your feet as you make your way about. As I said, unfortunately, the Ferrari will not be on track. A technical problem keeps that car in the garage, but we had the professor driving that car yesterday. Yes, the one and only Mr. Alain Prost was in this car. And to see him in the car, it just looked perfect. He fitted right in there. It's like he'd never been out. He had the correct race suit to wear as well. And I've got to say, it brought back a lot of memories. I had this car as a Ski Electrics car when I was younger, and it was one of the coolest things I ever owned. The droop nose on it. In the very early 90s, aerodynamics make the car look very basic and very slippery. And look where we are now. The Formula 1 cars, modern Formula 1 cars, look almost double the size of this. They look really, really big. So there we go, that's a little tour around the garages down here. We will have a catch-up with Sophia once she has stepped out from that Brabham. She's lined that up, so she'll come out with a nice big smile on her face, as she had the day before. And we'll hopefully also grab Stefan Johansson. Stefan Johansson, the man who's driven probably more cars in this garage than anybody else. But until then, let's quickly hand back to Hayley.
I'm down here in the village with Silas from Race K. Now, you're relatively new in Dubai. You've actually only been here for 1 week, but can you tell us more about what Race K is?
Yes, thank you. So Race K is literally start now in UAE, and the plan is stay here a long time. So the race car is about a frame, decoration, real car, chairs also. So you can customize what you want, you know. So if you want buy one chair the same your car, you can do it. So if you want real size for put your wall, you can do it. So that's the difference in here race car, because you can customize what you want. Also, if you want to make the gift for your clients, example, there's miniatures, you can do it. So you can put your logo, you can customize and take the gift for your clients.
So it's completely personalised as well and customised. If a customer has an idea, or a client has an idea with regards to maybe a chair, as we can see just behind us, these beautiful customised chairs, notably this is Ferrari one. I mean, there is a whole range of different artworks that you can propose in working, collaborating with your client.
Yes, exactly. That's a difference in the race car, because sometimes the client, I have one taste, different taste, you know. Right. So there's a difference. So he send it what he wants, and can do it in Brazil.
So, okay, hypothetically, I'm a fan of Lewis Hamilton, which isn't, yeah, it's true. And how would it go? How does the process go? I like Hamilton, I like Mercedes, and then you'll kind of come up with this idea, and then the customer will validate it.
Okay, this process is a pinch 3D, you know. The material is a fiberglasses, all fiber carbon, and plastic inject. So what's happened? You choose the car, and Silas, I want to do something behind. I can do, you know. So literally, you mount your car. You understand?
Right, and this is all like motorsport inspired.
Motorsport, no, only focus in the car, you know. We focus more in the car, Formula 1, and the chairs, only this.
Right, and we can also see helmets as well. I mean, what do you offer your clients with regards to helmets? There's Ayrton Senna's helmet there, but I don't reckon you're selling that, are you?
This is, you can sell it, what you want, you can sell it now. What you want, you can sell it.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Silas. Thank you for this lovely tour of this fantastic stand with these beautiful pieces of very original artwork with that real kind of motorsport inspired. So I'm going to hand over now to the fantastic Graham Goodwin.
Well, The ever-arty Hayley Edmonds in her pomp there, and she was enjoying the village yesterday evening, doing the other thing she does really well, apart from talking to a microphone, shopping. It's a Burj Al Arab, the iconic hotel on the skyline of Dubai. As we see, getting towards the end now of the laps for the Dubai Historics. This fabulous Mercedes 280. Look at that. That's a Rolls-Royce Silver Cloud. Mid-60s car there, and the Bus Mustang in a very period kind of mustard yellow. Some very proud owners indeed, and been great to see some of these very proud owners allowing the younger members of the audience here in the paddock to take a closer look.
I'm down here in the village, still in the village. Now, one collectible that goes hand in hand with classic cars, historic cars, is of course luxury watches. So I'm down here on the Momentum stand with Tarek, who's going to tell me all about what you've brought here today, and you're showing this wonderful case here.
Hi, so we do vintage watches. We're the only ones doing vintage watches in Dubai since 2011. We have a great friendship with Frederick Fatier, and we're with his team since 2017 from the first Yas Historic in Abu Dhabi. We specialize on vintage watches, in particularly vintage Rolex, with a specialization on Daytonas, Day Dates, Submariners, GMTs, all the main iconic models.
You mentioned, of course, Daytona and Rolex. I mean, it's renowned, it's synonymous with motorsport, of course.
Yes, the association is very strong. I mean, if you speak to a lot of drivers here, the winners of Le Mans, they go to Daytona, you turn it around, there's an engraving, Le Mans race. It's a big deal.
Absolutely, yeah. So maybe you can tell us about the market, the vintage watch market, because, you know, up until very recently, everyone was buying new, but really everything that's vintage and classic has taken a whole new meaning. Is there more of a market for that now?
Vintage is a cult. Vintage clothing, vintage cars, vintage watches. It's a great market. It's very big. It's the biggest collector. Like, if you go to an auction and there's a world record, it's definitely for a vintage watch. The market's very big and the followership is growing. There's different brands: Rolex, Patek Philippe, Omega, Audemars Piguet, and so on. But the main brand is Rolex, and a lot of car drivers, vintage car drivers, collectors. It goes hand in hand with watches.
So why Rolex? Why does Rolex have this association with motorsport?
Rolex is one of the few brands, or maybe the only brand, where every single model is iconic. the brand DNA in the models today is very strong. Like you can go to any models of the line and it's iconic.
Okay, maybe you can go more specifically about models. Which ones, let's take a look over here, are the most popular, the ones that are the most looked for or searched for?
They were actually there. That's the Daytona, the vintage Daytona. It's associated with racing. Paul Newman, you've heard the name. Legendary actor and race driver. There was a Daytona model with a certain dial variant which was called the Paul Newman. I think it's the most collectible or most renowned collectible watch of our time.
Okay, so for someone here, what's the price range that we're going from? If you just maybe want to start out, but what's the most accessible watch that you can start collecting with?
I would say you go start with a nice Rolex Datejust. A Datejust model. The model exists since 1945 with a very strong brand DNA, the most ever sold Rolex until now. I think you can start you can buy a nice piece from the 80s for about $7,000.
Yep.
That's already a very good start.
Absolutely. Okay, well, thank you very much. Graham, I know that you're passionate about watches. What one would you like if you had an unlimited budget? I'd be really curious to know. So, Graham, tell us about the preparation of the grid for the Formula 90s that's going on right now.
Well, for the watches, Tarek's nailed it there with the Paul Newman watch. The one winner's watch is absolutely iconic, but we're going to go down to something else iconic now, and Formula 1. From the 1990s, this is the Brabham BT60B, and that car is going to be displayed by Sophia Flörsch, current Formula 3 racer, but has been in the paddocks and I've been a part of for the previous couple of years in LMP2. Talk about that car when it's on track. This is the Prost, the AP02. That car, the most recent that we're about to see displayed, with the glorious V10 Peugeot engine in the back. Engine effectively developed through the sports car program from Peugeot in the early 90s, which saw double Le Mans winning success. It's towards the end of the Prost F1 era. I'm sure there's both pride and pain from Alain, as he was in the Ferrari 643 that's berthed just behind it, you can see that. A proud team owner, but boy, this was a tough time to be in charge of a Formula 1 team. That car will be out on track shortly. So all sorts of ways to look at the development of these cars when you see them side by side, and one of the most effective ways to see the development is to see the front wings of Formula 1 cars through a decade even. Going from a kind of single flat plane to just incredibly intricate crafting of every single millimetre. Sadly, we're not going to see the Leighton House on track today. The car has had some gearbox problems, as Duncan quite rightly said. Stefan Johansson's helmet on the side pod there. Hopefully Dunk does get the opportunity to speak to Stefan Johansson. He can tell us his connection with the Super Swede. So that is the Super Swede. Apologies for a little bit of the language you've overheard there. And that's Duncan just doing a little bit of negotiation about getting an interview a little later. Looks like he is going to be getting aboard the Leighton House. That's good news.
No, if all else fails, you won't get a select for a second, okay?
Okay.
So
there is Stefan Johansson,
okay.
True icon of the sport. Racing in Formula 1, of course, and Formula cars, but latterly in sports cars and GT cars for that matter. Great fun to be around. Proper superstar, the Super Swede. Post his driving career, talked about collectible watches, he was involved in that market, and now art. Hopefully Duncan gets an opportunity to talk to him about his art. So an artist on track and an artist with other medium as well. Here comes the Brabham BT60B. In the hands of Sophia Flörsch. It's a car with a Judd V10 screaming away in the rear of the car. 1992 car. It was indeed the car, as Dunk said, that gave Damon Hill his Formula 1 debut. It's quite aside from any other reason why it's appropriate to have Sophia aboard this car. It was also the last car where a female driver, to this point in history, and it will not be the last time we see it. See, we saw a female driver attempt to qualify in a Grand Prix, Giovanni Amati, in that car. This is the ACO president, Pierre Fillon, aboard the footwork, the Aras Footwork FA14. Mugen Honda V10, the power plant for this car. So Pierre, the man who heads up the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, the organisers for the Le Mans 24 Hours. The best race in the world, make no mistake about it. Celebrated its centenary this year and is closing in on the 100th running of the race. Of course, world events have intervened, not quite 100 yet, but centenary events with close to 500,000 people in attendance at the iconic circuit in the middle of France. You never go once to Le Mans. Pierre, I have to tell you, a broad grin, an understated man, Pierre, quiet man, but his delight at being allowed to come out and play with this car, blast by the pit, followed by Sophia Flörsch. They'll play nicely, I'm absolutely certain of that. I don't think we're going to get a race breaking out here. These cars are here to be demonstrated. Guttural and brutish. It's the cars, not the drivers. Prost, I think, trying to get away and onto track. So Sophia just carefully goes by the ACO president. Comes Stefan Johansson in the Leighton House, delighted to see that car on track. We saw just a single lap yesterday. This is the 1987 Leighton House 871. Class winner in its day, powered by the iconic Ford DFL V8 in this instance. Ivan Capelli campaigned this car back in period, and back in the day, a very short period of time, where Formula 1 had effectively two classes. The Colin Chapman Trophy for the non-turbo cars was briefly a part of Formula 1, and Capelli did win races in that subcategory, finished well up in others as well. Stefan Johansson just babying that car. We know that car's had some issues with its gearbox this weekend. Thoroughbred cars, these, does unfortunately mean just they need to stretch their legs, and if they have been off track for a while, small things can lead to big consequences. Waiting here, see if the Peugeot engine Prost is going to make it out on track. It looks like it will. It's the 1999 AP02 Prost. Sophia Flörsch pretty much up to speed here, enjoying stretching the legs of that Brabham. As Duncan says, the brand exited Formula 1 soon after these cars were current. It's a completely different guise, and the Brabham Automotive were back in action in recent years with GT62 and 63. Track-only hypercars. So we see more of them building the cars in South Australia. The Brabham family, part of world as well as Australian racing folklore. David, a Le Mans winner, as was his brother. His father, of course, an F1 world champion. David also with time in F1. Involved in the sport, living in the UK. Prost on track. It's beautifully finished absolutely period correct car. Astonishing to think this is almost a quarter of a century old. The oldest of the 4 cars we've currently got on track is this Leighton House. Yes, I'd cover my ears as well, madam. The cars come by the pit straight here. Dubai Autodrome is just one of those tracks where the acoustics just amplify the sound. It's much the same elsewhere in the region in Bahrain, where loud cars just become ear-splittingly loud, and these are already ear-splittingly loud, and therefore louder. Great for a new generation of fans to see Formula 1 cars being displayed at speed here in Dubai. Not the first time. Back in 1981, I believe it was, when the skyline here looked very much different. They carved out a circuit for racing and demonstrations of then current Le Mans sports cars and Formula 1 cars. Decades later, before Dubai Autodrome became a reality. It's now home in this region to a wide variety of on-track activities in motorsport. Never a Formula 1 Grand Prix. Here comes the Peugeot. Opens the taps on the V10. Passed by the grandstand. Tell you from the fans in the grandstand as it goes by, the cameras and the camera phones are following its progress. Wide grins and ears covered. I'm unashamedly a sports car racing fan, but there is no doubting the drama, the almost violence of the Formula 1 cars of this era. Stephanie Hansen brings the Leighton House in. Given the opportunity for people to see the car in dynamic mode. Certainly not going to stretch the legs of a car that we know has had a couple of problems this weekend. Pierre Fillon, he'll have his own personal targets for what he wants to get out of these demonstration runs. These things not easy to drive. It's a brave person that gets behind the wheel upon these things in public. He's been absolutely safe with the car. Sophia Flörsch brings the Brabham down pit lane. A flavour of Formula 1 from the recent past then for the trackside audience and our audience around the world on this live stream. Sad that we won't see the Ferrari 643 in action today. I can tell you that yesterday's demo runs with Alain Prost at the wheel, it was really rolling back the years. Professor here, of course, with his son Nico, who's been racing later in the Ligier LMP2 car with Jan Mardenborough. Professor on form, and he was not hanging around. Sophia there, we'll wait to see whether that car is going to rejoin the track or go back around into the paddock. In Macau, just a few weeks ago for the Macau Grand Prix for Formula 3 machinery, where Sophia was one of the main attractions for the fan base there. I think I gave up counting at about 95 selfies requested and delivered, all with a broad smile from the German driver. Firm favourite in Macau. Second return there after her huge shunt, airborne shunt that saw her car vault over a competitor's car in 2018, and hitting not just the barriers, the safety fence, but the structures behind like a missile. Came back after the injuries caused from that into P2.
Up. Try that. No.
So
no, we're getting 30s. It doesn't appear to be bubbling.
it is again gear shift for the Leighton House. So that's the Leighton House done, I'm afraid, for the day. Steffi Hansen will climb out of the car, but at least you've had a chance to look at one of the prettiest Formula 1 cars of the era.
Yeah. I don't know, because it's...
Meantime, Pierre Fillon comes around to complete another lap. Enjoying his afternoon here, morning rather here. The ACO president, car just squirreling under brakes. He finds where the grip is and isn't. Probably gear shift here. Oh, he's got a puncture. It's a front right puncture for the footwork. This might be so. Bring that back, we hope, safely. This is the last opportunity of the weekend to see these cars, so if you're looking for a souvenir of a Formula 1 car, see if we can get Pierre Fillon to sign what's left of that. I think it's an Avon on the car. Safely. Yeah, we'll bring this car back. So Carcass stays on. He'll, I think, just tickle this car back to the pits. Bring it back nice and slowly. What you don't want is that to start to separate and damage the car around it. It is, after all, only a tyre. Leaves the Peugeot engined Prost the only car left on track at the moment at speed. 1999 car. We start to see the development of the aero into the cars that we see today. The difference is this one's got a rather nicer soundtrack, the V10 singing in the back of the car, as opposed to the hybrid powertrains of the modern cars. Still slowly bringing the 1993 Arrows back. 6 years older than the Prost that's out on track with it. A year younger in the Brabham.
Get a few more this afternoon.
Said he enjoyed her time in the Brabham.
As long as we're still last car running, that's what matters.
She's brought that back spotless after stretching the legs of the Brabham. How much longer is it going to be before we see another female driver get an opportunity to try to qualify for the Formula 1 Grand Prix? There's a couple of initiatives underway where they'd like to do that. Well, let's see what Sophia might think of that question, because she's now down in the pit lane and talking to Duncan Vincent. Oh, not talking to Duncan Vincent now. My apologies, misunderstood an instruction there. So Pierre Fillon just tickling this Arrows back. Well, we'll ask Duncan to ask that question. The session just about 60 seconds left. Motorsport is also this. But he's managed that well. Different sides of front tyres, by the way, on this Prost as well to the earlier Arrows. Let's pop down now to speak to Duncan Vincent, because he has Sophia Flörsch with him. Duncan.
Thank you, Graham Goodwin. I didn't quite hear the question, so I'll make my own one up for Sophia, but you can talk to my ears if you like. But fabulous to see you here, Sophia. Fabulous to see you in the car as well. And, you know, this car holds a great bit of history for female drivers, as we know, but for your point of view, what's it like to drive?
A lot of fun. I mean, to be honest, it was my first ever F1 car I drove. I mean, I did it already last year here at the Gulf Historic Grand Prix. And I mean, to drive such an old one is really historic. I mean, it was racing in 91 and 92, and actually Giovanna Amati was the woman to race in 92. So that was also the story behind. And I mean, obviously, it's a V10 engine. It's super loud. You can rev it until 12,000, and it's still proper work because you actually have a H-shift, and yeah, it's different compared to nowadays.
It's so good to see so much of the driver as well. You're so exposed in this car compared to your modern Formula cars.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I love historic cars and all the history behind, not just formulas, but also to see like all the prototypes here and just the classics in general is super nice. And obviously, I mean, you know, I'm racing Formula 3 now. My goal is to reach F1, so I think every single car I can drive is nice.
And that is a question probably Graham was wanting to ask. That is the goal, Formula 1. You have the speed. It's just about making sure everything else is in place for you.
Yeah, I mean, Formula 1 is the big goal since always. And we all know that for reaching F1, you need a lot more than just talent. Everything needs to fall into place. And yeah, we are working on it. I mean, I'm really happy to have Alpine as a partner and to work with them together to reach the goal. And we'll see when it's time for us to jump into F1.
And what do you think of just the whole event here? It's fabulous, the open paddock, everything's geared around the fan.
Yeah, I mean, it's my second time here at the Gulf Historic. It's just the third edition here, and yeah, I think what they really try to do is to make it open for fans, for families, for car enthusiasts, but also for kids, you know. And I think that's super important. And for us drivers, it's nice to be here as well. It's really a little bit competitive because you're trying to be good, but on the other side, it's also just a lot of fun because we all have the same passion, and that's racing cars.
Sophia, thanks for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There you go, Graham Goodwin. Back to you.
Always a delight to catch up with Sophia, and always a story to tell. And she is indeed part of the Alpine Academy effort out of the sunshine and into the cool of the shade. The late house back under the canopy and taking a final rest before we move to the second half of the final day of this event in just a few minutes. Still 2 races to go, by the way, on the card today for the earlier Formula 1 cars than the cars we're seeing displayed right now, and the event will close with the Le Mans cars of the 2000s, the noughties. Let's hope you enjoyed the sights and sounds of these spectacular Formula 1 cars. Wide grin on Sophia's face, getting her opportunity to try this car again this year. The Prost pulls to a stop and the circuit falls silent again for a short while. And it will be a short while because there is a lot more action to come on track. Formula 1 1970s cars will be on track, will be making up their grid just before 2 o'clock. The race will start at 2:30 and then later on 4 p.m. grid walk for invited guests for the Le Mans Noughties cars, and that race will get underway at 16:35. So Sophia Flörsch there, packing away the gear. It's a fabulous experience to drive a Formula 1 car. So one of the emotions when you've done that and it's time to make the long journey home.
Why is it squeaking?
Why is it squeaking, she says. Always looking to understand absolutely everything about the package. But the Brabham BT60P, 2 parts of history in Formula 1, as you heard from Sophia, the car that Giovanni Amati attempted to qualify for a couple of Grand Prix, and also the car that gave future world champion Damon Hill his first taste of Formula 1. Didn't do him any harm, did it? What might be the story for Sophia Flörsch as she makes her way forward in Formula racing? Well, the one grid that will not be racing today that we have here in racing form for the Gulf Historic Dubai GP Revival are the cars of the 1950s and 60s. They had a 3-hour race into full darkness yesterday, really evocative of the Le Mans spirits for those cars. Let's take a look back now at some of the highlights of that 3 hours under the lights here at the Dubai Autodrome.
I'm down here on the grid just before the Le Mans 60s race, this highly anticipated race. We'll be seeing some, in my opinion, of the most beautiful cars here of this event. And one of the owners, actually, or one of the drivers, Kyle Tilley, is just next to me. He qualified second yesterday in the car number 18, this magnificent Ford GT40. Just take us through the qualies. How did they go?
Yeah, very well, thank you. There's nothing in it between Rob and I, so we're looking forward to having a good close race with each other, and we'll see how it shakes out after 3 hours.
A very versatile driver, but I know you're passionate about classic cars and all kind of cars across the spectrum, actually. What's it like to drive this GT40?
The thing's iconic, isn't it? It took me a little bit to get used to it. I hated it when I first drove it, but now it's a firm favourite. And, you know, this event, Spa 6 Hour, is ideal for this kind of car. So, yeah, super proud to have it here. It looks great, it sounds great, and fingers crossed it goes great. So we'll see.
You're kind of showcasing it as well here in this beautiful setting here in Dubai. You're driving alongside Nicolas Menassion. How's that going?
Yeah, so far so good. So Nick was my team manager in European Le Mans Series, and we've often shared cars together. So, yeah, great to be sharing it with him. And, yeah, just... he's a fun guy to hang out with, so always a good time.
It's good to hear. You seem very chilled before the race. How are you feeling?
Honestly, I'm still a bit jet lagged, so yeah, that's probably why. I think it's jet lag, not chill. But no, honestly, I'm excited to get on with it.
So we're just going to come over here because I want to show the camera something. Take a look at Kyle's shoes. Now, I saw on social media, these are your lucky shoes. Tell me why.
So my 2-year-old daughter Evelyn painted these for the Spa 6 Hour. Bit of a backstory, we were having a nightmare with the car ahead of the Spa event, and as a bit of a good luck charm, she hand painted them, and it went very well, so now I feel the need to wear them all the time when I drive the GT40.
Well, let's hope that Evelyn's lucky shoes will bring you luck here today.
Fingers crossed, we'll see.
Have a great race, Carl. Great to see you. Take care.
Yeah, great to see Kyle Tilley on the grid there at the lead of a train of 4 Ford GT40s at the head of this grid. It's the number 23 car. We'll wait further back in the order. That is the Lotus 23B 1964 car, year of my birth. Has to be said, as my co-commentator at the start of this race comes in as a quick grin, realising just how old I really am, and delighted to be joined in the booth for the start of this race by Stewie Hall. Stewie, great run earlier on in the March, and well, the big winner today.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. First of all, it's lovely to be back in the commentary booth with you, mate. It's been a while.
It certainly has. Jan Mardenborough there, certainly not a child of the 60s. Now, your day job is with, of course, Rofco Racing, and what a collection of cars Raul Goethe and the team have collected at your amazing facility in the UK. 1960s cars feature amongst them. Which are your favourites from this kind of era?
It's got to be the GT40, hasn't it? You know, we've got a few at Rofco. But, you know, we were actually discussing yesterday how we'd quite like to bring one next year. We've only got one that's eligible for this race, but yeah, that's ready to go. So it might be something to bring to this race next year, because it looks a lot of fun driving into the night here in a GT40. What better can you get, really?
Andre Lotterer will be forming part of this. There's quite a story behind the E-Type, which Andre used to own, that he'll be co-driving later. We've got 5 of those GT40s on this grid. From the front of the grid, it is 1, 2, 3, 4 for the Fords, 2 E-Types, then the 5th GT40. Sean Lynn there. He'll be sharing his GT40 with son Max.
Fantastic. Oh, we're live. Sean Lynn, great to see you here. Next to another beautiful Ford GT40. It's what I love seeing this. Tell us about the car.
So this is chassis 1005. It raced at Le Mans in 65,
really?
Monza and so on. It's
loads of history.
Not in my hands.
No, but tell us what it's like to be able to drive here at the Dubai circuit in this absolutely epic car.
It's amazing. It just rolls through the corners like it's beautiful. It's poetry. It's not for the faint-hearted. You've got to be reasonably brave on it, and the guys at the front are much braver than me, but we'll try and give them a good battle today.
So what's it going to take to be the fastest one on the grid today, to win the Le Mans 60s category?
I think to look after the car. Look after the car, look after your fuel economy, and be consistent, not get into any trouble. No needless fights that you need to get into, and just try and look after the car. It's 3 hours, 2 pit stops, a lot of heat soak that will come in. You're stopping for 3 minutes or 3 minutes 22 seconds twice, so that will create its own problems. So yeah, just look after the car.
You'll be sharing the car with your son Max.
Max.
Come and say hi. Come on, it's like, come and say hi, Max. How are you doing, Max?
Very good, thank you. Enjoying every moment of this.
I know, right? What a fantastic setting. Loads of beautiful cars here at Dubai. What more could you ask for? What's it like driving with your dad?
It's always special. We've done a lot of racing together in the past, and yeah, it's just always special to race with him.
I guess it's an interesting and, of course, a rare dynamic to have, and a very privileged one, you know, to be able to drive together. What do you think that changes to have that?
It annoys you. It annoys you when your son becomes quicker than you. I was really happy with it initially because I was faster, and then I became more and more depressed. And I'm now in a constant state of depression, but you know.
Don't say that. Come on, you'll be kind on your dad today, won't you?
Absolutely, and when you're sharing your dad's car, it always makes you drive a little bit safer because you know you're always walking back to him if something happens. So yeah, you always go a little bit slower, that's for sure.
Well, guys, look, have a great race. It's great to chat to you. Thank you so much. I'm going to throw it. Duncan is on the grid as well somewhere. It's so packed, I can't see him. Who are you with, Duncan?
Yeah, thanks, Hayley. I'm down here. I've got William Paul, and I've also got Rory Butcher. Rory dressed in civilian clothes still, not quite ready because he's not starting. And we've also got Andre Lotterer. But first of all, Rory, what an event this is. How good is it to be here?
Yeah, it's such a privilege. They've done an amazing job, and you know, who wouldn't like to drive in these kind of weather conditions around a track like this? It's really special, and obviously this car is quite amazing as well.
It's a long race that goes in towards the dark. William, I do know you're starting. Or do you want to keep your plan to yourself? But what is the plan, if you can tell us?
Well, as you always say with these things, to finish first you must finish. So keep it clean, keep it safe, keep it on the track. And if I get through my stint, then I'll hand it over to the fast boys, to Rory and Andre, and let them work their magic. Fingers crossed for a bit of luck on the track out there today.
You're just as fast. You're doing yourself a massive injustice there. And a man who used to actually own this car, Andre, what can you tell us about this car? There's a good story with you in this 78.
Yeah, there's a big story. I used to co-own it with my friend Rupert, and yeah, we found it with a lot of history from back in the days, from David Dooley, who was racing it very successfully in America, and then we brought it back and fully brought it back to life in good condition to race. And I've raced it at Goodwood for 2 years, had fun with it, and then they went and win it after we sold it to William. So that's great for the car, and it's actually the first time that I'm going to do an endurance race with it. So I'm really looking forward to drive it into the night as well, and yeah, it drives beautifully.
The best of luck. But Rory Butcher, one last question. I want a prediction. Where will this car finish?
It's going to be on the podium. It's going to get some silverware.
You heard it here, guys. Rory Butcher on the podium with William Paul and Andre Lotterer.
Let's go down to talk to Hayley, who I think has got one of my old sparring partners for the British GT Championship, Lee Mole, with her.
I'm what you get when you order Hayley from Wish. I'm very sorry about that. It says Duncan here, Graham. I've got Lee Mole and Phil Keane. Now, these guys are serial winners. They're very fast, and they take this very seriously. But Lee, tell us, what do you think? You're lined up alongside the William Paul car. You know how quick the guys around you are. Thoughts about the race?
Well, I think the GT40s will just drive away from me. So hopefully I'll have a good battle with William. That's the plan anyway. Stay out of trouble and then hand it over to Phil.
Now, I asked William to tell us his plan. It's a 3-hour race. They've got 3 drivers. It could be quite easy for them, but for you guys, is it a little bit more technical with the amount of pit stops you need to make?
We still need to make 2 stops because there's 2 mandatory stops, so we'll just see how the race plans out and then make a decision from there, really, see how Lee gets on. And that's all we can do, really. We've got enough fuel to go far enough, and so let's see.
When you get tired, you come in the pits, Lee, is that true?
I've had enough. If I'm enjoying myself, I'll stay out a bit, but then when I've had enough, I'll come in and let him have a go.
So we're going to know that if he's enjoying himself, you're going to stay on track for longer. Listen, guys, thank you very much. The best of luck. Hayley Edmonds, over to you.
It's a car that you're actually quite used to driving.
Yeah, I've driven quite a few Elans back home. Not this particular one. This one is new for this weekend and sharing with Colin Salter, my teammate. So a huge thank you to Colin for letting me share with him. But yeah, it's going to be a good race, I hope. You know, the weather is perfect. It's nice that it's a bit cooler. And yeah, the competition is tough. So I'm sure it's going to be good fun.
Busy day for you here at the Gulf Historic. How are you feeling physically? I mean, mentally, feeling good?
Yeah, the F1 car, the Enzyme definitely took it out of me earlier, but I've had time to recoup and have some lovely lunch and chill out for a while. So yeah, ready to go for this afternoon.
What are your expectations of the race today?
It'd be nice to win our class. We've got, again, some tough competition next door, but we've just got to see how we get on. It'd be interesting to see as well, because we don't have to fuel during this race, because our car is very good on fuel, whereas a lot of the GT cars at the front, they have to take on quite a lot of fuel. So it'll be interesting to see if we can catch them up a bit in the fuel stop, and yeah, see how it plays out, really. Absolutely.
We'll have a great race. Thank you very much, Jake. Now, Duncan, I can see that you are busy with someone from afar. Who is it?
I'm with Jason Wright, the co-driver with Michael Gans in this lovely number 6 GT40. Jason, you're on the 4th row of the grid here. We're just starting to go into dusk. These are perfect driving conditions for the GT40 to suck in some of that cooler air.
Yeah, I know. This thing's absolutely unbelievably hot. You have no idea what heat is until you get in one of these things.
And you're wearing a race suit with fireproof underwear. And how much liquid have you actually taken in today?
I've been drinking a lot. But we'll see. I've got a drinks bottle in there with a lot of ice. So before it turns into tea, I'll have some more. I'll have some cold water.
So when does Michael make his way to the grid? Because you're here all alone. Is he having a comfort break?
No, he'll be ready in an hour or so.
Oh, this is the most chilled out man I've ever seen. The very best of luck.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's a pleasure. I'm glad to be here. It's really a thrill. I came here 2 years ago as a journalist, and here I am on the grid.
On the grid, and also heading for a podium. Michael Gans has arrived. Let's grab a word with Michael. Just bring him into camera shot here if we can. So you left Jason to do the TV interview, but we finally have yourself. Are you ready to go? Are you looking forward?
I'm waiting. He's a very reliable set of hands who will get us in a wonderful position for me to just do my thing and hand it over again before we finish. So yeah, I'm very pleased that Jason's starting.
There's so much driver and co-driver love here. It's like one big love-in for this event. It's a great feeling.
Well, what you have to know is we've been doing this together for 25 plus years.
So you started young?
Yeah, we started in kindergarten, actually. We've been doing it for 25 years, and we've sold cars to each other. We've bought cars from each other. We've never had a big fight, and that's more than most people who are married can say.
Dusk is falling. It couldn't be more evocative, Stewie Hall, to start this race.
It really doesn't get any better than this, you know. GT40s, E-types, in the dusk, in Dubai, finish off a great season of racing. Just listen to that noise. It's what it's all about, really. You know, at the end of the day, we're all enthusiasts. We're all here.
It's been great. I'm really looking forward to see how it's going to be next year, the next years again, because I mean the evolution is fantastic.
So we've got WC champion from the past, Stewie Hall here, and I'm sure looking for a way back into this. We've got, I'm sure, and then it will be pedal to the metal, fingers in the ears, because it's about to get very loud on this pit straight. The sights and sounds of the 60s, and away we go. Shortly into darkness, the 3 hours starts to click down, side by side between the top two cars, the front row cars. And it is the Sean Link car coming through clearly in third ahead of Tony Wood's GT40, but it is the 4 Fords. In fact, it's the 5 Fords. It's the Ford from a further 2 rows back that has joined the queue, so it is 5 Fords in a row at the moment.
So heading through turn 4, turn 5, cold tyres, the rear of the car, especially these Ford GTs, are going to be moving around. The cars are going to be very tricky on these first few laps with the cold brakes as well. You don't want to be locking a brake. As we said before, there's no anti-lock braking systems in these cars, so you've got to get into that rhythm nice and early, but also get on with it. You know, the race has started. It's 3 hours. They've got to be as fast as they can now, these guys, and get these cars in the window to hand over to the pro drivers.
Julian, there's many things about sports car racing from 50 years ago and 60 years ago that are still familiar. Fuel management, tyre management, it's very real now, and it looks like it's very real there as well. Trouble.
It's all right.
That was the Lister.
Yeah, I mean, a lot to manage. It's pretty similar nowadays. The reliability of the cars is, let's say, a bit better nowadays. So let's say we have to manage a bit less gearbox because it's paddle shift, but also the engine and everything is made to really push from the start to the end of the race. Talking about 24 hours of Le Mans, today is 24 hours of sprint racing. It's just like pushing all the time, and that's where we still find some more management with those cars today.
Spitting fire from the rear of some of the GT40s there. The one thing we're not going to be saying, apart from now I'm going to say it, is Control-Alt-Delete. Electronics, think of the future at this point. Electrics maybe, but electronics and the rebooting of the systems not really a thing for these things, but they are beautiful, sonorous, brutal things. Through comes the number 9 car, away and clear in the lead at the moment. 2.8 seconds to the good in this very early running.
And especially at the start of the race with differences of the cars and everything, this is really where you want to push and try to grab one or two positions to be able to fight, and then at some point all the let's say the gap gonna start to be made, and you won't be able to really fight too much and more manage through the race.
Progress being made by the number 26 Lotus Elan up to 11th place in that middle order. The car that Jake Hill is starting. A cracking start to the 70s Formula 1 race. Got two of the pro drivers involved in that. The winner, and unfortunately with you, Julian, the ATS let you down a little there.
Yeah, it was a little tough. I had a couple of issues with the fuel, I guess. The car was switching off down the straight there, back in second gear, but we're gonna fix it all for tomorrow, and it was already great fun.
You'll be biting his rear tyres. You don't worry.
I have to cut the track for that.
So GT40s, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then two E-types, then the Lister Costin, and the bright orange, the little Lotus 23B in 9th, with the third E-type in 10th place. It's 2 car.
Has that got a problem?
That does look like it's got a problem.
It looks like it's heading quite slowly, so we might see that into the pits at the end of the...
Yeah, Dr. Wolfs, Feigler and Martin O'Connell in that car. Martin, no mean historic racer, been back in his Formula 3 days. This little TR3 started from the rear of the grid. As into the pit lane comes the number 16 car. That is the Shelby Cobra from 12th.
It's going to be also different from car to car managing the race in the pit stop, because not all the cars have the same fuel tank capacity and also consumption. So
well, we heard, didn't we? I mean, one of the biggest surprises for me on that grid was Jake Hill saying, and that's a problem for the Cobra, was saying they could run the whole thing on one tank of fuel, 3 hours in the Lotus Elan.
Amazing.
How big a fuel tank is that?
But then again, if you can refuel in the 3 minutes specified, then it's no advantage. So
it's a 3 minutes time pit stop. That looks done. Yeah. Stalks away. Oh dear, yes. That's the walk we know as TV commentators of the walk of despair. I've seen both of you do it in the past.
Yeah, but we've actually done it together in a race.
Yeah, true. Yeah, here.
So 20 becomes, by the look of things, 19. There is a 66 car. That is the 1957 AC Ace. Passed to be lapped by the number 6 car. That is Jason Wright. I think something like 50 consecutive races in the European Le Mans Series as well. Champion there, champion with you at Le Mans, and you know, it's been one hell of a ride. And now coming into this new era, where we've seen it. We see on track here a transition from some of the big, heavy, front-engined sports cars to the nimble GT40s that are dominating this race. And we're seeing something similar in sports car racing with this transition from LMP1, this super complex cars, to hypercar, LMP2 with the package there, and moving from GT to GT3 as well. It's all change again.
It's all change, and it's going to bring a lot of competitivity next year with so many manufacturers in both class, in LMDH and also in Indy. So it's going to be an exciting year, but very challenging.
What we're going to see, I think by the time it happens, I'll be dust, but it is those transitions that in the future, in decades to come, we're going to see those different classes in historic racing as well. We'll go from one era, GTE, to another, which is LMGT3. It's not necessarily an uptick in pace to start with, but inevitably technology and the genius of the engineers and the genius of the way the teams are and the genius of guys like you that drive these cars just nibbles away at the deficit that they've tried to make the car slower. 3 years time we'll be talking about how quick the GT3 cars are compared to the old-fashioned GTEs.
Well, it hits home with me now because some of the cars I drove are now racing in historic racing.
In fairness, I think all the cars should.
Yeah. So it's great to see, and in 15 years' time, the cars that Julian's driving now will be, and especially sort of with the hypercar now and the LMDH and all that business, they're cars that could be potentially run in historic racing. They're not over complex.
No, I mean, you look at the LMP1 hybrids of a decade ago. You can't. No, you couldn't run those, as we've got one of the GT40s, Tony Wood's car, then a number 25 car comes in from third, comes down pit lane actually very quickly indeed. So he was in a hurry to get down pit lane, so he dips in. There's no way you could have run those cars in historic competition, and I've heard all sorts of ideas and plans about running those cars with the hybrid systems disabled, etc., etc. But you're right, I think that the DPI cars from America already running in historic racing, and the LMDH version of the hypercar, certainly there's potential for that in, let's say, 10 years, 15 years time.
But it's getting more and more complex.
Oh yes.
To engineer those cars, but to drive them as well. I mean, you're a part-time engineer also, being in the cockpit of those cars. It's a lot of work that we're not used to, especially for me, a driver. It's a lot of new things to learn, and it's going to be tough.
You're involved in that marketplace right now, no doubt about that. You've got the talent to be there, you've got the contacts to be there, you're in a team that runs hypercars. What is it like right now? What is the buzz in the professional driver marketplace about this exploding scene?
It's difficult, especially for the private teams. Also, for example, it's big budgets to finance a year to be able to run an NMDH. So you'll be divided into getting very professional drivers and good drivers, and on the other side, many good drivers, but with some budget also to help, because it's going to be 5, 6, 7 million to finance those cars and to run them for championships. So let's see what brings on next year. But I'm sure it's going to be a challenging year with good drivers everywhere.
Shuey, your era in LMP1, you drove for both factory teams and privateer teams. Classic examples here with the GT40 and the E-types of cars that were run by both factory teams and by privateer teams. That sustained this formula for many, many years. Is that the key to the future of sports car racing? To make the cost with the complexities that Julian's very accurately describing, bring them within the realms of something that a privateer team can cope with?
I think that's exactly what you need, and you see that in GT racing, you see that in GT3, where you can get privateer teams. We've seen a great battle here with William Paul and I believe, is it Lee Mole in that car he's fighting against? These guys are going hammer and tongs.
It's GT40 behind, which is that GT40. Oh, that's running way wide there.
That might not be
number 6.
I think that's.
It's definitely William Paul. Can't miss that car.
But GT40 putting a lap on them, isn't it?
Oh.
So there we see the differences between the cars. The E-Type got caught out about the GT40 braking slightly too early and had to take avoiding action. But coming back to your first question, Graham, that's the secret. The secret is to have enable cars that are simple enough and, you know, what's the word? Financially economical enough that privateers can run the cars and run them competitively. And if you can do that, I think it's a recipe for success. I think, as we see Tony Wood's car still in the pit, this is definitely not a scheduled stop. They've got the rear deck off, just sort of going through the motions, trying to figure out what's wrong with it. It'll be a real shame to see this car retire.
Any clues at this point?
I'm trying to think if it sounds clean or not, but I can't have a proper listen.
J120 about to be swallowed up by the rather newer Jaguar E-Type.
Wow. Second going wide, sure on this track, Somerset also.
Let's leave track action as the E-Type does go past the XK120, and let's go down to Haley, who I think is down in the paddock.
I'm not in the paddock, unfortunately, Graham. I'm down here in the village, joined by Sanjay. Sanjay is the CEO of Tech X Hub, which is a fantastic sim company. Now, maybe you could just tell us about exactly why you're here and what you're offering to the spectators here this weekend.
Sure, I think it's our privilege to be associated with any motorsports event and wherever the motorsport enthusiasts or car enthusiasts are going. And we are here to basically give an experience of what actually is driving on to the tracks to all the people who come to see them, because they don't get to experience it. So sim racing is the best way to experience what actually the professional drivers are doing on the track. And that's what we are popularizing here. So we are basically having sim racing solutions, which we basically promote and sell as well, right from entry level, which start, even the kids can race, and up to the highest pro racers level, which include direct drives, etc. So we have the full range of setups from very, very basic to professional grade, which the actual motorsports drivers can also use to enhance their skills on the track. So that's what we are here for.
So I was one of those that actually bought a sim rig during COVID. It was a lot less technical than any of these, but it really kind of, it's advanced so much from what it used to be, you know, from the PlayStation days. And you really can, you know, simulate the real sensations of driving, and it's become an integral part now of driver training.
Exactly. So actually, that's right. So when the F1 didn't happen during COVID, these play seats were the exact ones which were used by all the F1 drivers when they did the virtual F1, right? So those were the seats were being used. So that's interesting, actually, you know, made note of that. So basically today there is a case where a driver actually was a sim racer, and he directly went into motorsports racing. I think it was, I just forgot the name, but
Jan Mardenborough, who is here actually, he kind of made the transition from gaming into like
the actual track racing, and that's a good start. And most importantly, by the nature of the
let's come over, let's walk and talk, Sanjay, because you know, go on.
As the nature of the motorsports itself, I mean, it's not a sports activity which is accessible to everybody because of the way it is. I mean, it can get really expensive, but sim racing can democratize it, can open it up to anybody who loves driving. I mean, we are doing this business across Middle East, Africa, and India. You cannot imagine the kind of response we receive in these other markets. People never knew what is racing.
But it can give you an amazing head start. I mean, just looking at I don't know if we can film the little girl down there, but you know, it's accessible. She can maybe a bit young. You look a bit looks a bit worried there. She might be a bit young, but I mean, the fact that she jumped in, you know, it is really kind of getting younger people used to sensations, because she's, you know, you're never going to at this age be able to do much in, you know, proper racing car anyway. So just tell us about what software you're using, about, you know, just the general setup.
Currently we are using all the F1. If you see, all the rigs here are for Formula 1 racing rigs. So they are using Formula 1 2023 game, which I think they are racing all on Yas Marina for some reason. But that's what they're doing. So you can choose any track you want from F1, and race on that. And typically the basic setups, it's for entry level. But on the higher end setup, which you see here, this one is basically the highest end for us. It's like a Formula 1 car really, virtually. Because it also has the haptics, which are moving. You can see it moving. These are D-Box FIA approved haptics. So you actually get a sense of how a F1 car will ride for you. That's the closest you can come, I guess.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Sanjay. Now, Graham, I know you're with two fantastic co-commentators and also drivers, Julian and Stuart. I mean, I'm really interested to know how or if they use sim racing and sim rigs to get used to new circuits or what they would use sim racing for. Thank you so much for that.
You anticipated the question, so I can ask exactly that question to both Stewie first and then to Julian. A sim rig, is that now a key part of what you use, not just for yourself, Stewie, but for the guys you're helping through?
Yeah, 100%. I'm a bit of a dinosaur, so when I started, there were, it was still a PlayStation and Total Touring cars. But nowadays, it's such a critical part of learning for a driver, especially, I believe, in single-seaters, with the preparation that goes into whether it's sort of Formula Regional, Formula 3, Formula 2, and that prepares you for Formula 1. I know for a fact that young Ollie Goethe, who I look after, he's on a sim most days. And you see it with Max now. The guy's obsessed with sim racing. And I found after a bit of a layoff in the GT3 world, coming back to a GT3 car, it was actually the sim that really helped me to sort of get back on terms with the top guys.
We'll come to Julian and sim in a while as Duncan takes a look at the back of this GT40. So another part of the technological advancement with motorsport, and this is a key moment with that, which is diagnostics. Nowadays, a GT3 car, an LMP2 car, a hypercar, you bring it onto pit lane with a problem, you plug the laptop in, it will tell you what's wrong. They're having to find out.
Yeah, it's already on track. I mean, when the car is on track, you're driving in the engine, you can tell you anytime, okay, we've got an issue with the car because they've got the live data, and they can see if there's something wrong with it can be something mechanically with the chassis or even the engine, and tell you, okay, we've got to pit, fix this issue, and just get back on track. It takes a lot of time, really a lot of time. That's very useful.
Because the other part of sim development, it's something it was displayed to me in spectacular form by the Porsche team in LMP1 at the test. They brought us in, two sets of engineers. One set of engineers are managing the car, the data from the car. The other identical set of engineers are there to program the sim. So what that means is they're not having to spend the time and the budget bringing that car to a track. They can replicate just about anything in simulation.
And this is really true, but it's a little bit, there is two sides of it. If you have a sim which is very accurate and you can really rely on to then say take some advance on the development of the car, it's great. But if you start with something a bit wrong and you go through the wrong way, your car will be not developed properly. And then you are facing the issues on track. That's where you need to have a good team around you, good team and proper programs.
Yeah, long gone are the days where we would see cars at Le Mans 24 hours spending 2-3 hours in the pits. Nowadays that is game over. Back to action. It is still the number 9 Ford that leads the way. Now 18 seconds to the good from the number 18 Ford. So it's Rich Means and Rob Huff from Carl Tilley and Nick Minassian. Sean and Maxwell Lynn are in third place, still on the lead lap, and it is the Jaguar E-Type, the number 78 car, the car from William Paul, Rory Butcher and Andre Lotra, is sitting fourth and beginning to move up, finding pace at this stage as the track conditions get just a little bit cooler, beginning to make just closing a little 10th by 10th on the Lynn family car. Fourth Ford GT, now in 5th place behind the E-Type, and then the Lee-Mole Phil Keen E-Type in 6th place. Beyond that, it is that little Lotus 23, 7th place and moving up the order ahead of the Colin Sauter and Jake Hill Lotus Elan. So again, Jake Hill having a great day today, thoroughly enjoying his time here at the Gulf Historics Dubai GP Revival. So glad that's written on the the gantry, by the way, because it reminds me every time. So what are you spotting going on, Julian?
Sorry?
What are you spotting going on there? This is the little Lotus. In fact, Lotus is nose to tail. This is a battle, isn't it? This is...
It's still the same, right?
Yes.
Yeah, still the same too.
Yeah, it's 23. That's the Lotus 23B and Jake Hill's Elan closing in on him here. This is for position. It's been a great run from, I think, where he started 12th, I believe, and he's now up into 8th place, Jake Hill.
As you said, conditions cooling down a little bit going to be very helpful also for the car, for the race, for the engine, for everything. Also for the drivers, I have to say, because it's very hot during the day here. And
those two Lotuses have gone by the 1959 Jaguar Lister Costin. The E-Type that was battling away with the orange 23B has dropped back a couple of places further. So just a period of the race, first and a half hour gone, still 2 hours and 24 minutes to go. It's a long way to go.
So tell me, is it Carl Tilley who started or Nick Manassian?
It's Kyle.
So if that's Carl Tilley that started, no disrespect to Carl Tilley, but Quick Nick is the pro in that car. Yes. The fact that Carl Tilley is within sort of 19 seconds of Huffy, I think that then gives Nick a shot against Richard Mine. So that's a battle definitely to keep an eye on when we've swapped drivers as well, because there's slightly different strategies between the two.
Looks like they're planning to get Tony Wood's car again. That's good news. Lost a lot of time. It's now, 6 laps back from the lead, but sounds cleaner on pit lane now. Now, I know we're going to let Julien go pretty soon. You'll be with us for a little while longer, Stewie. But it's great to see you.
Thank you, it's been a pleasure.
And we will see you again tomorrow, I'm sure, on track.
Hopefully on track.
And then again, back here in Dubai for resumption of hostilities for the Age of Le Mans Series with proto competition in the Orica. Have a great Christmas and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Julian Atwell there, youngest ever winner at the Le Mans 24 Hours in GTM, still with us, ex-WC champion and now full-time racer, custodian, pro driver, coach and mentor at Rofco Racing, Stuart Hall. Thanks, Stewie, since you first got involved in this scene. Let's before we get into your history, there's plenty of time to do that, let's go down to Duncan, who has got one of the stalwarts of historic racing, already been involved in Formula 1 earlier today. Martin Stretton is with Duncan.
Yeah, pleasure to speak to Martin Stretton, really is, but he doesn't want one of his cars in the pit lane so early. What was wrong with Tony's GT40, Martin?
Well, speaking to Tony when he came in, the car was running well, everything's okay, pressure's okay, temperatures, all that sort of stuff, and he suddenly experienced a misfire, and it got progressively worse over 2 laps, and then catastrophically worse, so he came in, and we've checked everything we can, and we've ended up changing the ignition pack, and fingers crossed that solved it. We'll find out in a few laps, I guess.
There was a few burnt fingers in that job.
Yeah, Russ, who's the crew chief, he's an amazing bloke, and he puts himself through quite a few things and afterwards suffers the burns, but I wouldn't want to have been doing that. It was amazing.
Martin, thank you very much. Fingers crossed that Tony Wood's car is fixed.
Sorry?
Fingers crossed the car's fixed.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We've come a long way, and it'd be great for Tony to get some good racing in.
Thank you very much. Graham Goodwin, back to you.
Well, we keep an eye on the pace of the number 25 car. Rejoins the race back in 18th place. We're just about to get to your route into the sport, and I can recall the little film that was put together for your debut at Le Mans and the opening scenes of that. Were you stocking shelves at a supermarket?
I wasn't. Well, my route into the sport was via Dad, actually, through British touring cars and then Lotus Formula 1 team and things like that. So I've really, the sport has been part of me from day one. It was Martin Short, and it was at the stage where I needed to earn a living, and that right now, that was the easiest living I could earn at that
Absolutely
point.
Right.
So I stacked shelves for a bit, and I remember doing Le Mans with Martin Short. We came 4th overall in a privateer Pescarolo. It was an amazing weekend, and I remember being driven back overnight so I could start my shift in the supermarket bakery at 5 a.m. or probably earlier than that actually. And I remember, I think when we opened at 9 a.m, by 9:05 I was getting a right dressing down by the little old lady down the road because her harvest of bread wasn't quite right. and sort of 16 hours ago I was finishing 4th at Le Mans, so that was it was a really humbling experience, but you look back on it and you know, it's wonderful, you know, it certainly keeps your feet on the ground.
I bet Alessandro Pierguidi doesn't have to go through that.
But but I think...
But isn't that a great part of the lesson, which is, it is a glorious sport to be involved in. It's great to be at the top of any game, but it's good to keep your feet on the ground.
Well, you know, I wasn't a paid pro at that point. Yep. You know, I wasn't earning money. I was still on my upward curve, trying to be a professional. So I needed a job, and that was the easiest one I could find without having to travel miles and miles instructing and doing this, that, and the other. And I could earn a few quid in the morning, and by lunchtime I could train and do everything I needed to do for my career. And I did that for a few years, and I look back very fondly because it certainly teaches you the value of certain things. As we've got a
trouble for the 66 car, that's the AC Ace. Hands up. Seems to be trying to restart the car. I did promise I wouldn't use the phrase Control-Alt-Delete. I won't in the context of this. There's a bit of a problem there. If you watch that, they're life lessons, aren't they? It's giving yourself the space to do the things you want to do. You sometimes have to do the things you have to do.
Yeah, I think, you know, I've always been very privileged, you know. We are privileged to be in this sport. I think it was a good life lesson. Stack a few shells, bake a bit of bread. I can make a mean harvester now.
Can you?
Yeah, no. The wife likes it when I come. She comes home from work and I've been home for a few days, and there's a freshly baked harvester with some Lurpak on the side on a Saturday afternoon. But you know, I look back very fondly indeed, and you know, it was just part of the journey.
Well, I can certainly say from experience of having known you for, is it 20 years now? It must be 20 years.
It's 2000.
Remote camera. Just as Hayley was going to reveal what her husband is going to be getting for Christmas this year. Yellow flags, and I think that will be for that stricken AC. Keep an eye on that. Meantime, the 5th place number 6 Ford.
So safety car procedure, Graham. So could this be in the pit window for those Fords? Safety car is out, as you say, to recover the stricken car, but
I'm not sure the safety car's on track, is it? Okay, being told it is, not seeing that on our screens yet. Into the pits comes the number 9 car, that is the lead car, pitting for the first time after 44 minutes of the race elapsed.
So Huffy climbing out, that's definitely a tactical one, that is. Richard Mines getting in. And try and get that pit stop done under the safety car procedure with 3 minutes and 20-something seconds in the pits. That's a massive advantage if you can get that done when everyone's going at 80 kilometres an hour.
Indeed, safety car is now on circuit. So it is indeed tactical. How long will a tank of fuel for one of these things, Stewie?
Oof. I think it's pump fuel, like Dubai 24 hours. So it could take a good minute to fill the tank. And what you want to do, there's not enough fuel tanks, fuel pumps for cars. So if you're at the back of the queue,
so we're using the big fueling station at the end of the pit lane.
No, there's a number of Bowsers, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. And if you get in 10 cars after the front lot, then you could be losing a minute or so, and your race is done. So great tactical move there by the Mines Huff GT40. The Tilly Minassian car stayed out, so has the Linz. But it also looks like William Paul has decided to pit in the E-Type. So he's either going to hand over to Rory Butcher or Andre Lotterer, I would assume.
I think that is the Lynn car behind the safety car.
So again, a good. That should, because I don't think this is going to be a long safety car. It's
a quick recovery, isn't it?
So that should really favour those two leading cars, really. And as Rory said, they're going for the podium, so that could really help.
It's going to be an interesting one, interesting phase of this race, and it's pretty early on still in this race. Just 46 minutes in. A safety car for recovery of the number 66 AC Ace, which to William Lake. That's a large car full of a large guy, and a large wheel being put on with a very large hammer.
Well, as you can see, no air guns now. You know, wheel nut and a hammer. That's how they roll.
Cracking looking thing and sounding thing. Turner Cobra. It's the 501, I think, that one. Safety car. At least a couple of cars there.
So Jake Hill, P6 now, or taking a pit stop as well. So that didn't land.
Let's pop down to Duncan once again. He's busy on pit lane, and I think, Duncan, you're with Mark Drain from the Lotus. Is that car in trouble?
The car's back out on track, Graham. I just wanted to catch up with Mark Drain because I met him in the paddock on the Friday, and he's one of the nicest guys you will ever meet. He fits the tone of this event so well. Now, you've just stepped out the number 79 Lotus Elan, and there's only been 50 of those made, and that's chassis number 1. Dave Lampett looks after the car, but you said you had a little bit of a technical issue.
It looks like the alternator light, the ignition light, keeps flickering on and off, so it could be the same fault we had in quali, where the car just ran out of battery, but hopefully it'll stick the whole race. But yeah, it seems to be good. Apart from that, the car's going really well.
I would like to point out here that this man came out with that car with not a bead of sweat on him, Graham, so I'm very impressed.
There's plenty of sweat, I can tell you. Just can't see it. Yeah.
I don't want to think about that, but listen, thank you very much. Great drive.
No problem. Thanks a lot.
Graham.
Well, on the safety car, let's take another opportunity to find out what's going on in the sponsor village with Hayley.
I'm going to pick up where I took off earlier with Nisha. So we were doing a bit of shopping at the GPX store here. Now we've had a look at the men's selection. Let's move on a bit because it's not necessarily, hot in Europe especially. So we've got some fantastic vintage wool jumpers here. This absolutely epic Rothmans Porsche woolly jumper. What else do we have? Oh, a Marlboro one as well. So if you're a smoker, this is a perfect present for anyone. And tell us about these jumpers. They come in several colours, for example. And let's jump over here once again.
Collection jackets, vintage collection of jacket. Also, this is very limited collection for the GPX store also. And this is from the Little.
Wow, that is vintage, isn't it? Yeah, that would look out of place in Closters in the 80s.
This Rothman bag. So this is one of our favorite collection too.
Let's head on over there because I did see on the cash desk that there were some accessories, and now I think my hat is a kind of a fine line between looking like a 1970s hat and something Wurzel Gummidge would wear, so I will happily try something else. I have a big head, so can I try one of these on?
Yes, please. You can try this thing on.
So is this like... It doesn't fit. My head's too big. Oh, there we go. Okay. Do you think it suits me?
You need to fix it nicely and then it will look nice on you. And we have a nicer scarf. Maybe you can try this thing on.
You're being very kind because I don't think it suits me. No Oasis. Oh, take that. Okay, I get it. It doesn't suit me. Okay. How do I put this on? Like this? There we go. Yes, that's better, right?
It's much better.
Yeah? Does this suit me? It suits me. Okay. So right, quick. I'm joking. I'm not going to do a runner. It does suit me. It looks great. So this is actually, if I'm not mistaken, this is the logo, the Golf historic logo.
Yes. This is the special collection for the Golf history.
Yeah.
So we have 2 different colors, orange and the green.
Yeah.
And this is a special bucket hat for the Golf history. And it comes
not for everyone, but great collection, very retro. I love this retro vibe. I think I'm going to take this off. And those bracelets, of course. Do you want to have a go? Go on then. Let's see if it suits you, William. Have a look in the mirror. I think you look great. I think I'm going to buy it for you, William. I think, yeah. Do you think it looks good on him?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Yeah. Would you wear it?
Yeah.
Yeah. You like it?
Yeah.
You're Fred's son, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Your dad's done a good job of this event, hasn't he?
Yes, he did.
Do you want to race here one day?
Yeah, it would be fun.
What car would you like to race?
The Arrows or the Hesket.
Love it. He's already like, how old are you?
I'm 11.
11, he's so cultivated already, he knows his cars. So I'm going to, lovely to meet you. What's your name again?
Paul.
Paul and?
Jack.
Paul and Jack, what lovely names. Paul and Jack, thank you very much for that. Look, you've got your own pair of Purcells. We went in a stand earlier, look at that. He's 11 years old and he's rocking the Purcells. Anyway, thank you very much, lads. And now let's take a look at the highlights.
And the race has restarted. We're back to green flag running under. 2 hours to go now, Stewie, and it is, I'm guessing, must be Nick Manasian. No, they've not stopped.
They've not stopped, so this is very, very interesting. They didn't take advantage of that safety car. Most of the cars behind have, apart from first and third. So Richard Mines aboard the number 9 GT40 now. He's taken over from a stunning opening stint by Rob Huff.
Let's pop down to pit lane. Who have you got with you guys?
Dave Lampett joins us here, a man who's running 2 cars this weekend. You're a busy man, Dave. Tell us about your cars.
One is a Lotus Elan 26R, driven by a guy called Mark Drain and Andrew Haddon, and the other one is James Hagan and Matt Wrigley in the Daytona Cobra.
Would you like to give Stu Hall a message? He's in the commentary box.
Yeah, it's been a while, Stuart. I always remember testing in Spain with a GT4 Aston Martin a long, long time ago. Yes, so it's been a while since I've said hello to him. Hi.
There we go. We like a bit of love in the pit lane. But you've had one pit stop. It's going so well. When's the second?
We're looking at 90 minutes for both cars now. So we've done 45 minutes and stopped with both cars. I don't know whether the pace car has caused an issue with one of the cars, but we'll try and work it out on the way in the next 90 minutes.
And I love the Cobra hammering on the wheels. This spinner, so good to see. Thank you, Dave.
Cheers.
Yeah, Dave Lampert, he's not changed a bit in the last 20 years at all. I swear to God, he's got a mirror somewhere, a picture of himself in the attic. Without a shadow of a doubt, Dave Lampert, one of the stalwarts of British motorsport, historic and contemporary back in the day. You remember that test in the GT4 Aston?
Yeah, I got caught for speeding on the way back. And then when I got out the hire car, I was wearing flip-flops, so they fined me for that as well. But I didn't have any euros, so Hugh Chamberlain paid the fee. So there we go.
That's a story with so many layers.
But yeah, so coming back to before, Carl Tilley now leading. He hasn't stopped. Nick Manassion's still in the pit lane. That means Richard Mines is P2, but they have stopped. They have got one of their mandatory stops out the way, and so have the Linds in P3. So unless there is another safety car, that is really going to hurt the Manassion Tilley Ford GT40 right now.
I can't understand why they wouldn't have pitted unless there's some strategy towards the end of this race in line, but it doesn't, to me, make any sense. Only 2 of the cars, by the way, in the order have not pitted. The other one is the little Lotus 23B. She's now running in 4th place. We'll come back to the Rothko collection. A couple of questions to do with that. Let's go back down to Dunk. He's busily sprinting up and down the pit lane like a whirling dervish. You're with Rob Huff, are you?
I am that, Graham. I'm with the famous Rob Huff, the fast and famous Rob Huff, because Rob, you put a fabulous stint to hand the car over to Richard there. What was the words of advice, if any?
Thank you very much. First of all, it's incredibly warm out there. Let's just mind our back. Yeah, no, we're right. It's incredibly warm out there, but just magnificent to drive this track. Yeah, it's so technical. It's a brilliant track. I love it. And to drive it at night and in a GT40 is a bit special, isn't it? So yeah, just got my head down. Ultimately with the GT40 you've got to make it last, and it's very, very easy just to crunch one gear and it gets worse and worse, and the gearbox can blow quite easily. So you have to really sort of nurse them to start with, which is exactly what we did. Gave Richard a good lead, did a good pit stop under the safety car, which was brilliant. Yeah, I got the safety car 2 corners from the end, and we had a bit of a strategy that if we got a safety car in the first hour, we'd pit straight away, which worked out really well. And yeah, now Richard's out there for his stint, and we'll see where we end up in about an hour.
I take it that call's not a strategy radio call, that's a Rob Huff has to remember to do something call.
We went through everything before the race, just different strategies, because obviously we're not allowed radios. Yeah, normally you'd have the guys on the radio, and what we do, shouting and screaming at you, but for us, yeah, you've just got to try and be clever. And I saw where the car was, it wasn't easy to recover it, and saw the safety car, was like, right, let's get Richard in the car. Quite a long safety car, so let's see what happens.
Rob, thank you very much. Good luck. There you go, Graham Goodwin, Rob Huff.
He's the man, isn't he? 501 car back in and in trouble. And we saw this car in for new rubber not that long ago. It wasn't long before the safety car came out. Stewie. Now they're getting the car jacked up front and rear, so something's gone awry.
I mean, the fact that Matt Wrigley's jumped out means, to me, it's something more serious than just a tweak.
Yes.
Whether or not they can get that car out, these guys working on these cars can pull off minor miracles sometimes. So fingers crossed they get it back out, because what a wonderful car to have here.
Let's go back down to Duncan in pit lane. I think I heard from Duncan he's with Lee Mole.
Yeah, thank you very much, Graham. There's about to be a bit of noise in the background here, and we'll just let this car head out. There goes the Lotus. So Lee Mole does join us here, and he's literally just stepped out of the car. I can feel the heat coming from him. That was a difficult stint for you. You had all sorts of niggly little problems.
Yeah, well, part of racing with the GT40 and also the E-Type, I just was in air, so my brakes just overheated. So when I boxed, I had to box because I had absolutely no brakes. So I was pumping it all down the straights, but I just couldn't get a pedal. So we boxed it, and I also something had gone loose in my steering wheel, so I'm under braking. The steering wheel just disappeared in front of me, so I had to keep pulling it back. So it was a bit of a fraught first session, but I went back out, and actually the safety car was a blessing for us because it just let my brakes cool down and let me regroup. And then I enjoyed that last 10 minutes or so, and we don't need to stop now, so we've got enough fuel in the car to go to the end. So hopefully Phil will now start to pick up a few places, so we'll see.
So you've given Phil the car to take back out, and I think you need to take some fluid on, maybe find a relaxing spot in the driver's village and enjoy the event.
Yeah, no, I think I'll do that now, yeah. Cheers.
Thank you very much. There you go, Graham. That's a very, very hot and sweaty looking Lee Mole.
Yeah, he looks like he's had a bit of a workout there, Stewie.
Yeah, I think these cars are physical and they're hot, and you're fighting away. Generally the seat doesn't fit either, so you're moving around, and then you haven't got a paddle shift, so you're changing gear, you're worrying about the clutch, you're worrying about buzzing the engine. You know, these are really difficult cars to get right, and there is no form of cooling or efficiency, anything, whatsoever in them. So they're really like, a hot and nasty environment to be in. So when you've got guys like Lee Mole, who's driven many a car in his career, and you've got Rob Huff all saying that they're getting out and they're feeling it. It's the truth. They're hard cars to drive.
car leaves after being on pit lane for 3 minutes and 42 seconds. But remember, their nearest competitors burned their stops a bit longer. Did that at least partially under caution. Well, we saw the little Lotus Elan just a little while ago. Duncan is with the man that started in very spirited form in the other Lotus Elan. Jake Hill's with Duncan Vincent.
Yeah, thank you, Graham. Well, I did hear Stuart Hall saying that Jake Hill put in a stellar stint, so when Stuart Hall says something, I react to that. So we've got the little Elan, we've got little driver. Jake, that was some stint from you.
Yeah, it's been good fun. It's absolutely awesome driving this circuit at night. You know, the place really comes alive in the evening, I think, for sure. But yeah, really good fun. Car's running great. Colin's jumping in now. So yeah, he's going to be back in shortly for me to jump in and do the last stint. But loving it, mate. It's really good fun.
You did say to me that you're a bit tired.
Yeah, the enzyme took it out of me this morning for sure, because we were in the midday. You know, it was hot, extremely hot, and first time driving an F1 car, you know, they're physical things. So yeah, but had some nice time to recoup. Luckily the GPX hospitality is absolutely phenomenal. So yeah, had a lot of nice food and just chilled out for a bit, and we're ready to go this evening, you know. So yeah, back on it.
Good stuff, Jake. Good luck for the next stint.
Thank you very much.
Here you go, Graham. Back to the box.
Thanks, Duncan. He's had a heck of a day, Jake Hill. His first ever single-seater race, came in a Formula 1 car. And he did very well indeed. You wouldn't have seen that. It was way back from you. You were way.
No,
up there.
I kept an eye. You know, I know he's in an Ensign from 1973, I think. So you know, it's not a real fair comparison with a ground effect car. But I know Jake. I know Simon. So I remember Simon commentated me in Formula Renault, etc. And you know, he is one of the top guys in the British Touring Car Championship. And you don't do that if you can't drive a racing car. So. You know, I know you're saying it's your first time, Jay, but I think you're a top lad. You're a fast driver. You'll get in anything and drive it well. And you drove the Ensign very well, and now you drive the Elan well. So good job. Keep it up. Let's have a good bring it home in the last stint.
Absolutely right. And as things start to roll out now, just looking at where the gaps are, it is indeed Richard Means in the lead of the race, the number 9 car. Number 6 in the hands now of Michael Gantz. Leaf green, blue exhaust flames playing there for the GT40. That car is back. Where is that car? That car in 5th place, but it is Richard Means leading the race in the number 9 GT40. He is 18 seconds up the road now from Max Lynn, closing that gap pretty rapidly. And the gap to Carl Tilley, before we handed up that car, which we presume is now in the hands of Nick Benazia, is at 47 seconds. So that's the gap that Quick Nick's got to make up. And from me to you, I think he's more than capable of doing that.
I think that's on. I think we've got a race on our hands. I really do. All depends whether Huffy's going to get back in. I would assume he would get back in.
I thought so.
I think now's the time when Nick's got to really get on with it, because I would expect Richard to be probably pitting within the next sort of 20 to 35, 40 minutes to give Huffy a long stint at the end as well. So yeah, Nick's probably got the bit between his teeth now, but a stellar stint from Carl Tilley. He's really sort of gone against the grain with strategy. They've lost a bit of time, but it's not a complete disaster. And actually the lead with Maxwell Lynn closing on Richard Mines is getting quite close. Now that's at 7 seconds, and he took the best part of 10 seconds out of Richard Mines that lap. So expect that lead battle to be very close very, very soon.
I think that's going to come down to this lap. Indeed, because it's been pretty consistent, that's clawing back of Richard Mines' advantage earned early on from Rob Huff. Rob doing his job, which is to pull out the lead. Richard doing his job, which is, we presume, to hand it back to Huffy. In contention, still this battle between the little Elan and the big number 88 car, that is to Costin, underway. This is the battle for 7th place overall. Night skyline behind.
So I would assume most. I haven't seen many tyre changes. We saw a tyre change.
Just the 501, wasn't it?
Yeah. Are we doing the whole race on one set of tyres? Do you think?
I think it looks that way for most of these cars. They are certainly not hanging around.
That's incredible because, for example, with the F1 car earlier, 25 minutes and I haven't got a set of tyres left underneath me. They're just completely chewed up. So it just goes to show the difference in tyre specifications and the difference in, grip levels between the cars.
Drift into the corner there from the big Jag up front. Little Lotus hanging on there. It's amazing when you look at the size and the specification of these cars, but they are so closely matched on lap time. Keeping an eye still, by the way, and I think when we see the two leading cars come through, I think we might just see the 13 car finish this lap. Does, leads the race. Maxwell has gone through. Takes 11 seconds out of Richard Mines on that lap. Wait to see just exactly. Big lock up here. That bigger lock up.
Just snatching a brake. It's very easy to do on that turn one because it's downhill. Easily done, but no, I doubt Nigel lost a tenth of a second there. No real drama.
To watch the moments. Where is Nick Manassian? He's due to come through to complete the lap, and then we'll see what the real world gap is to second place. But his bigger problem now is Max Lynn. That is Manassian. The gap is down from 47 seconds to 42, but this time it's not 47 seconds to Max Lynn, it's 42 to Richard Means, and the difference there was 12 seconds. It's 4 laps.
Yeah, so Nick's going to be on Richard Mines in 4 laps, but Max Lynn is only running a second
slower.
faster than a second slower.
Yeah. So at this pace, Richard Manassian is not going to catch him. It needs an external factor. It needs something in the pit stop. It needs something. Because at the moment, Sean and Max Lynn, with an hour and 21 minutes to go, are on course to take the win here in this beautiful number 13 Ford GT40.
So to your knowledge, have we ever had cars like this race on this track before?
Have they raced at this festival before? I don't think they did, did they?
No, they didn't. It's only been later ones.
We've had them at Bahrain as part of the WEC setup, or it was the Nations Cup setup, but I don't recall before, and certainly not a grid of this quality. It suits them.
I know it's just great to see, and it's one of the better supported grids as well. And with the amount of GT40s out there, some really high-end, fast, famous cars. Just like you would at places like Goodwood.
Absolutely.
So I think, as Fred was saying, he wants to make this kind of the Goodwood of the Middle East, try and make it a yearly event. Everyone dresses up, etc. And it's definitely going that way.
Anybody that loves cars, in particular anybody that loves sports cars, you're one of those guys. I'm absolutely one of those guys. Just can't help to be seduced by these things. Max Lynn just drifts the car through. He's already pulled away to 13 seconds up the road from Richard Means. Tony Wood, by the way, in that recovery drive, just off pit lane, and 12th position now for the 25. He spent all that time on pit lane, but he has now had his final stop. So, gap now with a 2:19.8 that time from Nick Manassian. It's down to 30 seconds. Another 12 seconds carved out that time.
So Quick Nick is living up to his reputation.
Oh,
taking the ball by the horns in that GT40. Definitely not. Carl Tilley's been been very quick in it as well, and he certainly won't have the best of the tyres or brakes, and still in the 19s.
Well, we should start to look now at what the gap is to lead. It is 43 seconds. So since Nick Minasi got into that car, he's taken something like 5 seconds out of Max Lynn, but it's only 5 seconds. He is going to catch Richard Means at this rate in about 3 laps.
Well, I think Nick will be into the end. So if you think there's still 1 hour 18 to go, so you're looking at a good.
So this battle develops still. Max Lynn now dealing with a bit of traffic. That could play a part. Let's go back to Haley. I think has moved on from shopping and has gone to one of the hospitality areas. You know the Apex Garden, Dale?
Hospitality area per se, it's one of the newest features of the Dubai Autodrome. It's the Apex Garden, where you'll have several stands, food trucks, offering all sorts of food, from gourmet entrecôtes to pizzas to tacos. Some fantastic food over there, but also ice cream and, more importantly, Lavazza coffee. They do some fantastic coffee in several stands that are all around the circuit. But what's also fantastic is, follow me, come around here. Look, we are actually looking right onto turn 15 here. You have a fantastic view of all of the sporting action, sitting down, eating a pizza, just as these people are here, having a little a drink. Bon appetit. Are you having a good time?
Yes, thank you. Everything is perfect.
Perfect spot to eat a pizza, looking out, watching some lovely classic cars. Yeah, they agree. You agree. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not selling the place, but this is a fantastic place to come and really enjoy the race. A night race, look, beautiful cars passing by, whilst eating, whilst drinking. What more could you ask for?
Fabulous stuff at the Apex Garden with Haley, and here's the Lotus Elan on pit lane. That's the car that Jake Hill, I think, started. This will be their second and final timed pit stop. That's all underway. The gap's now 23 seconds. Max Lynn leads Richard Means. Now 20 seconds, 19 seconds in fact. The second place car ahead of Nick Minasian. Watching as well where some of the other gaps might be on the turn. Certainly Wood, by the way, rejoined in 13th place. Here's number 25 GT40. Started right at the sharp end, but misfire, we're told, wasn't it? Changed the ignition pack on that car. That seems to have fixed the problem, but unfortunately too far to come back at this stage. Max Lynn puts in the fastest first sector of that car's race as he continues to try to escape the clutches of Nick Minasian in third. See what the gap is first to third, as Nick Minasian is turning the screw now consistently under 220, taking seconds out of the lead as well as from the second place car. 15 minutes away from the final hour, also going quickly at this stage. Andre Lotterer now aboard the fourth place E-Type, but putting in the fastest lap of that car's race for 222s. Could be Rory Butcher at this point. So 221 last time through from Max Lynn, 229, so up in the ante a little bit, which it means, but it's a 218 this time from Nick Minasian.
So I think 1 lap striking distance now.
It is. It is.
Shots of the 25 car, obviously delayed by those problems, but
pushing on,
going strong again now, and it's great to have it out on track again.
How you beat every racing driver been there? You've got a mid-race problem, you're fighting back from nowhere. How do you motivate yourself at that point in the race when the wind's gone? How do you keep the motivation strong?
I think you you have to focus on other areas. You focus on lap time, you focus on personal little goals. Try and turn a negative into a positive. You know, you're not going to get the result, but try and learn something new. Try and do something that you can take away going, actually, I gained something from that situation, rather than just giving up. You can't give up. Giving up is not an option. So you get out there and you enjoy it. It's sometimes difficult to enjoy because we're all there to win, but...
And that whole process speaks to another part of this sport, which is the psychology of it, which is increasingly important, it seems to me.
Yeah, I think we've got to change that. I think there's that Nick just past Richard Mines.
That's the 6.
No, it's not. It's the 6. Sorry, it's the
I think he's
Sorry,
he's going to be right there. I think he may have passed him. You know.
That's it there. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt. I just
That's okay. No, in fact,
second place.
he's literally just passed him. But no, you're absolutely spot on.
I think what the psychology is everything in sport, isn't it? It's 90% mental. As we've heard many of the drivers talking about getting tired, getting hot, being uncomfortable. Well, the only thing that's going to get you through that is your own head. You've got to somehow either go to a different place or be hard, you know, and keep the focus. You've got to keep focused.
It's a strange thing. I've often said it that motorsport, whether it's at this level, which is a high level of historic racing, or at full professional motorsport, TV often makes it look easy. Now, you're in a position where you've been doing this for an awfully long time. You're a full professional driver. Physically, mentally, how hard is it?
I think any sport at the top of its tree is very, very hard. Whether it's motorsport, football, cricket, you name it. And all these athletes at the top, as Richard using a bit of track limits there.
Just a few.
Significantly there. But it's very much you have to, especially racing. I've often heard, well, why do you need to be fit? You're sitting down. Yeah. Well, a cyclist sits down. Yes. You're telling me they're not fit.
Yes.
And you're sat in a car. The G-force, the physicality of especially a single-seater car, that you've got G-force. GT cars is more about heat. The GT car is moving around a lot more, as we're going to have a little replay there of Richard Mines' slight off-track excursion. But as we were saying with Julien Anlauer earlier, when it gets dark, you try and take a few more liberties.
There's another one coming here.
But this is incredibly physical, whether in a Ford GT40, a Lotus Elan, a Formula 1 car, or a modern-esque prototype. They're incredibly physical cars, and anyone at the top of their game is going to have trained and prepared very hard indeed.
You're listening to the broadcast. You have access after you've watched the stream to YouTube. Do go and have a look at an Audi commercial from back in the day. Alan McNish talking about the Le Mans 24 Hours. And that came from, what I gather, was a motivational speech that the three-time Le Mans winner made, that had to be observed by a member of the marketing team at Audi. They were so impressed by it, they turned it into a 2-minute commercial that aired in the half-time for the Champions League, and it is probably one of the most concise explanations of what it is that you guys do. You know, the physicality of it, the mental strain of it, you know, what it means to be subject to those G-forces. It's a brilliant, tiny little piece of television, and it's not a story we tell well on television, and I think we should be hearing more of it. And these cars, frankly, tougher to drive than some of the more modern sports cars that I'm more used to talking about.
Well, no, I take it from my personal experience today in the March. Well, you're strapped in a car that has no seat, so I'm effectively sitting in a tub with a little bit of foam around me. You're effectively strapped to a 500 horsepower Ford DFE engine that's revving at 10,000 RPM. You're pulling sort of 3G in the high-speed corners.
you're changing gear like you would a normal road car, but if you get it slightly wrong, you're going to blow the engine to bits. So you have to be completely concise, but you've also got to do it quickly, because if you do it slowly, you're going to be slow. So changing, heeling and towing, which is matching the revs on the way down. You're not braking with your left foot like I would in a modern car. I'm braking with my right foot. I'm using the clutch on the way down. The steering's strong because you've got big front tyres on the car, so you're working hard. It's 30 degrees outside, and then you're fighting with other cars as well. And you've got to do that lap after lap after lap, and I think it's a wonderful experience, because you have to dig deep at times.
It's a full body workout.
It's the next day you saw. I woke up this morning having done 2 sessions in that and a bike race yesterday, and I'm thinking, oh goodness me, I'm getting a little bit old now.
You mentioned the bike race. Did you win that bike race?
Yeah, had a win in that. Yeah, that was great.
So this is on 1970s, 1980s racing bikes. I noticed that there was a couple of bikes that I recognised from when I used to cycle a lot. And the idea was there 2 full laps of the circuit here at Dubai in the dark. And there seemed to be a couple hundred people involved in that. It was a little bit like Tour Dubai. And you were out there taking it seriously.
Well, I think, I'm telling you, lots of people took that seriously. When they told you they didn't, they did. I think at Goodwood you've got the cricket match. I think here you've got the cycle race.
And you like your cricket too, don't you?
I do love it. You know that. I've played with it. With this, it was 2 laps, so 10 just over 10k. So it's not particularly long distance on a bike, which means it was flat out from start to finish. And I think my lungs are still sore from it. Everyone says, "Oh, you took it seriously." Of course, I took it seriously. I wouldn't be there if I didn't. And I think most of the guys in that did. It's good fun. Why wouldn't you take it seriously? Why wouldn't you have a crack?
Let's keep an eye on what's going on. This is the first site we've seen, by the way, the fueling stations. And these are the CAFU fueling bowsers you were talking about earlier. This is something you don't see very many places in the world. This is one of the services available here in Dubai, if you live here, where they will deliver the fuel to you. So if you're in your office or in your home, the fuel bowser would turn up and you pay for them to fill your car up. You never have to go to a fuel station. I've never seen that before.
I have in Dubai.
Should say, by the way, as we watch this battle between now the 78 car, this is not for position, by the way, car still in 4th. Richard Beans has pitted. The gap now to the lead, 24 seconds, and that is coming down rapidly now. Nick Manassian in the 218s.
So Maxwell in 230, isn't he? So
that might have been traffic, or is that just him beginning to feel it?
He's been out there for a long time. I would assume Rob Huff's now back in that car, so you can expect that to be running pretty quickly.
Closing in on the final hour, and still these 2 cars leading the race. See, that is Max Lynn in the pit lane. So Max Lynn in for their second, and one would presume final routine pit stop. So this is a defining moment, looking for where the crew is. No one there. Has he got a problem? I think he's got a problem.
Oh, what a shame.
I think that looks very like done.
6,000, and when it does, it just kills the engine down the straight every time. Dies. No, so it doesn't die.
It gets to 6,000, it kills the engine. That is horrible luck.
Have you not changed tanks yet?
No. Fuck, I forgot.
I did tell you.
Oh, it's a mistake. It's a mistake. He's not moved to the second tank.
That's it.
Although that could count as a pit stop.
It could.
So,
it's a mistake, but you're quite right.
They haven't been in there 3 minutes, so if he gets
still
back
make
in,
that work.
Crack on down to the fuel bay, and
hope there's a Bowser available. There is. That opens up as he gets there. So he'll fuel it. That could be getting away with that, couldn't it? But that would have cost him on his in-lap. Well, as we get into or close to the last hour, it's been fantastic to see you again, Stewie. It's been a little wee while. Last time I saw Stewie was with a much prized visit to the Rothko collection. I still owe you a film from that. And I know you've got things to do, including an arrest before another race tomorrow, another race in the March. And
yeah, very much looking forward to that. I'm sure they're going to come at me hard tomorrow, so
you know, a good one now. You watch. But it's been a fun 2 hours. An evening to catch up with the family. Thanks so much for sharing your experiences with the world of historic racing. I look forward to not only the racing tomorrow, but hopefully seeing you back at the wheel of a contemporary GT or a sports car. It's been a while and it needs to be more.
No, I think lots of good things happening. I'll be doing Dubai in a GT3 car.
Excellent.
So that'll be nice.
With the boys?
With Ollie and Benji, yeah. So that's going to be a great experience with Dragon in the 296. And,
oh wow!
You know, great to see Dragon. Max Mullin takes that wonderful GT40 out back onto the track. I don't actually think they've lost much time.
Let's have a look at what the time is for that pit stop as he clears pit lane. Let's hope they've not.
There.
It's bang on.
Yeah.
It's actually a really good pit stop. So if you look at that against the one stop that Carl Tilley did, it's 20 seconds quicker. So it's bang on. So for all the throwing the gloves down and disappointment, they've pulled that out the fire, haven't they?
So yeah, so I'll be back here in January. Dragon is like my home over here, as well as
Super
GPX.
guys there.
They run a great ship. We won the GT4 class the last 2 years, so they've got a couple of 296s.
And that car, that GT4 car, now gone to Rothko.
Yeah, it's in the collection. It's actually just sitting outside Roll's office on a turntable. But yeah, so really looking forward to it, and I'll be staying on after this meeting to do a couple of days testing as well. So, you know, very exciting. And then let's see what the future holds. I'm old enough to be a silver driver now, so
are you?
You know, you never know the opportunities that come from there.
Well, if you're looking for a super duper silver, look no further than Stewie Hall. Stewie, thanks a million. My best to the family, and enjoy your evening with both your young ladies, the little one and the slightly bigger one. And thanks so much for spending your evening with us. It's added immensely to the depth of our coverage this evening. And good luck tomorrow in the March. So Stewie Hall leaves us. Still with me, with Hayley, and with Duncan for the remaining 61 minutes of this 3-hour race. Still led now, but still with a stop to come for the leading number 18 for GT40. Nick Minassian chasing down Max Lynn. Pit stop, by the way, their second, drops at the moment to third place, behind the number 78 E-Type, which comes up the order into second place, but again noses another stop, as does the lead car. At the moment, the third, fourth and fifth place cars have all stopped twice, as they need to, with the number 7 E-Type currently on pit lane for its second and final required stop. So the critical pit stops to come are for the number 18 car. Where will that leave that car in the order? It's been stellar form from quick Nick Minassian since he climbed aboard the number 18 car, chasing down Max Lynn. One downside for a pit stop that could have been a real problem was really clearly Max Lynn was delayed on his in-lap. Now back up to speed. Huff back aboard the number 9 car. They're in the mix here, and it's the fastest lap of the race as the clock moves into the final hour from Rob Huff. 2:17.911. It's 0.3 quicker than Nick Manassian's managed on. In fact, it's 2 seconds quicker than Nick Manassian managed last time around. So Rob Huff pushing hard. His push. The next target is going to be Max Lynn. He's got 35 seconds rather to make up to get onto terms with the previous leading car. There's Lampit there with his crew. On the watches, watching for the car he's looking after. Car 9, second pit stop, not valid. It says here. So that is bad news indeed for the Rob Huff car. Shows us green on our timing screens, but the message from race control is that the number 9 car of Rob Huff will need to stop again or will get a penalty. It's good news for the cars ahead of him if that proves to be the case. Time to leave the race. Nick Manassian is pushing and pushing hard into the 2:18s again. Waiting for the remaining cars to make their pit stops. Number 7 E-Type back out onto the track after its second required pit stop. That is a 3:22. Should be fine. I'm still pushing very hard indeed. Getting to the 2:18s, more or less matching, bettering Manassian's time in the lead by a couple of hundredths of a second. If that proves to be the case that the number 9's pit stop is not going to be valid, it's going to be bad news indeed for the number 9 group. 18 for GT40 leads the way, requires a second pit stop. Nick Manassian at the wheel. As we're into the final hour now, we'll have to take a look back at the comings and goings of this race for the first 2 hours. Started the race as we came into dusk. 4 GTs for the first 4 cars, and soon it would be 5 as the leaf green GT40 threaded the needle between the 2 E-types, forming row 3. And it would be the number 9 car. Took the lead. Rough jetting away, chasing Carl Tilley at this stage. Tilley doing well to hang on to the highly accomplished Rob Huff. A lock up from Mr. Costin. Mike falling quickly here in the Gulf. 18 car fending off the close attention of Sean Lynn. Also in the mix at this stage, Tony Wood in his 25 Ford GT40. Great battle in the middle order between the tiny little Lotus and the E-Type Jaguar, but it was an early bath for the Cobra. Cooling problem. Those problems beginning to emerge too for the Daytona Cobra, the 501 of James Hagan. Very different Jaguars in different eras, closely matched in terms of lap time. Cars in the 50s and the 60s. The safety car came out through all sorts of potential strategy options. The AC Ace, the one recovered to retirement sadly, and back to green flag racing. It's fast and furious stuff once again. E-Types beginning to come into it as we got deeper into the race, but also the E-Types. Close run thing here between the Porsches and the number 78 E-Type Jaguar. suffer braking issues. Wheel wagging stuff from the number 79 Lotus Elan 26R, the 501 car. Trouble, stuck in gear. Another bit of a lock up there from the blister. The mole rehydrated after a very warm stint in his E-Type Jaguar, now in the hands of Phil Keane. Change with the 18 car, going through to take the lead from Richard Means, chased down by Nick Benazian. Very wide indeed from that pair of cars. The 13 car of Max Lynn looked to be major drama here. It turned out to be the young driver forgetting to have switched over between the two tanks. Car cutting out. Would cost them nothing other than a delay on the end lap at this stage, thinking it was major drama for the Ford GT. Turned out to be less so than he imagined. Indeed, just required to go down for fuel. It was almost a perfectly timed time stop, despite the dramas. Car down in third place. 78 car running second at the moment. That's a very butcher, but will need to stop again before the end of this race. We're now with Nick Benazian, brakes glowing bright on the number 18 car. They lead the race and deep into the final hour. So 4 GT40s still very much in contention here. This is the 13 car. After that slight misstep from Max Lynn, he's pushing on again now, third place, trying to fend off Rob Huff in fourth, who we believe has got major dramas in that his second pit stop wasn't quite long enough. Max Lynn pushing hard. Rob Huff is 25 seconds back. Waiting for the second pit stop for the lead car, the 18 car, the powder blue Ford GT40. Max Lynn back up to speed quickly here, despite the frustrations. Let's find out what the team, Max's dad Sean, has got to say about that slight misstep into the pits. Duncan is with Sean Lynn on pit lane now.
Thank you very much, Graham Goodwin. In the heat of the battle, in the heat of the moment, in the heat of the desert, things do happen. And unfortunately, Max just got caught out there, and you could see the frustration. Sean, it's an easy thing to forget.
Yeah, look, he thought the engine had gone. He said he was coughing and spluttering. He wasn't making full revs. As he came in, obviously screaming, shouting, expletives and everything else. And then the mechanic said, "Did you switch the tanks?" I went, "No." So, consequently, switched the tanks. I had to send it back out again. The car's running fine. We've had our issues already. The diff was getting a bit too hot early on in the race. I had to back off, and then the mechanic said, no, you're okay. The gauge is like reading from the wrong area. Don't worry about it. Keep pushing. So now we're put back in the hunt, but we're still hoping for a podium.
And also, you had a very good pit stop when Max did bring that, and it was perfectly timed.
Yeah, no, we already worked out that basically, as soon as there's a safety car, definitely come in. I unfortunately stayed out a little bit too long, because if I would have come in, actually the safety car come out, it would have been even better, because I got caught behind some of the slower cars that were poodling around to come in. But that's racing,
It certainly is racing, but I mean, it's still a great event for you guys.
Yeah, no, great so far and so good. I mean, we'll just see how it goes. We've just got to keep it clean.
Thanks, Sean. Graham.
That's not over yet. We've got the number 78 car from second place on pit lane. Is this further dramas to the 25? It looks very hot indeed. And I think that Tony Wood with a problem with his foot. Cramping maybe. Requiring certainly rehydration. Yeah, very hot foot indeed. Highly uncomfortable, been pushing really very hard. I think we're going to get to the stage. You can see where Duncan's there with the mic at the ready. We'll hopefully hear from Tony what the actual problem was. It's pretty clear what the problem was. Just whether or not that's something they've got a resolution to or not. Will that car get back out? Had its delay early on. The misfire fought back to 11th place with Tony Wood at the wheel solo. 3 hours in these conditions. Some ask. Still waiting for the 18 car to the team to decide when is the right moment to pit. Nick Manassian stay in until the end. Tony Wood getting back in the car. So the car looks hot, of course it looks hot. It's been pushed very hard indeed for over 2 hours. Tony's not back in the car. He's looking pretty tired. Just give it a while to cool down. We can see whether or not Duncan can grab a chat with Tony. Minutes remain, 3 hours, remember, this Enduro in tonight, this fabulous grid of sports cars from the 50s and 60s. If you're looking for an iconic sports car from the 60s, look no further than the Ford GT40. We've got 5 of them in this race, and at the moment they're running 1, 2, 3. Nick Manassian, Max Lynn, Rob Huff. Still pushing on into the 2:17s again. 17.7 seconds back from Max Lynn. We'll wait to find out what the word is from race control about that second pit stop. So we can go down now to Duncan, who by the look of things is with Tony Wood.
I don't get on my knees for many people, but for Tony Wood I make the exception. Heroic effort to try and do a 3-hour race in a GT40 in the heat, and you've just asked, can I go back out, Tony? But you need to take some fluid on.
Yeah, no, it's tough out there. It's super hot, super physical car. I guess you can't do 3 hours.
What happened to your foot? Is the foot burning or is it cramp?
Yeah, no, my foot was starting to burn all up the transmission. I don't know what was in there, but it was bloody hot.
Yeah, so get some fluid on, and then maybe listen to Martin Stretton. He knows what he's on about.
I heard of him. Who is he?
It's the guy running the car. Tony, what an effort though, to try and do a 3-hour race all on his own. Sensational stuff. I think he deserves that fluid, Graham.
I think he does. I think he deserves the kind of fluid you're going to get in international hotels here later as well, after he's done with this, because for the guys who are just doing the 60s race, no race tomorrow for them, so it is literal party time post this. But heroic stuff. Trouble for the number 7 car. That is the E-Type that is in 8th position. Now, where is that on the circuit? Is that in a position where it's completely safe, or might this require an intervention? We'll wait and see. He's well off the racing surface. So number 7 car in trouble, potentially of the... And also in trouble, the 82. Is that the 92? It is the 92. Mr. Nobley, Chevy engine car. Car up and running in 13th. So all of a sudden, a couple of the cars beginning to wilt. We still have 45 minutes to go. It is Ford GT 1, 2, 3. Bring out the safety car. This surely is the moment for Manassian to bring the lead car into pit lane. Car's pushing on, little time trial for TR3, pushes on still. Running in 15th place. Its way home, steadily, gently. The quickest little car here this weekend. Gently driving this little triumph. We'll be having almost as much fun as anybody else. two cars in trouble. What is the solution going to be here from race control? Second time we've had the engine cover up on the number 7 car. It is the safety car. Safety car has been called. Go back down to Duncan, he's garage hopping and has moved to the number 79 garage, the spectacular little Lotus Elan 26R. And I think you're with Andrew Haddon. Are you, Dunk?
I certainly am. Yeah, Dave Lampett's cars are running strong. We've got one unfortunately in the garage which has gone with a gear issue, but Andrew Haddon's just stepped out here. It's easy to get drivers now, Graham, because they're looking for something to sit on, so they're in pit lane, they're easy prey. But Andrew, great drive, storming drive in the little Lotus Elan.
Thank you. Yeah, so I raced my own for a few years and I love them, and then Mark gave me the opportunity to come here and drive this one, and yeah, you just jump at driving those cars. They're such good fun.
Considering 2 weeks ago you were in the forests of Dumfries doing the RAC rally, temperature a little bit different.
Yeah, a little bit different, still sideways, so good fun here and there, so a lot of fun.
I know you guys and the whole team just love this event. It's a great feel-good event, and obviously it's still a race, but there's a great bit of camaraderie in the pit lane as well.
Yeah, the guys here at GP Extreme are doing an amazing job with hospitality. You couldn't get looked after better anywhere. I mean, I think it's like Formula One Paddock Club standard. It's fabulous. But so great for that. The race is getting bigger and bigger, you know, 80 odd cars this year, a lot of great cars as well, you know, and I think it's just going to grow and grow. It's a nice place to come at the end of the year, Dubai, so the weather's never going to be a problem.
A couple of bottles of water and you'll be okay?
Rosé maybe.
Thank you. Graham Goodwin, we'll put that on your tab.
We think that's rosé water rather than rosé wine, but either way he's earned it. What a run from the number 79 car. They sit in a strong 7th place and within reach of cars ahead of them if the luck of the draw goes their way, just disappearing out of shot to the left there. Let's while we're still under the safety car, as predicted, Duncan's stood by, waited for them to sort out what this problem is, and he's now with Martin O'Connell at the 92 car.
A heroic effort from the guys here to change the battery. Martin, the battery is there, but to get it out is not easy.
I mean, it's not designed to be changed in the middle of a race, but it's just one of those things. I mean, that old car stuff happens, but just get to the end, and that's what we're here for. So hopefully he'll do the last few laps, and then he'll be happy, and we can all go and have a beer then.
Well, that's the plan. The good doc in the car said to me, I need a new battery. Apart from that, when you were in, was everything okay with the car?
Yeah, everything's fine. He just wanted to get to the end, so I was just take it steady and keep going. And it's a fabulous event, you know. We've been here 2 years ago, back here again this year, and it just gets bigger and bigger. And Fred does an amazing job, and you know, it's a place for the whole family, and it's a mega event. So we'll get through this, and we'll be back next year.
That was the next question. With the amazing job that Fred does, it gets bigger. Will we see you guys back?
Absolutely. I mean, bring the family next time they're at home watching on the telly and they're complaining they're not here because it looks really cool. And but yeah, we'll all be back next year.
Well, why don't you look to the camera and give them a little wave if they're watching?
Hey kids, and the wife. Love you all. See you in a couple of days.
Can't believe you forgot your wife. Graham Goodwin, back to you.
Away we go for the final action. Big lock up there. The safety car trainers, they get back underway. Instantly, the pass is made. GT40 on the E-Type. Rob Huff in a hurry to get onto terms with Nick Manassian. GT40 needs GT40. 15 seconds the gap as they cross the line. And Sean Lynn held up by a slower car on the safety car train. I said about that earlier in the race. It's happened again to him here. Rob Huff has closed this gap, and this is the lead battle. Right with the Frenchman. Nick Manassian, Rob Huff. Two big names in international motorsport. Nick, best known for his endeavours in sports cars. Rob in touring cars. Here they are, two historic sports racing cars, evenly matched. Under a second the gap with 21 minutes to go. Fastest first sector of the entire race goes to Rob Huff on this lap. Catching watching is one thing, getting by is quite another. They'll both want the plaudits, they'll both want the win, they'll both want the watch. Watching behind, goes wider there, looks for a different line through that corner. Looking to see what he can do about putting Nick Manassian under pressure. Manassian is a wily old fox. Deep into the hairpin, Huffy. Rear end of the car, squirreling away, looking for grip. They come round the final 2 turns before the end of the lap, and Huff is very close indeed, and looking for a way up the inside here. They come into the final turn. Is he braver on the brakes? He's going up the inside. Manassian keeps the outside line, keeps the power down, but Huff has got the better run, and he's going to take the lead across the line here, is he? It's a drag race across the line. Blue GT40 from red GT40. Under 20 minutes to go. Under braking into turn 1. Is it this time for Rob Huff? This time he takes a position. This time he takes the lead. The better run through the corner might though have gone to Manassian. He attacks back, but there's no way back from that at this point. Rob Huff leads the 3-hour race. It was the fastest lap of the race required to put him into the position he needed to be in to take the lead. It's a 2:16.665. Rob Huff trying now to gap Nick Manassian. 22 seconds back, by the way, to Sean Lynn in 3rd place. This pair are not going to be caught on pace by Sean Lynn. Nick Manassian not giving this up, tucks in behind the new leader, the number 9 car in the 18, will not let this go away. Still waiting for confirmation as to what the penalty would be for Rob Huff for what we're told is not valid second pit stop, we'd presume, since they didn't pit the car. It's a time penalty, so it is now going to be about Rob Huff pulling away. Spitting blue flame from the rear of the car. These fabulous cars developed by Ford to take on the mitre Ferrari at Le Mans. Boy, did they do that. Became an automotive icon for GT40. So much so, Ford have revisited this formula multiple times in their recent history. Most recently with the Ford GT. Took the GTE Pro win at Le Mans. Decades after this car's success. It's another fastest lap of the race from Rob Huff for 2:16.102. Also the 2:16s though is Nick Manassian. He's hanging on in there. Rob Huff is pushing hard. Watching the order. Behind here, it is 4 GT40s, 1, 2, 3. Then the 2 in E-types. On pit lane comes the 6th place car though. That is going to hand a position to the Lotus Elan. So Duncan speaking to Andrew Haven earlier, that car moves up into 6th place. Great result for them at this stage. Under pressure from the number 88, Mr. Costin. That is a driver change at the end of the race. I think that is Jason Wright just about done. Gans climbs aboard the number 6 car. Huff beginning to draw away 10th by 10th from Nick Manassian. Still putting in purple sectors. barbaric run here from Rob Huff. Pulling away from the third place car of Sean Lynn. Still, though, in a podium position. That's around TR3 latest stopper on pit lane. 15 minutes to go now. Still, Nick Minassian hanging onto the coattails of the race leader. Across the line now, 1.6 seconds is the gap. It's 2 purple sectors from Hoff that time around, but it's not the fastest lap of the race this time around, but it is a lap that puts 9/10 of a second more on Nick Minassian. It's a 216.147. Plays a 217 dead. Also pushing hard, trying to make up ground. Phil Keane taking time after the 78 E-Type ahead, but I think that gap's too big to close. And the 78 car in trouble. The 4th place car in trouble. And rolling to a halt. That must be Andre Lotterer at the wheel of this car. Was running in a strong 4th place. Can he restart this car? Let's go down to Duncan. He's got Rory Butcher with him. Do they know anything about the woes of the 78 Dunk?
Rory knows absolutely nothing about what's going on track right now. Unfortunately, you just heard when I told you, let's focus on what we know. You had a fabulous stint and you enjoyed yourself out there.
Yeah, it was absolutely so much fun. Lovely circuit, amazing car, and it was great fun. We were in a really good position. I think we were P4 overall. Obviously, we were trying to fight for a podium, and apparently there's some issue out there. Duncan, what do you know?
I don't know too much. I just know that I think Graham Goodwin said the car's possibly stopped on track, but never a good time. Bad time to hear from a pit reporter. But was there any inclination that there was something wrong when you were in the car?
No, everything was fine. Managing brakes, and as you do with these cars, and everything was going really well. So
that's taking the wind out your sails. This was meant to be a completely different interview. This was a happy thing.
Need to go back to the team and see what's going on, I think.
Okay, Rory, I'll let you go. Thank you very much. So, timing's everything in this sport, Graham, and that was teed up to be a nice, happy interview.
Yeah. Well, we've just had another shot of the car. It is rolling very slowly towards you, Duncan. It's going to be with you very shortly, but it's very slow indeed. So Andre Lotterer has got the car rolling again, but it doesn't look to be under much, if any, power. It's crawling by me, and I don't think this car's got any power at all. I think that's just rolled down the hill. So dire luck for the number 78 crew. That has already cost 4th place, through into 4th place. I'd only just said it, hadn't I? That Phil Keane was not going to catch this car on pace. He didn't need to, unfortunately. It's some kind of reliability issue that's caught out the 78 crew. The 180 E-Type, Lee Mole and Phil Keane has powered through into 4th place. The lead, by the way, up to 2.5 seconds now. Rob Huff from Nick Minassian as the crew put their backs into getting this car back to its pit stall. What has gone wrong here for the E-Type? It's fuel. I think it's fuel. They're pushing it straight to the fuel bowser by the look of things. No, it's not. It's not. Our apologies. They've pushed it by Duncan. I thought he might well have been in their pit stall. A mark on the car. Andre Lotterer will have fed back to the team immediately what he was seeing. Fuel pressure, we're hearing from Duncan on pit lane. That is dire luck. It's not a fell fuel pump. It surely cannot be low on fuel. Meantime, 11 minutes to go. in there. 3.5 seconds clear now. Rob Huff and Nick Manassian with the number 78 Jaguar team. Jaguar E-Type team look to diagnose the problem, but their 4th place has gone. Duncan is right on site here, and we'll surely get the story as soon as we can. Rob Huff is still pushing on, still in the 216s. 216.2 for the lead car, 217.0 for the second place car. The 9 car just putting a lap on the leaf green, number 6. Going pretty quickly right now. Let's pop down to speak to Haley, who's with Jean-Jacques Belli from the little Triumph TR3. Haley.
That's correct. I'm joined by Jean-Jacques Belli, driver of the Triumph TR3. That you've just confirmed to me that you've just sold. So this is its kind of goodbye song, if you will, to you.
Yeah.
Swan song, that's what I was looking for.
I speak in French.
You're going to make me translate, Jean-Jacques? Yeah, you're making me work. Go on then. Exceptionally, it's a fit.
Anyway, she's so nice and so charming. No. Et maintenant, je voudrais remercier quand même Frédéric Facien, qui nous a prêté cette merveilleuse auto, avec laquelle on termine largement dernier. Mais en fait, tout va bien. La voiture m'a très très bien marché. Puis je le remercie aussi pour ce merveilleux événement qu'il a créé et qui était un grand succès.
Ok, est-ce que moi je vais traduire? Bon, en fait, il remercie donc l'organisateur, oh gosh, in English. So he's just... Je suis fatiguée. No, I'm joking.
Moi, je suis sous le charme.
So he just said this basically. He is thanking Fred Bastien, who is of course the organizer of this fantastic golf historic, and it's of course because of him that he's come and taken part here. He's enjoyed every single minute driving in the Triumph TR3. He's going to be finishing unexpectedly, maybe in the last few. But, you know, it's good, and the passion was there, you enjoyed every minute, and that's the most important. So thank you very much, Jean-Jacques.
Je vous en prie, avec plaisir.
You're welcome, with pleasure. Thank you.
So back to the track action, still leading, it is the number 9 car, and pulling out a bigger advantage by the lap now. 2:17.9 to 2:20, less than around with a touch of traffic for Nick Manassian. It's 5.5 seconds the gap. So it has been punishing pace from Rob Huff. We have 7 minutes remaining. Sean Lynn now over 60 seconds back from the leader, just about 60 seconds back to the second place car. 4th place, the E-Type Jaguar. Also a change, by the way. Nigel Greensill going by the plucky little Lotus Elan for 5th place overall. This is Nick Manassian. Stout defence against the lead car. Let's go down for another interview at the other end of the grid. We saw the dramas for the number 78 car. Duncan has caught up with none other than Andre Lotterer. What's going on with the Jag?
I was talking with Rory, and the next thing we tell him his car breaks down. But Andre, from your point, you were in the car. What happened, and when did you notice it?
Yeah, unfortunately, something with the fuel pressure. Apparently, like a small joint. So, unfortunately, we had to retire the car. I just lost power and fuel pressure in the last sector. I managed to roll down the pit lane to hopefully fix it somehow, but it doesn't look like it. So, yeah, it's a shame. We're close to the end, and the car was running great, fantastic. My teammates were driving really well, so we were up for a potential podium. So, yeah, it's a shame, but it's motorsport.
You were doing a fabulous job. You were 4th overall ahead of a GT40, and there was possibility of maybe somebody not having a proper pit stop, but it's motorsport, isn't it? Great event though.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's all about having a good time here and about having fun, and yeah, thanks to the organizers to pulling off such a cool event, and yeah, thanks to William to let me drive my previous car that I used to own. I still love it, so it's really nice to be here. Yes.
Andre, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I said the best of both worlds had the finish where they should have done there. 4th place, that car was running before the fuel pressure incident took the E-Type out of the race. It is still an E-Type in 4th, but not the number 78 anymore. That is tumbling down the order. It's the 180 car of Lee Mole, and now Phil Keane aboard that car. Lap off the battle between the GT40s. Gap, by the way, coming down again to the leader. 2:20 last time around for Rob Huff in the last 5 minutes, and all of a sudden the pace is coming back to Nick Manassian. Or is that just a one-off traffic-related lap for Rob Huff? See the brake discs at the front of the car glowing red hot. Keep an eye on what's going on with the sector times here. About even Stevens at the moment between the two of them, spitting that blue flame out again from the rear of the car. Angry little beast, this GT40. A fabulous looking car this car is. Still now, 50 years after these cars were brand new, they still look fresh. They still look like a modern supercar. It's the definition of what a modern supercar looks like. The basic shape here. There's a little Lotus Elan at the other end of the performance scale. But what an effective little endurance car this has proved to be. 79 car holding 6th place and not losing much to the list of Coston ahead. Here is the race leader, about to put a lap on the Elan. Pulls back a little bit more time on Manassian this time, so stops the rot. Gap back up to 4.5 seconds. We've got under 3.5 minutes remaining. It's 2 laps until the end of this 3-hour race here under the lights at Dubai Autodrome to complete day 1 of racing in the Gulf Historic Dubai GP Revival, the 3rd annual event here, organised by Fred Fatien and his GPX events team. It's been a fabulous day of racing, ended in spectacular fashion by these 1950s and 1960s sports cars. More to come tomorrow. It's the one and only race from these cars. We've got the sports cars from the 80s and the noughties to come tomorrow, and the F1 cars from the 70s and the 80s. They've already given us spectacular entertainment today, and more to come on Sunday. Two minutes, 20 seconds to go. Through to complete the lap. Very shortly will be Rob Huff. Manassian is still hanging on in there, but he is losing a little bit of ground lap by lap to this car. Car coming through the hairpin, last couple of turns to complete the lap. Every single driver in this race that we've spoken to has said how much they feel this circuit, the Dubai Autodrome, suits these cars. They'll be back for sure, I'm sure. 90 seconds remaining on the clock, and through the car goes. With 90 seconds remaining, plus a lap, I believe. Gap up to 6.3 seconds. Now, the one remaining question is, we still have got on the screens the car, that the second pit stop for car number 9, this car, the leading car, was not valid. And we do not know what the penalty is going to be for that infringement. What does that mean? The cars have to complete 2 pit stops over a defined time, and it would appear that was not the case for the number 9 car in its second stop. Clock is ticked down. Final 20 seconds of time on the clock now. Huff looking unchallenged here on the track. What is the result going to say if there's a change, adjustment to time after this? Is it going to be the number 9 car? Is it going to be Nick Benazian and Carl Tilley in the 18 car? Fabulous sound of the big Ford V8. Be its penultimate lap of this 3-hour encounter. Without doubt, this event is emerging as the premier historic racing event in the Gulf region. Still a 24-hour race to come in January. 4-hour race in the Asian World Series to come. That's through. Final lap goes Rob Huff. What is the gap? Benazian crosses the line now. The gap is 10 seconds to 2:16.817 and 2:20.826. The pace of the chasing car fading. Rob Huff is pushing hard, trying to make up time here. Being told car 9 pit stop under investigation, so the not valid message being changed for under investigation. What are we going to hear post-race about this? So he's pushing on to anticipate whether or not there might be a time penalty and to secure the win. What drama awaits after the flag? Watching the winning car coming to the end of this 3-hour run. Great start from Rob Huff, which means got in and did the job he's there to do for this effort. Brought the car back in good order to put Huffy back in, and since then he's been explosive. Carl Tilley with a great start to the race. Nick Benazian has been very quick indeed since he got aboard the car. Into the hairpin for the final time. Two more corners to go before the checkered flag. Take that checkered flag across the line, will take the win for the number 9 crew. He emerges from the final turn now and will take the checkered flag to take the win over the line. Race has finished. We wait for Nick Benazian to cross the line. He'll do so in a couple of seconds' time. Where is Nick Benazian? Now he emerges. 15 seconds back, so Benazian losing a lot of pace in the last couple of laps there. Home they all come. It'll be a while before we see the third place car of Sean Lynn lose this race. Still battles out there, by the way. Michael Gans fighting back, trying to claw back 6th place. Nigel Greensall comes back ahead of chasing Lotus Elan, which is taken by Michael Gans almost in the last turn for 6th position. So 6th place changes hands in the final few metres of this race. We're waiting for 3rd and 4th place cars to come home. Rob off, waving to the Marshall's trackside. Salute. Car 9, time penalty, 1 lap, plus 1 minute and 41 seconds will be added to the final result. That will mean that our race winners will be the number 18 car of Carl Tilley and Nick Minassian. Screens before me are very clear. Phil Keane comes home to claim 4th place overall at the moment in the number 180 car. We'll wait and see the time and screens adjust. Up half across the line, the winner. Here comes Sean Lind to cross the line. I think they are going to end up 2nd place. So whilst with post-race drama at the flag here, Stewart's decision, 1 lap deducted from car number 9 and 1 minute 41 seconds added to the total time. So that will put the number 9 car down to 3rd place at least. That was because of a short pit stop.
Well, I mean, congratulations, Nicola. I know Kyle told me that he had to kind of kick you in for your last stint, and he told me to stay in there, and what a finish.
It's just incredible, you know. I think it's a team win.
Yeah, of course.
The mechanic gave me a great car. Kyle drove like a king. He was actually always faster than me, you know, so the strategy ended up that I was finishing the race. But I just kind of got a heat stroke. You know, I thought, God, what's going on with me? You know, I might be a bit old now, you know. So I really hang on to that. I could hang on to Rob, but then I made a mistake, and then after. But we are here, we won.
Absolutely. We saw them throwing water on you in the car to cool you down. Well, you made it to the end. Congratulations, Nico Minassian, for winning here in the 60.
One word, fantastic event. Thank you for organizing something like this. Well done to everyone involved to produce something like this, because it's so much fun for a team. Thank you, Era Motorsport. Thank you, Kyle Tilley. Thank you, everyone.
And thank you to drivers like you. Just a quick word from Kyle for the live. Sorry, I'll be back in a second, Kyle. What a result. Fantastic result for you and Nick. Made the top, and you're victorious here today, Gulf Historic.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say. No, Nick did a great job. Boys in the workshop, obviously a big thank you to them for the preparation. And yeah, P1. The first thing it's won, so not a bad one to win.
No, lucky shoes worked, Kyle. The lucky shoes worked. Well, enjoy this win and have a great evening. Now we're going to watch the highlights of what has been a fantastic day here at Gulf Historic. Take a look.
To the podium now. To the top of the podium come Carl Tilley and Nick Minassian.
Of course, they wear the official Rebellion cap, as you can see. And they will also receive the sunglasses at 9 o'clock. Of course, that's Gulf Historic Dubai GP Revival. That's rock and roll way of life. You need the sunglasses, whatever the minute and hour of the day or night. Beautiful sunglasses for 6 drivers on this podium. And now the trophy will be presented for the first position. Look at yourselves, gentlemen. You look really good with these sunglasses. Thank you to our hostesses. And for the first position, the trophy, the winning trophy, will be presented by Faisal Al-Salhawi, General Manager of the Dubai Autodrome. This guy is welcoming us at one of the most famous circuits, not only in the Middle East, but in the whole wide world. Thank you, Faisal. Loyal to this organization every year, so for the 3rd time this year. So the trophy for the second finishers is going to be presented to us by Jérémy Loisel for Connecting to Gulf, another of our partners in this meeting. Thank you, Jérémy. And he's also a racing driver. He did Monaco, Formula One Historic Grand Prix, Jérémy. Of course, he raced here in Dubai. So this is the trophy for the second place team Thank you very much, Jeremy Loisel, for connecting to golf. And for the third position, we also have a trophy for this driver in third position, of course, and it will be awarded by Rita Meshdi for RM Sotheby's. What a partnership again for Golf Historic with RM Sotheby's, and thank you very much, Rita Meshdi, and congratulations to Lee Moll and Phil Keane receiving this trophy after a wonderful race, a beautiful race, a great strategy, driving their Jaguar E-Type, a 1963 racer. Congratulations, of course, for these drivers receiving their trophies. On there, looking really good. Yes, they're looking so good. Thanks to you. Thank you to our audience for being here. And thank you for these drivers. And now we will have a sparkling show. The sparkling moment. Some have... and the watches, of course. At the end, of course, the watches. And of course, our winners are also awarded a wonderful Rebellion watch, a very special one. And this will be awarded by our friend Motaz Abouhile of Parc Fermé, another of our partners. Thank you very much. And only for the winners, and the others will be very jealous.
So that's it from the Dubai Autodrome for today. We're back at 9:30 tomorrow for day 2 of track action for the Golf Historic Dubai GP Revival. Thank you so much indeed for joining us trackside and online. From Duncan Vincent, from Hayley Edmonds and from me, Graham Goodwin, we've enjoyed the day. We'll be back for more tomorrow. Thanks so much. We'll see you then.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Golf Historic Dubai GP Revival. We're on the grid here. Duncan Vincent bringing you live action with Hayley Edmonds and Graham Goodwin. Now we're on track for the Formula 1 70s Onwards event, and we have already got an issue with our man in pole position. Yes, yesterday's winner Stuart Hall has a problem. He came round and got out the car straight away and said to the mechanics, terrible vibration, it's going to rattle the fillings out of me. So they have done a bit of change on the front. They think the wheels were not balanced properly, so they've taken the wheels off this car and changed it with some spares that they had in the garage. Stuart not with us just now on the grid, but a man who is with us on the grid is in second place. It's Martin Stretton. Martin Stretton yesterday was a very busy man running cars, and he also had a race himself. So let me just tap Martin on the shoulder here. Sorry to interrupt. Martin Stretton, yesterday we saw a very strange, I have to say uncharacteristic manoeuvre from you. We don't see you spin normally, but sorry to remind you, a small off.
Yeah, it's a little unusual for me to spin, even if I say so myself, and I think it's the first time I've spun this car in a race ever. We didn't have the car we had in qualifying. Qualifying the car was really, really good. Unfortunately in the race it was very tail happy, and I made the best of it, and I had a great race because I had a good comeback, which was fun. Today we've tried something and it'll be good or bad.
Now Stuart Hall arrives to the grid with a problem. He's got a bad vibration from the car, so there's a little bit of concern over there. That kind of puts the ball in your court.
Listen, he's a great guy, and a lucky win is not quite the same as a battle, so I hope it's okay. And there's some other very good guys, and Mike Cantillon's going to come charging through. His potential is to win the race. He's got probably the fastest car here, so it's going to be a good race.
I just love Martin Stretton. He's such a nice guy. Now, just round here, actually, we've got a little bit of celebrity in the grid, if we can, quickly. We'll just very quickly grab a word with a certain Mr. Marino Franchitti, and Tony Wood's here as well. Marino, what brings you to the Gulf Historic Dubai GP Revival?
Well, it just so happens that me and my family are on holiday here for a week, just getting some sun. My friend Joe Twyman told me that this race was on, so we decided for a little busman's holiday, come here and watch on the Sunday, and I'm really happy I did, because it's fantastic. Such a wonderful event.
You're a lover of old cars, especially things with DFV engines. It's just the sound, the smell, everything.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago I got to demo Mario Andretti's Lotus 79 that he won the championship with in 1978, and for me, getting back in a DFV, it's one of those rare cars where the engine sounds as good in as it does outside. I'm just really excited to watch this grid go racing today.
Marino, thank you very much for your time. Haley has caught up with Jake Hill.
Breaking news. Sorry, we're just having a little gossip on the grid. Jake, firstly, last night you drove in the Lotus Elan. We're just discussing that actually. Now you're jumping into a Formula 170s car, just like yesterday. But you just told me it was the first time you're driving not only a Formula 1 car, but a single-seater yesterday.
Yeah, I've never raced a single seater in my life, so it's a privilege to do it in a 1973 Enzyme at this awesome event here at the Gulf Classic. So yeah, enjoying it thoroughly. You know, it's great fun, and we got a really good result out of the car. We finished 5th yesterday, and it was a really good fight for that 5th place position. So yeah, incredibly enjoyable.
Tell me what it's like to drive this, because it's a very exposed car compared to what you're used to driving.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was the bit that took me a little while to get my head round. Just the fact you're so open to the elements, and when you're fighting with other cars, you know, it's a little bit different. You can't barge into someone's door like sometimes we do in British touring cars. But you know, it's a wonderful piece to drive. It moves around a little bit. It's very powerful, and look at it. How cool is that?
And I bet you can't wait to jump in and drive it, can you?
I can't, no. It's going to be a real shame stepping out of it at the end of this race, but hopefully we have a good run, you know, make it to the end again, and yeah, see how we get on. I mean, we're starting 4th, which is incredibly good for how old the car is, yeah. So we just got to, you know, keep our head down and have a clean run and see where we end up.
Have a great race, Jake. Thank you.
Max Werner in the Hesketh, the very incredibly cool James Hunt Hesketh. Max, for yourself, a good starting position in the grid. You're excited for the race?
I'm more than excited. It's amazing to be here, having the privilege to be driving this car, which James drove 50 years ago, and being here in Dubai and racing a historic Formula 1 car. How could it get any better? And the problem is we don't have ground effect. Most of the cars in front do, which makes it quite tricky to go further up. But it's quite hot, and the race is 30 minutes nearly, so maybe we've got some luck, but most important just to have fun, and great event, well organized. It's a huge end of season party.
How have you prepared for the race? Have you taken on a lot of fluids, had some nice lunch to get yourself physically ready?
Not too much lunch, because then it slowly goes up, but drinking a lot. You lose a lot of water here. Because it gets extremely hot under the helmet. Yeah, and usually do sports and be prepared. But still, the last 2 laps, you start to struggle a bit. But that's part of the fun.
Enjoy the race, enjoy this beautiful car. Thank you very much, Max Werner. Ian Simmons' car is back here now. I did try and promote a little bit of a chat with Ian in the number 3 Tyrrell, but Ian's unfortunately not with us just now. Ian, in fact, he's just coming back towards us just now. So let's have a little chat with Ian, because the Tyrrell, a couple of Tyrrells that we have on the grid. But Ian, for you, getting ready to go for this race, just having a moment against the wall, just taking a little rest.
Trying to stay out of everyone's way, as I'd hope to do on the track. There's some big stars out there, and it's pretty warm out here, so and most of them look extremely fit. So yeah, no, just trying to stay in the cool.
Ian, it's like a Grand Prix. It feels like a Grand Prix we're in the middle of here. The grid is so busy, the atmosphere is electric. It's great, isn't it?
Well, it is, but it must be a mistake that I'm here.
You're not doing yourself any justice there.
No, I'm chuffed to bits to be here. It's fantastic, and really looking forward to it.
OK, listen, best luck for the race. Let's hand back to Haley. She's got Maximiliano Girardo.
What a fantastic Italian accent you have there, Duncan. I'm very impressed. In fact, I'm with the man with the most Italian name, Italian car, Italian sponsors, Italian race suit. But you're not actually born in Italy, are you?
I'm not actually born in Italy, but I have to say my roots are Italian. I feel Italian. I can't get any more Italian than this.
I feel cheated. So tell us a story about how you ended up in this Formula 170s car, because it's the first time you've driven a Formula 1 car yesterday.
Yeah, it's the first time I drove a Formula 1 car. It's the first time I've raced a Formula 1 car. I did tell a friend of mine that I was going to come and drive a Formula 1 car in Dubai, and he said, are you mad? And I was like, well, I got to have a shot at it. I'm going to give it a shot. So it's been very exciting, I've got to say. Really exciting.
So what's the plan for the race today? You said you wanted to bring it home in one piece because you had a small spin yesterday. Is that right?
So glad that everyone knows about my spin. Yeah, so I was racing away yesterday and I thought, right, I'm going to get the hang of this. I can do this. I'm going to overtake the guy in front of me. And just as I thought that, I was facing the wrong way and I spun and I stalled. So this today, definitely want to get to the end of the race. I got to finish my first Formula One race, right?
Absolutely. And here in Dubai, what a better place to do it. We'll have a great race, Max. Thank you very much. And Duncan is with Nick Manassian.
Sorry, but Nick Manassian, he was just posing for a photograph because that's what superstars do. When Marino Franchitti wants a picture, Nick gives him it. But first of all, Nick Manassian, yesterday, very difficult, physically demanding race at night. How are you?
I'm good now. I'm good. Honestly, it was hard. I don't know, when you get the heat, you start gasping for air, and the last 4 laps were tough. But it was all worth it. A good win, sharing with it's great camaraderie in this event that Fred has put together with JPX, and camaraderie is there, and you win the race, it's just topping it up. It was fantastic. Yeah.
Tell us about this car, the Brook Bond Oxo sponsorship, the famous name of Rob Walker, who was in Formula One with the early era of Formula One. What's it like to drive this beautiful car?
He's wild, huh? He's wilder than I thought. It's like you taking Formula Ford and you put a big engine on it. It's like really wild, but it's fun. It's incredible to see all the respect you get more and more when you drive those cars with those guys who race this in period, because they are really really tricky to drive. Lots to do with the gear stick, quite physical, and it's not very safe sometimes. So yeah, you think they were very big men to do that. Yeah.
Nick, best of luck for the race.
Thank you.
Let's sound back to the car directly behind us, the ATS, and Julian Andlauer has got the lovely Hayley Edmonds.
Has got the lovely Hayley Edmonds. It's more in the other sense. I'm sure Julian doesn't really care that I'm here. He's more interested in jumping in this car and starting the race. So, yesterday didn't go as expected, did it, Julian?
It was lovely. Honestly, the first few laps I enjoyed it so much. I picked up a couple of positions, fighting with some guys. It was amazing, just the feeling driving those cars. And unfortunately, it's really easy for those cars to be on the limit and just have little issues. So I started to have a bit of issues, so I preferred to just pit and preserve it for today to be able to race today and have fun. So let's see what today is going to be for me. But I'm looking forward to fight some more with those guys and see if I can finish the race.
So as a professional driver, how do you approach a race like this in a historic car?
Like this is just really smooth. Honestly, you don't need to force anything about the car, about yourself. You just need to enjoy the moment and the atmosphere. So yeah, let's say you just need to do everything step by step, to control every movement you do on the car, because if you do something wrong just a little bit, it can have big consequences on the car, on yourself. So yeah, you just go with the flow, let's say.
Is it anything, as someone who's used to driving contemporary modern cars, that you learn from driving these kind of historic cars?
Taking care of the cars. Definitely, because our cars is what I was saying yesterday. For example, 24 hours of Le Mans is going to be a sprint race of 24 hours, so you for sure try to avoid the big curves, etc., but otherwise you just push for it, because those cars are made to be pushed on the limit.
Absolutely. We'll have a great race, Julian. Thank you very much. And back to you, Graham.
Well, what a grid. 15 stellar cars from the 1972 to 1985 period. In fact, the oldest and the youngest of these cars are together on row 5. We've just spoken to Max Girardeau in the youngest, the Minardi, from 1985, and we've spoken to Nicholas Manassian in the oldest, the Surtees, from 1972. It has been a weekend of really spectacular sights and sounds. We're going to get a lot of that for the 25 minutes plus 1 lap race that is to come with these beautiful Formula One cars, a mix of gentleman drivers and pro drivers amongst them here. Race yesterday won by Stewie Hall in that Rothmans backed March 821, the 1982 car. It's been some weekend, and part of that weekend is been what's been called the Raw Minute. Now that's raw as in R-O-A-R. Why? Watch and listen.
just a fabulous sight and sound more than anything of the roar in the paddock. And we catch up with another fabulous person. It's Thierry Boutsen, unfortunately not in a race suit, not in a race car today.
No, I would love to be in the race, but unfortunately yesterday I had a mechanical problem with the engine. I was lying third, and then it started to lose power, and then it blew up when I was behind the pace car. Driving very slowly behind the pace car, it just went bang. So impossible to change, to repair. So I'm here walking, unfortunately. But I said good luck to everybody, and then see what happens during the race.
And you're now just enjoying the event because it's such a fabulous event to be at.
It's an event like Formula One should be like this. All racing should be like this. It's such a nice atmosphere. We are not competitors. We are all friends here, having a good time, enjoying it, and public is enjoying it too. So, I think to do more and more and more. I mean, I would love to do it every year. You know.
Thierry, I'm sorry you're not in a car, but it's great to have you here anyway. Let's hand upstairs to our commentator for the race. It's the great Graham Goodwin.
Oh, I don't know about the great. I'm certainly Graham Goodwin, and great to hear from the very great Thierry Boutsen, 3-time Formula One Grand Prix winner in the Williams team back in the day, and sad that he's not going to be on the grid amongst these 15 cars. Grid is beginning to clear. We can get this race moving. Good to see plenty of people here in the grandstands, and particularly good to see plenty of families here at the Dubai Autodrome. Welcome to the Gulf Historic Dubai GP Revival, the third annual edition of this, run by Fred Fatiat and his team at GP Extreme, based here at the Autodrome. And it is a growing community of the motorsport industry that is gathering here at this much improved facility, and that is drawing attention worldwide. It's a busy period of time in this region for motorsports. Tricky now to find a spare date on any of the circuits in the UAE or the countries just beyond, and we're delighted that they've found the slot for this historic event. Stewie Hall, happy to say, is back aboard the number 18 car after that vibration problem he reported on the run to the grid. Is that just a chink in the armour for Stewie? Joined me in the commentary booth for yesterday's 3-hour race with the 1960s sports cars. Happy to say he's as good on a microphone as he is in a race car. The Fittipaldi, number 20. That car sitting in 13th place, pedalled yesterday by Ollie Webb, but this time by Victor Jabouille. And Victor, the son of the late great Jean-Pierre Jabouille, one of 3 Benetton liveried Tyrrells. They sit second for the 44 car here. We heard earlier from Martin Stretton. He's in the Tyrrell 012 with 2 of those cars. Second one is Ian Simmons, also heard from him in 8th position. And the prior model, the 011, the 99 car, here it is, in the hands of Jamie Constable. A very quick gentleman driver indeed. Let's wait and see how well he can get moving with this one. That's the surviving Arrows A3, the number 30 car. Jordan Grogart knows his way around this circuit. Long time driver for the equally locally based Dragon Racing. And then we have a look at the number 9 car. That's his Joe Twyman at the very back of the grid. We've got March Formula One cars at the front and at the back. These 2 cars separated by just 8 years. And when you see these cars on the formation lap, the number 18 and the number 9, just look at how far the technology of Formula One went in that short period of time. Amazing progress. That is what motorsport is all about. Coming up with a problem and finding the solution fast. And some of those solutions will be built in to the cars that many of you have driven here today. A problem for Michael Cantillon. What's going on with the number 7 car? Does that just need to be repositioned? Looks like just repositioned, so that's good news. Our engine's beginning to fire up. So 25 minutes plus a further racing lap for this grid. Stewie Hall it is on pole position in the 1982 March 821, the 18 car, alongside Martin Stretton in the 44 car, the first of the Benetton liveried Tyrrells. The 012 from 1983, Jordan Grogart, the 30 car Arrows A3 from 1980. Jake Hill, fantastic stuff yesterday from Jake. 4th on this grid, and a 1973 Ensign N173. Michael Cantillon, just seen that car being repositioned on this grid in the Williams FW07C from 1981. Stunning car. Alongside him on row 3, Max Werner in the Hesketh 308C from 1975. Ian Simmons, second of the Tyrrell 12s from 1983. He's at 8th on the grid, behind Yutaka Tariba in the beautiful Wolf Williams FW05 from 1976. Third 2 from Nick Manassian. He's 9th in the number 11 car. That's the Surtees, the TS9B from 1972, alongside Max Girardeau in his 29. Minardi M185B, that's the youngest car on the grid from 1985. 38 years young. Julien Andlauer also joined me in the booth last night, and Julien in the ATS HS1 from 1978. Jamie Constable's number 99 Tyrrell, the 011 from 1983. And Victor Jabouille, the 20 Fittipaldi F8 from 1980, as the leading car pulls away. And the final 2 cars on the grid, it's the 24 from James Hagan, the second Hesketh, the 3081 from 1973, and then Joe Twyman in his spotless March 741 from 1974. Fingers in the ears as they get away. It's going to get loud, it's going to stay loud for about the next half an hour. Welcome to the sights and the sounds and the smells of Formula One from decades ago. Glorious sights, glorious sounds of these fabulous single-seater cars. The pinnacle of technology when they were racing. Youngest these cars just under 40 years old, the oldest 50 years old. Here is Stewie Hall, followed through by Martin Stretton. Just the formation lap at the moment, of course. Jordan Grogor, Jake Hill, top 4 cars in this order. Over this period, you can see the very different shapes of the cars. A lot more understanding garnered about aerodynamics. Big downforce from the newer cars, which means that the older cars, including Jake Hill's 4th placed Ensign, will struggle at certain parts of this circuit against the much newer cars. Close your eyes and listen, and it's 1980 all over again. Wide range of cars, as well as the ages, the makes here from March, from Tyrrell, Arrows, Ensign, Williams, Hesketh, Surtees, Minardi, ATS, Fittipaldi. The only surviving make, of course, Williams, still in the Formula One paddock to this day. Many of these others either departed the field or were swallowed up in changes of hands of a variety of Formula One teams down through the ages. Now under the control of the leading car. BMW will pull into the pits, release the field, at which point Stewie Hall will control the pace of the field until the lights go out, and then it will be full noise. Around the hairpin they come. If you're sitting watching the Apex Guard, a chance to see them up close and personal. With the BMW heading towards pit lane. Comes down now to Stewie Hall to control the field. Who is going to get the best run to turn 1? Ready on the trigger, ready with the fingers in the ears. It's going to get loud, and it's going to get loud now. Stewie Hall gets the power in. They go 4, 5 wide as they come down the main straight. Stewie Hall has not got the best of starts. He's in the middle of 5 car wide. It's Michael Cantillon from the inside, gets into turn 1 and will take the lead from 5th place on the grid, but loses that place to Martin Stretton coming through from 2nd place. So Cantillon with a stellar start, but not the optimal line through turn 1. That gives Martin Stretton the opportunity to get through. He leads to the Tyrrell from Cantillon the Williams, from Stewie Hall in the March. behind there are several positional changes as well. So just a bit of a stutter from Stewie Hall, and all of a sudden the top 3 rows were all around him, and most of them alongside him. It was 5 wide coming into turn 1. They did very, very well indeed to get through that. Jake Hill hanging on to 4th place here. The British touring car star Michael Cantillon goes through briefly, but he goes wide. Back through goes Martin Stretton, almost allows Stewie Hall through as well, and this time Stewie Hall on the inside, he takes 2nd place. So yesterday's race winner recovers 2nd place as Michael Cantillon just stumbles through that turn. Martin Stretton getting away a little here. Cantillon still looking for a way by Stewie Hall. Stewie making that march, a very wide car indeed. It's already pretty wide. Through turn 14 and down now towards the final 2 turns of the circuit, and they'll come slingshotting by. It will be Martin Stretton in the lead from Stewie Hall, with Michael Cantillon right on the rear wing of the march. Krogar runs very wide on the exit of the final turn. Still Michael Cantillon goes up the inside, takes 2nd place from Stewie Hall. Cantillon having a good run here. Is that vibration causing a problem for Stuart Hall in the march? Dominant win yesterday, not quite the same today. Stretton 0.8 of a second up as they cross the line from Michael Cantillon, but as they cross the line and under braking into turn 1, the Williams driver Michael Cantillon is through into 2nd place. Now Stewie Hall attacking again. This is all working well for Martin Stretton. He's beginning to get away. Jake Hill still in 4th. Wide this time from the 2nd of the Tyrrells. That will be Ian Simmons. Jordan Grogor working hard to fend off the intentions of the Tyrrell driver in the Gold Arrows. Behind there, Max Werner hanging on in there in the first of the 2 Heskeths. Goes way wide, and that's allowed Stewie Hall to run up the inside, and I think he will take 2nd place there. They're side by side for 2nd place. Hall has to give best to Cantillon in the Williams. Both of them closing in on Martin Stretton, this time up the inside into the hairpin, and this time Stewie Hall is back through into 2nd place, and now in close contention with the Tyrrell leading this race. Great race at this stage. Coming down into the final couple of turns, Stretton from Stewie Hall and Michael Cantillon, quicker than I can say it. Across the line, it was 0.8 of a second last time, it's less than that now, it's 0.1 of a second, and Stewie Hall going up the inside. Is he going to take the lead here? Here comes Michael Cantillon too, he's going up the inside of Hall. Michael Cantillon, what a move from 3rd to 1st, but he's going to run wide, is he? Not wide enough. Stewie Hall takes the lead over the line, but he's then taken under braking into turn 1. Epic stuff for Michael Cantillon. Stewie Hall going with him. Into the pits comes the number 11, Yipmadazian in the Surtees, and then Stewie Hall through turn 4, up the inside of the Williams again. And he's 3 changes to the lead in 4 corners. So Hall leads from Cantillon, from Martin Stretton. Still Jake Hill hanging on with these 3 much more modern cars. Epic stuff from the young Brit. Stewie Hall is not safe. We have got wave yellows, and that is because Max Girardo, I think, has made an impact with the wall. Minardi out of the race and looked to be down on the right hand side. Safety car is on the circuit, so this field will get that message from the flag marshals. What an epic start to this race. Absolutely stellar stuff from all these 3 drivers in the lead of the race. Martin Stretton dropping back to the pair at the moment, but that's not a problem for the moment at least. Safety car is on the circuit and things will calm down somewhat. Max Girardeau is behind the wall and seems absolutely fine. Trouble though for the Surtees. Safety car ports are out. The BMW safety car is on circuit. It passes the scene of Max Girardeau's accident now. Stewie Hall, Michael Cantillon, Martin Stretton respond to that. Bring down the speed. Allow recovery of the Minardi. We've got these cars behind the safety car. We'll give you an idea of the order. Running order. You can see Duncan Vincent there, ready to find out just exactly what's going on. Shakes the head at the Surtees pit. So behind the safety car is Stewie Hall in this race after an epic first couple of laps here that saw the three leading positions change corner after corner. All clean as a whistle, but exciting stuff. Brilliant stuff from Michael Cantillon to take the lead, and Stewie Hall just bedded back in, found space up the inside to retake it. The March leads from Michael Cantillon's Williams, then Martin Stretton's Tyrrell, Jake Hill trouble-free and going very quickly indeed in fourth place in the 1973 Ensign. Jordan Grogo and Jamie Constable have been having an epic battle as well. The Arrows and the Tyrrell, they're 5th and 6th behind the safety car. Max Werner in the first of the two Hesketh cars in this race is running in 7th. As our intervention team are now with the Minardi. Then it's Julian Andlauer in the bright yellow ATS HS1 running in 8th. Yutaka Tariba, the black Wolf Williams FW05, the privately run Williams from Wolf Racing. Third of the Benetton livery Tyrrells rounds out the top 10 with Ian Simmons. James Hagan has got the second Hesketh up to 11th. Joe Twyman, I'm just looking to see where Joe has got to. Joe has not completed the lap yet, so moment scored in 12th with Victor Jabouille in the Fittipaldi. In 13th, Max Girardeau we've seen in trouble, as has Nick Manassian. Nick on pit lane, Max sadly in the wall. So not too much damage for the Minardi. Storied team, the minnow of Formula One for so many years. But take a look when you get a moment at the history of the Minardi team and look at some of the names that came through the doors there and were given their first opportunities in Formula One. The field now under the control of the safety car. Just looking to see, the Fittipaldi is there, goes by Joe Twyman's car. So Nick Manassian at the pit exit and will rejoin with this queue, but it looks to me as if Joe Twyman may have stopped out there somewhere. So Nick Manassian joins the queue. As the Minardi gets a lift. Literally. Here is the little Surtees. The Brook Bond Tea sponsorship. Could there be anything more English? Surtees, of course, came from the team named for its owner and ex-world champion John Surtees. The clock is still running, under 15 minutes now, and with a little bit of luck, just looking now, right now, it's car 9 is still in the fight, its transponder's not working. So we'll keep an eye out as to just exactly where he is. Yes, you can see there is damage there to the corner of the car. hopefully that car can be fixed and be back in action for next season. Amazing group of engineers globally that look after these fabulous historic cars. If they haven't got the bit, you can be sure they'll make the bit. I'm correctly, massively proud of the standards of preparation of these cars up and down this grid. If you are around and in the paddock later, do have a chat, not just with the drivers, but also with the mechanics, the engineers. So many stories to tell about these cars in period, about their adventures in historic racing. Some real characters, as you can see. Just a little while until that Minardi can be put on the flatbed and moved to a place of safety. And then race control will certainly get this back to green flag racing. We're going to see more of the dramas that we've already seen in this race. Stewie Hall starting from pole position, being relieved of that position into turn 1. Cancel on it was. Martin Stretton then got away. Not to be pulling away, but second breath from Stewie Hall and Michael Cantillon. Maybe a minor error from Martin Stretton. Boy, did we get a 3-car battle. Behind them, Jake Hill hanging on in. All about speed and consistency from the young Brit. I think he realises he doesn't have the pace in that 1973 Ensign to do wheel-to-wheel battle here, but he'll certainly gladly pick up any spoils that might come his way if there are problems for any of them ahead of him. He's got to keep behind him the close-knit pair of Jordan Grogor and Jamie Constable. The Arrows and the Tyrrell having their own private battle, and that's been one to watch as well. Glorious sound, just not quite as high revving behind this safety car. Lights are still on. If you're new to motorsport, watch for when the safety light cars go out. That will mean one of two things: the lights are broken, tends not to mean that, or the safety car is about to let the field go back to green flag running. Moment. There's just glory in the sight of these things. It is a veritable timeline. There is Joe Twyman, so certainly is still in the running and actually up to 11th place in the 1974 March, the number 9 car. So again, just running down the order. Safety car is coming in on this lap. Stewie Hall from Michael Cantillon, Martin Stretton, Jake Hill, Jordan Grogor and Jamie Constable, March, Williams, Tyrrell, Ensign, Arrows and a second Tyrrell. Engine notes are beginning to get a little more angry. Stewie Hall allows the safety car the room, he controls the field, he'll get the power in now, and away we'll go again for another 10.5 minutes plus a lap. Michael Cantillon right there with him though. He's got a bit of a gap to Martin Stretton. The two leading cars come through. Stewie Hall with a bit of a gap. We've seen that before. Michael Cantillon is able to close the gap to him. To the inside, the second the Tyrrells. Jamie Constable looking up the inside, round the outside for Michael Cantillon. He takes the lead again in turn 1. But has he drifted wide? No, he hasn't this time. Stewie Hall has to lift off. Cantillon is through and away. With Stewie Hall under pressure at the moment from Martin Stretton. Jake Hill has gone with them this time. Another stellar move from Michael Cantillon, this beautiful Williams FW07. We're hearing yesterday's race. To get hold of this car, Michael had to promise Sir Frank Williams, the late great Sir Frank, that he would always race it. He's kept his word. Stewie Hall back with the programme in the wheel tracks of the Williams now. Williams does seem at the moment to be quick enough. Stewie Hall though harassing at every turn, just looking to force the error, looking to make Michael Cantillon take a line that's not the preferred line, to open up some opportunity. The next straight or the next turn, here they come again. Down towards the hairpin. This time Michael Cantillon has got a small advantage. Stewie Hall maybe taking a breather, under 9 minutes to go now. Goes to the inside again, he likes that line. It's worked for him before, it hasn't worked this time, but it has put the march back almost onto the gearbox of the Williams. Cantillon though looks to have a straight line speed here. Certainly seems to be far more confident on the brakes with that Williams than Stewie Hall's able to be in his car. Jake Hill now under pressure from the second the Tyrrells in the background. The Arrows has fallen back a couple of places. Jake Hill in fourth under pressure from Jamie Constable. Fastest lap of the race goes to Michael Cantillon. It's a 1:55.716 in the 1981 Williams. Stewie Hall crosses the line under a second back. Jake Hill has a good start to the next lap. Just edges away a little for the far more modern Tyrrell for the moment. Say to keep an eye on Jamie Constable in this race, and that's proven to be the case. This lead three though are beginning to gap. The ensign takes a look into his right hand mirror and see that Jamie Constable is close, but not quite close enough to be an immediate threat. Look at the difference in the size of the front tyres of these cars. Another change as the regulations, the rules behind Formula One matured. The teams learned about the mechanical grip, they learned about time management, they learned about the aerodynamics, which includes the aerodynamics of the rubber. Another very quick lap from Michael Cantillon. Two purple sectors means the two fastest sectors so far in this race. The Williams, he is pulling away from Stuart Hall. Team enjoying the sights and sounds themselves. They wait for their charges to come back around. Cantillon crosses the line, it is another fastest lap of the race, into the 54s now. So almost back but not quite, the gap up to 1.3 seconds from Stuart Hall. Martin Stretton follows through in third, under 2 seconds back. Then we look 4 seconds further back for the battle for fourth position. Jake Hill still fending off Jamie Constable. Max Verner still in sixth. Taka Tariba in seventh. Ian Simmons eighth. James Hagan in ninth. Jordan Grogos dropped back now to 10th place. The arrow seems to be fading. Developing, so I think was Joe Twynham making progress. He's passed Victor Jabouin in the Fittipaldi. He's going very well indeed. 14 of our 15 starters still running. Just Max Girardeau. A bit of a whoopsie for the Minardi to put that car out to the race. Michael Cantillon leads, but we're taken at the moment by this battle for fourth with Jake Hill in his 1973 Ensign N173, battling a car 10 years younger in the hands of Jamie Constable. Jake Hill, the multiple British touring car race winner. First weekend ever in a single-seater car, and it's a Formula One car. And he's been spectacular all weekend, self-assured and very, very quick. There goes Michael Cantillon on his latest lap. Again extends the lead just by a couple of tenths, but they're beginning to drop. Martin Stretton in third. Jake Hill is beginning to gap Jamie Constable just just a little. We've got 4.5 minutes left, plus that extra lap. All the dramas might come here. Stewie Hall got anything left to give here. Letting Michael Cantillon get away. Gap is edging out, although say that, Stewie Hall takes half a second off him in the first sector. So it's going to be under a second again at this stage of this lap. Stewie Hall coming back at the Williams in the latter stage of this race. 25 minutes plus a lap. Williams flaming on the overrun. Nazian Surtees running in 13th place. Almost even through sector 2. Coming to the last few turns of this lap. What's the gap going to be with under 3 minutes to go? It should be 3 laps at this point. 1.55 seconds it was last time. It come down to 1.2, so the march is coming back at the Williams. Meanwhile, beginning to fall back a little towards Jake Hill. He does seem to have the measure of Jamie Constable at this stage. Big lock up there for the Hesketh. Chasing down Jordan Grogor, James Hagan, the Hesketh through 8-1. Cantillon is holding Stewie Hall here. There's no more impact being made on that lead. James Hagan passing Jordan Grogor there. This is Grogor going back by. Gold arrows in the evocative colours, the white with the blue and red stripes of Hesketh Racing. Team that brought James Hunt into Formula 1. A minute left on the clock. This lap and 2 more. There's just a couple of corners left in this lap as they come back round and complete the lap. What is the gap going to be this time around? 1.2 seconds last time. What is it this time? It's 1.1. And that came courtesy of the fastest third sector of the race for Stuart Hall. Can he do more? Martin Stretton now 10 seconds back from this pair. As they come through, Jake Hill seems to have broken the spirits of Jamie Constable. Seems in a comfortable 4th place now. Cantillon seems to have this covered. He's able to match his pace. The car chasing him down. There is inroads being made, and there's smoke from the rear of the other Hesketh. Quite a lot of smoke at that, coming from the left rear corner. Dropping oil. Seems coming from inboard of the tyres. Let's hope that's not dropping fluid, because that could be very bad news for the remainder of the field. Still just edging closer, but not close enough, Stewie Hall. Cut time has expired, so when they cross the line, there'll be one more lap. Number 2 car of Max Verner holding 6th, but clearly smoking. Much closer this time from Stewie Hall. And now it's 0.6 of a second as they start the final lap. Has he got something to bring here? Might we see a daredevil finish from Stewie Hall, trying to lock out the win double here this afternoon? Into and through turn 1 is the Williams strong point. See him take the lead twice there. Stewie Hall closed up in the final sector. Jake Hill crosses the line. A strong 4th place at the moment. Jamie Constable now dropping a little bit further back from the 1973 ensign. And this looks like trouble for Ian Simmons in the 3rd of the Tyrrells. Crosses the line in 8th, but there appears to be no power. That car may be in real trouble. Closing still, but is he closing quickly enough? I'm not sure he is. Michael Cantillon, he is much closer though. This is going to be nose to tail stuff. They're in the 2nd sector of this final lap. Can Stewie Hall catch him? More to the point, can he pass him? Jamie Constable coming back now at Jake Hill. This final lap of the race. What looked like it was done. Has Jake Hill got a problem? We wait now for the 2 leading cars. Looks to me as if Michael Cantillon has got enough in hand here. He's coming round the final turn. We'll head to the line with Stewie Hall in very close contention, but it's Michael Cantillon that takes the victory in the Formula 1 70s Blues by half a second. The number 7 Williams FW07 from Stewie Hall, yesterday's winner in the March 821. We'll wait to see who comes through the 3rd. It should be, and is, Martin Stratton. What about 4th? What's been a cracking battle between Jake Hill and Jamie Constable, side by side, but it will be the ensign that takes it. Takes it by 0.07 of a second. Epic stuff from both these drivers. 6th place battle between Max Verner and Yutaka Taripa. Looks to me like Verner's got this in the Hesketh from the Wolf Williams. It has indeed. So Cantillon from Hall, Martin Stratton will complete the podium. Jake Hill fends off at the line. Jamie Constable for 4th. Max Verner and Yutaka Taripa 6th and 7th. Jordan Grogor makes it 8th. James Hagan 9th in the 2nd of the 2 Heskeths in this race. Ian Simmons, we saw, was in trouble at the very end of that race, and I'm not sure has made it round. Michael Cantillon though raced hard for that. There were 2 or 3 moves of real courage, not least being the inside man as they went 5 wide. Also across the road, the line, Nick Manassian. So Ian Simmons, Joe Twyman crosses the line. He, I believe, will finish this race in 10th position. Scored as it being Victor Jabouis. Joe Twyman indeed in 10th position. Then Victor Jabouis will come home in 11th position, so the march ahead of the Fittipaldi. Ian Simmons has stopped out on the circuit. Nick Manassian has finished the race, is currently scored in 13th. That may be readjusted. There is the overall result by half a second. It is this man, Michael Cantillon, runs under the Irish flag. Michael takes the victory from Stewie Hall. What a race they put on for us today. So Williams comes home as the winner from the March. Then the 1983 Tyrrell of Martin Stretner faded towards the end of that race. He was in that fight for much of the first half, and a cracking battle of the fourth between Jake Hill and Jamie Constable. And it was Jake Hill that took that fourth place across the line by less than a tenth of a second. Troubles for a number of our runners. Ian Simmons, Tyrrell in trouble right at the end of the race. Julian Anlauer also in woes, but Max Girardo causing the safety car with a minor shunt in his Minardi. Michael Cantillon gets the plaudits of the pit crew and the applause for the grandstand. Stewie Hall makes his way back to his pit garage. Stewie is a top pro driver. He'll be disappointed with not winning that, but he would have enjoyed that race thoroughly. Well, that was a very good historic Formula One race. Fought with spirit for the top positions. Well done, this young man. Jake Hill in the 1973 Ensign. Numerous cars with a decade of development on that car, and he kept it in fourth place from lights to flag. Cracking run. Jordan Grogor, the number 30 Arrows. That car just faded in the middle of the race, but then seemed to gather pace again. He'd bring that car home in 8th place. As we watch those cars heading towards the podium, one of our sponsor demo laps is coming, and it is the glorious Rebellion R13. A near contemporary LMP1 car that has raced in the current hypercar class. The Rebellion R18 as an Alpine up until last season. This team from Switzerland, or Swiss flagged, but operated variously by Bart Hayden's team in the UK and by Orica in the south of France. The most successful privateer team ever at Le Mans. Scored podium finishes overall. This LMP1 car powered by a 4.5 litre Gibson normally aspirated V8 engine, and that's a spin. This is Alex Pesci from Rebellion Watches going out in his baby. We'll call that an attempted donut, Alex. Now, has he stalled the car, and can he restart the car? Stone cold tyres, I'm sure, on the Rebellion. We'll go back here to a delighted Michael Cantillon. Let's go down to Duncan, who once Mike has finished embracing his team members will surely be talking to us. Here's the bit of a whoopsie from Alex Pesci. But he'll get that car underway again, and you can appreciate its lines. Tricky things to drive, these race cars. I say that from bitter and lengthy experience of being terrible in race cars. Back underway he gets. We'll shortly be joining Duncan with Michael Cantillon. Let's hear from the race winner.
Race winner from the most epic Formula One race that we have seen here this weekend. Fabulous stuff from Michael Cantillon. Michael, you did exactly what Sir Frank Williams asked you to do. You drove the car, you raced the car, you won.
We did, yeah. I'm over the moon. Can I first... Is this mic on? Can I first say a huge thank you to Front Row Racing, Jay and Alistair and all the team. They gave me the most amazing car to go racing with. They really did, all weekend. What a win. I mean, to beat Stewart is a very, very special. I mean, the pressure he put me under was incredible. And everyone drove so cleanly out there. You know, you saw all the battles. I think the lead swapped 4 or 5 times, maybe. No contact. No, really fantastic professional racing. It's a credit to Fred and all the organisation that we're all here. And what a time we're having. Couldn't be better.
Some big power moves from you out there, round outside at turn 1 a couple of times. Great to watch.
Yeah, it was a bit hairy inside in the cockpit. I thought, oh, am I going to get this done? But yeah, we got it done. I mean, this car is exceptional. You know, it won the World Championship, and that's for a reason.
Congratulations, you're a winner of the 70s Plus Grand Prix here at Dubai. Michael Cantillon, what a drive, Graham.
It was indeed a spectacular race and a great drive. We keep watching the Rebellion R13 lapping here at Dubai Autodrome, but just reflecting on that Formula One race that you've all seen. If that was your first ever taste of Formula One, trust me, you saw a cracker. Great stuff from a number of the leading drivers there. Michael Cantillon clearly utterly delighted, not just to take the win, but to take the win against a driver of the quality of Stewie Hall, a WEC, a World Endurance Champion in years past in GT machinery, and Stewie has got lots of experience in historic Formula One too. Well, let's go back and have a look at just how good the race that was. We're ready to show you the highlights of a great race too for the Formula One 70s Plus. Ready with the fingers in the ears. It's going to get loud, and it's going to get loud now. Stewie Hall gets the power in. They go 4, 5 wide. They come down the main straight. Stewie Hall has not got the best of starts. He's in the middle of 5 car wide. It's Michael Cantillon from the inside, gets into turn 1 and will take the lead from 5th place on the grid, but loses that place to Martin Stratton coming through from 2nd place. So Cantillon with a stellar start, but not the optimal line through turn 1. That gives Martin Stratton the opportunity to get through. He leads in the Tyrrell from Cantillon the Williams, from Stewie Hall in the March. And behind there are several positional changes as well. Just a bit of a stutter from Stewie Hall, and all of a sudden the top 3 rows were all around him, and most of them alongside him. It was 5 wide coming into turn 1. They did very, very well indeed to get through that. Jake Hill hanging on to 4th place here. The British Touring Car start. Michael Cantillon goes through briefly, he goes wide, back through turn 14 and down now towards the final 2 turns of the circuit, and they'll come slingshotting by. It will be Martin Stratton in the lead from Stewie Hall, with Michael Cantillon right under the rear wing of the March. Way wide, and that's allowed Stewie Hall to run up the inside, and I think he will take 2nd place there. They're side by side for 2nd place. Hall has to give best to Cantillon in the Williams. Both of them closing in on Martin Stratton, this time up the inside into the hairpin, and this time Stewie Hall is back through to 2nd place, and now in close contention with the Tyrrell leading this race. Great race at this stage. Coming down into the final couple of turns, Stratton from Stewie Hall and Michael Cantillon, quicker than I can say it. Across the line, it was 8/10 of a second last time, it's less than that now, it's 0.1 of a second, and Stewie Hall going up the inside. Is he going to take the lead here? Here comes Michael Cantillon too, he's going up the inside of Hall. Michael Cantillon, what a move from 3rd to 1st, but he's going to run wide, is he? Not wide enough. Stewie Hall takes the lead over the line, but he's then taken under braking into turn 1. Epic stuff for Michael Cantillon. Stewie Hall going with him. Stewie Hall is not safe. We have got wave yellows, and that is because Max Girardo, I think, has made an impact with the wall. Minardi out of the race and looked to be down on the right-hand side. Safety car is on the circuit, and things will calm down somewhat. Max Girardo is behind the wall and seems absolutely fine. The room, he controls the field, he'll get the power in now, and away we'll go again for another 10.5 minutes plus a lap. Michael Cantillon right there with him though. He's got a bit of a gap to Martin Stratton. The 2 leading cars come through. Stewie Hall with a bit of a gap. We've seen that before. Michael Cantillon is able to close the gap to him. To the inside, the second the Tyrrells. Jimmy Constable looking up the inside, round the outside for Michael Cantillon. He takes the lead again in turn 1, but has he drifted wide? No, he hasn't this time. Stewie Hall has to lift off. Cantillon is through and away. With Stewie Hall under pressure at the moment from Martin Stratton. Jake Hill has gone with them this time. Another stellar move from Michael Cantillon. This beautiful beautiful Williams FW07. We're hearing yesterday's race. To get hold of this car, Michael had to promise Frank Williams, the late great Sir Frank, that he would always race it. He's kept his word. His first weekend ever in a single-seater car, and it's a Formula One car. Quite a lot of smoke at that, coming from the left rear corner. Is that dropping oil? Closing still, but is he closing quickly enough? I'm not sure he is. Michael Cantillon, he is much closer though. This is going to be nose to tail stuff. We wait now for the two leading cars. Looks to me as if Michael Cantillon has got enough in hand here. He's coming round the final turn. We'll head to the line with Stewie Hall in very close contention, but it's Michael Cantillon that takes the victory in the Formula One 70s Plus by half a second. The number 7 Williams FW07 from Stewie Hall, yesterday's winner of the March 821. We'll wait to see who comes through the third. It should be, and is, Martin Stratton. What about fourth? What's been a cracking battle between Jake Hill and Jamie Constable, side by side, but it will be the ensign that takes it. Takes it by 0.07 of a second. Epic stuff from both these drivers. Fred Fatien there, watching on as we get to the podium celebrations for this fabulous 70s Plus race. Michael Cantillon on the top step, Stewie Hall in the Rothmans overalls, sporting the Mansell tash. Martin Stretton in third place. So Persol sunglasses being awarded to the 3 podium finishers. Of course, trophies next. Martin Stretton, yeah, slight struggle there.
And the trophy for the first position for the winner of the second race of the Formula One 70s Plus. This trophy will come to Michael Cantillon.
Michael Cantillon gets the
and this trophy
fabulous
is presented
trophy
by Alex, the founder of R Evolution. Thank you very much, Alex, for joining us here.
Big result for Michael Cantillon.
Presenting the trophy for the winner. The second place trophy presented by James McSweeney. For cars, thanks to James, we got plenty of cars this weekend at Dubai Autodrome. Thanks, James. Presenting the trophy for the second place finisher, Stuart Hall. Congratulations, Stuart. And the third place trophy will be awarded by Mark Fashidi, founder of King Caviar, my favorite. Congratulations, and thank you, Mark, for joining us for this podium ceremony and awarding a well-deserved third place trophy for Martin Stretton. Hold your trophies, drivers. Show it to your audience. As high as you are proud. And we're proud for you. We're proud of you. Look at these 3 very talented drivers driving a Formula One car with 500 horsepower with a 3-liter Ford Cosworth DFV. That's so good. So now, this is going to be the champagne explosion. Please proceed. Oh, that's fantastic. So if you are wet enough now, you're going to receive the very special edition of a Rebellion timepiece called 21.
So as the Rebellion watch is handed to the race winner Michael Cantillon, the Rebellion R13 still lapping here at Dubai Autodrome. You can hear that in the background.
Fantastic. And as ABBA used to sing, the winner takes it all. and you're listening to Tom Tom Club. Quite like this one. Thank you very much, gentlemen. This was a very joyful podium ceremony. Thanks to you, Martin. Thanks to you, Michael. And thanks to you, Stuart.
So fabulous stuff from the Formula One cars of the 70s and 80s.
I'm joined here by Stuart Hall. Stuart, you finished second here, first yesterday. So firstly, congratulations. Thank you for picking up my pen. What a gentleman. It was such a close race. You came second by 0.56 of a second. How did it go for you?
Not good enough. We came second, but you know that's the way it goes sometimes. It's the first time we run the car, so I'm mighty proud of the boys. We know exactly how to make it quicker. I think that's quite obvious on the telly. Just we need a few more ponies in the back of it, I think. So I think we've got a really good car to move forward, and again, always a privilege to be here. It stings a bit coming second, but it's just a privilege to be here, be with all the guys, and it's a wonderful weekend, and the family's here as well, so it makes it even more special.
Stuart, you finished first yesterday, so a fantastic result. 2 podiums already, and of course, I mean, from a spectator's point of view, it was fantastic racing, watching those Formula One cars from the 70s driving around the track here in Dubai. How was it for you?
It's great fun, Mike needs no introduction in historic Formula One. He's a champion. Martin, and then some of the quick boys also behind, Jordan, Jake, Ollie Webb, guys like that, so it's been a great field, it's been a good challenge. We'll be back next year.
Thank you very much, Stuart. Cheers, Matt.
Yes, Stuart Hall, he's ever the pro driver, and was delighted to be joined by him in the booth for the 60s race last night. He's a pro driver. He finds it very difficult to come second. They all do. But he's had one heck of a weekend with that new to the team, March 821. They'll be back and they'll find those ponies, and we'll get more of that amazing racing in a variety of historic racing events around the planet.
And is this trophy going in your room or your
And I think that is Hall Jr. It is. Let's go back down to Haley, and Haley is sprinted away from Stuart Hall and has gone shopping again, I think. Well, she'll be shopping soon. She's probably finding the purse and finding whichever the pieces of plastic has got the flexibility left. Stewie there, that's his main prize. He gets to spend the rest of this weekend with his lovely family. Great to see them. First time in a couple of years for me. But again, Stewie and Michael reflecting on the high quality of this event. A massive step forward for the Dubai GP revival this year. Let's now go down to Haley in the sponsor village.
I'm joined here by Peter Wallman, Chairman EMEA and UK of RM Sotheby's. Now, Peter, maybe just to start, can you tell us why it's important for RM Sotheby's to be here at the event?
Oh, this is a wonderful burgeoning event. We've supported historic motor racing around the world for a number of years. We used to be sponsors of the Historic Grand Prix Cars Association, and to be here watching this event flourish, it's now in its third year. Massive international audience, both of racers, and I think we're expecting a great crowd over the weekend. It's just a fun place to meet new people, and we're here to make friends. And if you can do it in this environment with these cars, then what better place to come and enjoy yourself?
Absolutely. Maybe you can tell us about the Dubai car culture, because it's renowned for being this kind of hub of supercar and classic cars here. Why is it important as well to be here for you, RM Sotheby?
Well, I started coming here at the beginning of last year. In fact, it was the company lawyer who moved here, and he said to me, when you must have a look at Dubai. So I thought I'd make a trip over and explored a few events. We learned about Flat 12, we learned about the Flat 12 picnic in Safa Park, the Icons of Porsche event, of course the Golf Historic Grand Prix, which we quickly decided we wanted to be a partner of, the Mille Miglia, there's just, and the various car clubs, supercar clubs, Arabian Gazelles. We just did a bit of research, met some people, and immediately felt good about it. And when you come here, there's just a real positivity. There's a can-do attitude. Maybe it's because of the sun, maybe it's because of the beauty of the place, the great restaurants, I don't know, the beaches, and that combination of that work-life, work and pleasure balance that you can get in Dubai. But for us, I think there's a bit of a misconception. You have the big supercar dealerships, you have a lot of, there are a lot of cars here, there's a great car culture, but what I also believe, the people here, the locals, attend events all around the world. We meet them all around the world, so it's nice to come here and do something here domestically. And it's not just Dubai, the entire region we hope to show our faces in.
And of course, a very exciting year for you here in Dubai next year, because there'll be an inaugural auction on the 9th of March.
Yeah, that's right. We actually thought about doing an auction this year. We felt it was too soon. We've just had an auction, and in fact we have an auction in New York now. We've just sold a 250 GTO at a Sotheby's auction in New York as well. We've had an auction in Munich, in London. So November's a busy time of year for us. So we figured we didn't want to wait until next November. Let's plant a seed, hold a boutique sale. We're collaborating with Sotheby's, who has an office here on the ground. We're now very much part of the Sotheby's luxury division worldwide. So that gives us access to different clients, different products, and there's a lot more crossover now between various luxury categories, whether that's watches, handbags, jewellery, and cars. They combine, and I think we want to plug into that. But most importantly, we decided we want people on the ground who have local knowledge, local relationships, and we want to make friends.
And what I think is fantastic is you're a team that are passionate about classic cars. You've even got Augustin, who's taking part here this weekend.
That's right. Gus is a passionate racer. He's head of sales for the UK EMEA. Duccio Lopresto, this is one of the many cars the family own. Wonderful Alfa Romeo. Rita and I have just done the Mille Miglia, hoping to do a few laps here as well. So, yeah, the company, RM Sotheby's, has actually won Pebble Beach numerous times with its restorations, and that's in North America. And I think we want to get the message across that at the core of this business is enthusiasm, is passion, a love of motor cars, a love of the social life that goes with it, and hopefully we can make a successful business model out of it as well.
Peter, as someone who's passionate about classic cars, is there any specific car that you're excited about seeing this weekend?
Well, I'm a child of the late 60s, so seeing these historic Formula One cars from the 70s performing on the track, the DFV V8s, Fred Fatian, the organiser of the event, he's made a really exciting announcement in the partnership with Masters, an organisation that runs historic Formula One meetings around the world, but he's also been very smart in bringing a different category of cars, the pre-66 sports cars, so that brings a different audience, and I just think it will grow and grow and grow. And it's such a welcoming, hospitable environment, smiles on people's faces.
Absolutely, and just finally, what I think is great about this event is it attracts not only local people, but also passionate people from all around the world. Everyone's really kind of bringing everyone together from all continents as well, and I guess that's the beauty of the event, like here in Dubai.
I think it starts with the beauty of the Middle East and Dubai specifically the number of expats who've set up here. They're successful in business, but they're successful in raising their families and enjoying life. It seems to offer something for everybody. We want to be part of it. We are growing in the number of contacts and friends we've made. But as I say, it's so important for us to have a team on the ground that we can work with, and also that helps them to plug into our international audience. So rather than picking up the phone to somebody in London or in New York, they can have somebody on the ground here and speak to them, meet them, and learn about what we're doing around the world. So it's a two-way street in that respect.
Just very finally, you recently sold one of Lewis Hamilton's F1 cars in Las Vegas.
That's right. I mean, Formula One cars of the modern era seem to have a real interest at the moment and appeal, and I think the reason for that is you can watch Lewis Hamilton race in that car. We sold a Michael Schumacher Ferrari as well for over $15 million. Lewis Hamilton's car was over $18 million. There seems to be, we sold the Uhlenhaut as well for Mercedes-Benz. There's a bit of a battle going on at the moment for the prize of who owns the most expensive Mercedes or Ferrari, which we're quite happy to help and assist with. But the fact is, you know, I think collecting has changed a little bit, and I think that's what's going to appeal to the younger audience here. We've got to future-proof our business. We've got to think about who the buyers are of tomorrow. And when you can have something that you can go on YouTube, see Lewis Hamilton at the wheel of that car, for a younger person, that's something they can share very easily with their friends. And you see it with things like Michael Jordan sneakers. You can watch him playing in an NBA game wearing those sneakers that you've now got in a cabinet in your yacht. So.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for your time, Peter, and enjoy this weekend.
Thanks very much.
And we now catch up with a proper legend, a man who is one of the key events here at this event. It's Stefan Johansson. It's fabulous to finally meet you. You've been so busy with your artwork and driving cars. First of all, how are you?
I'm doing great, thanks. It's a fantastic event here, and it's it's a beautiful weekend. Pleasure to be here.
We saw you on track with the Leighton House. Unfortunately, a few mechanical issues have crept in, but you did get a couple of laps.
Yeah, well, couple is exactly the key word. Yeah, it didn't last long, unfortunately. We had some various gearbox issues with the car, and it actually gave up the ghost in the last session, so I didn't end up doing the last one here, but it was good. It's still a good experience, just to be here and be around all these fabulous cars.
Does it bring back a lot of memories for you when you look around that Formula One paddock there, all the cars where you think, oh, I raced against that, I remember that?
Of course, yeah, it's amazing, I mean, cars, but also people. I mean, it's funny, like just now, I was there picking up my helmet and my suits and everything, and the Ferrari that Alain Prost drove yesterday is parked next to me, and there's my old mechanic from 1985 and 86, literally, and it's like, wow. It was pretty emotional.
What was it like to be a Ferrari driver, to be in the heart of the Scuderia? The Tifosi loved you. What was that part of your career like?
It's amazing. I mean, it's every driver's dream to drive the red cars, of course. Always was and always will be. I think it's something very magical with this team that really no other team can ever repeat, I don't think. No matter how many world championships they win, how many races they win, Ferrari is totally unique in that respect.
And you're not just a talented man behind the wheel, as we all know. You're very talented when it comes to a brush and artwork. Tell us how that all evolved.
Well, it's a kind of a strange circumstance. I was sort of interested in art, but never even thought about doing it myself when I grew up and I was younger. And when I started making some money in racing, I started collecting a few pieces here and there on my travels and so on, But in '86, so I developed a really close friendship with Elio De Angelis, who's one of my colleagues at the time. And when he had his accident, when he got killed in testing at Paul Ricard, I was there trying to help him get out of the car and everything. And it was a pretty traumatic experience for me, And for whatever reason, I really don't know why, but something made me go and buy some canvas and some paint, and I wanted to do something in his memory. And it was like a bolt of lightning hit me, I mean, instantly then realized, well, this is something I really, really love doing, and I've done it ever since, basically.
I've seen some of your work. It really is sensational. So behind the wheel or behind the paintbrush, Stefan Johansson, a talented man. It's been fabulous catching up with you. I've got to say, for me, it's a bit of a tick on the list because very much one of my heroes. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, let's hand back to Graham Goodwin.
Yeah, Duncan bailing out, I'm afraid, of the question he should have been asking, which I'll share with the viewing audience, which is, as a wee lad, Duncan Vincent did ask his mum whether or not he could be renamed as Stefan Johansson. True story. The Rebellion coming back into the pit area, the paddock area. It's R13. It's Pesci at the wheel. 2 overall podium finishes for these cars in the hands of Rebellion Racing at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. 3rd place in 2018 and a 2nd place overall in 2020. Amongst the drivers that have graced the driving seat here, not just Alex Pesci this afternoon, but André Lotterer, who's been racing here this weekend. Another world champion, Neil Jarni, drove these cars. Bruno Senna, now Peugeot hypercar driver Gus Menezes, also amongst the drivers that has been part of the Rebellion story. Louis Delatraz and his father Jean Denis is here and driving this weekend. Louis Delatraz starting his top class career. Romain Dumas, another world champion, all as drivers for the Rebellion Racing squad. We miss them and we wish they were back in full song in the FI World Endurance Championship, but now in Rally Raid, of course. We're back, by the way, to track action with the demonstrator cars from the 1990s. There's Thierry Boutsen aboard the car, I think I've been told. That is Thierry Boutsen's helmet, so Sophia Flörsch has handed over this car to Thierry Boutsen. So if you're here trackside, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the very last Brabham Formula 1 cars in the hands of a man who won 3 Formula 1 Grand Prix for the Williams Renault team back in the day. Meantime, for our viewing audience, let's take a look back at some of the highlights from the earlier era sports car racing that we're about to see. These are the highlights of the 1980s, the Group C cars that are out racing this morning here at Dubai Autodrome.
Hello and welcome to the Gulf Historic Dubai GP revival for yet another day of spectacular classic and historic car racing. As you can see, we're on the grid getting ready for the very first race of the day, one of the most exciting periods in motorsport history, Le Mans 80s and 90s cars. We'll be going backstage, we'll be in the pit lane, we'll be in the grid, we'll be everywhere, even in the villages here today at the Dubai Autodrome. So stay with us today on YouTube. Now I'm very, very well accompanied here today with Graham Goodwin in the comms. How's it going, Graham?
Morning, Hayley, and morning everybody around the world watching on the live stream. Morning particularly at Dubai Autodrome. Beautiful morning here in the United Arab Emirates, and we do indeed have plenty of spectacular racing to come today. This grid of 1980s and 1990s Group C and lastly Group 6 sports cars, the kind of cars that would have been racing at the Le Mans 24 Hours and around the world in the early 80s through to the early 1990s. And after that, we've got Formula 1 demonstrations of cars for the 1990s. I think Duncan Vincent is prowling.
Yes, thank you very much, Graham Goodwin. You're very correct. It is the pink car on pole position, the original Spice Girl car. You could see the car driven by Lynn St James, Cathy Muller and Desiree Wilson. But this weekend, driven by Mark and Matthias Devis. And pole position, great way to start the day under slightly cooler conditions than we had yesterday, Mark. So first of all, did you have a good night?
Well, not really, because my stomach played up a bit. So didn't have a great night, but it should be good. Good enough. Should be good enough. So Matthias is taking the start, so I can watch it first a bit.
Okay, this car obviously a fast car in its day. It needs to be looked after in the race in this kind of heat that you will encounter throughout the long race. What's the plan of attack? When will you guys pit? And is it maximum attack for Matthias, who's on the pit wall with the team just now?
Yeah, he'll, knowing him, he will go. When the lights go green, he will go for it. And it's 40 minutes plus 1 lap. So after 20 minutes, driver change, and then I don't want him to give me a lot of work. So I'd like him to be done, by the time I take over. Make it nice and easy for me. But we're going for a win. That's the objective. So we'll see.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Fresh tire, so that helps.
The very best of luck on this one. Let's head back to Haley, who's got Jeremy Lucille.
Yes, that's right. Driver of this fantastic Ferrari Spice. Now, for start, you're with your car on the grid, unlike yesterday, which is a very stressful start for you. Tell us what happened.
No, it was a little mechanical failure with the tank and the fuel, but at the end we thought we were going to retire the car, and the super mechanics, they made it happen, and I started from the pit, the paddock, but everything went well at the end.
Yeah, right, Jeremy. And all was taken into account. You did a fantastic job bringing the car in 4th place. How did the race go for you?
No, the race was super. I mean, this event is so much pleasure and so much fun, and the track was great. I'm a gentleman driver, so I'm trying to do my best, but it's super fun.
And you did a great job. Let's hope you have a great race today as well. Have a great time, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Onto the podium, Bernard Van Orange and Arthur Mathieu. These guys finished in 3rd place yesterday. A really good run towards a successful podium. Hopefully the same today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the car was great, so hopefully we can do the same as yesterday. I think the 2 ones in front there are too fast, so if we can do it third again, I would be really happy.
And Arthur, for you, a hot day yesterday. Whenever we spoke, it seemed to be baking hot sunshine. A lot of fluid taken on yesterday.
Yeah, today we will try to make the same. We just now I'm not starting the race, so at least it will be even more warm in the car, I think. But he got trouble with the tires yesterday because I used them too much. So today, new tires and new adventure to make a new podium.
I like that, Arthur. Arthur, a little bit greedy on the tyre usage yesterday. We're going to have a quick word with Valentin Simoni now, who's in the number 70 Mazda. Now, a very early example of the rotary Mazda engine is Valentin just about to run away from me. He's a very difficult man to track down. He's always on the move. We tried to make this happen yesterday and it didn't, but you're not starting the race. Looking forward to getting in for the second stint.
Yeah, Mathieu just came from the FIA press giving ceremony, so just arrived to drive the car. I hope he will enjoy the race, and then I go in the car and enjoy again, like yesterday.
What's it like to drive this rotary-engined Mazda?
It's very noisy in the car. You have to put some ear plug. If not, you cannot drive. But no, it's not the fastest on the straight, but very nice to drive.
The very best of luck today. I'm going to get a very quick word, possibly with Nick Padmore, who's just about to get into the Lancia Martini Ferrari. This car is in period form. Nothing has been changed since the last year it was raced. He's actually getting strapped into the car just now, so we're possibly blessed just step back from that, actually. This car took pole position at Kyalami. It has got an 850 horsepower engine in the back of it. The funny thing that Nick has said to me quite a few times, it goes from effectively being your little daily driver, maybe a 1 litre Ford Fiesta, to an 850 brake horsepower monster in the flick of a switch. He's promised me he will lead by lap 1, turn 1, but Graham Goodwin, it's going to be a difficult race for him because it's still geared for Le Mans.
Yes, thanks very much for that. And if that name of Mathieu Baumel is familiar to you, it's not a surprise really. He is a championship winning and Dakar raid winning Rally Raid co-driver. Has won the Dakar 4 times and the FI World Cup for cross-country rallies 4 times as well. Keeping it on the timing screens. And we wait. Lights are still red. Now they go out. And now we go. It's a good start from the Spice. Looking for the inside line into turn 1, but it's a better start for the Porsche. Is Gerard Lopez going to be able to go around the outside? He has done so, and he's done so with ease. Porsche through into the lead of the race into turn 1, but no, Matthias round the outside and will retake the lead. So the better line was slightly to the outside here. The Belgian dad and lad combo. His lad starts today, son of the father, and he hairs off into the lead ahead of yesterday's race winner. Little Cougar sticking with the programme there. There they go. Spice from Porsche, Cougar, the Argo Mazda, the Spice Ferrari. V8 engine in the back of that. Then the 2 Rondos, with the older blue Rondo ahead of the somewhat newer 1983 white car. So it's a Storming start from Matthias Devis. He's gapping this Porsche very early on here. We did hear from his father Mark yesterday that once they heard there was a Rebellion watch on offer for the winners, they want that, so they put new tyres on the car for this morning's race. And so far that plan is working. Key now is to look after the car, look after the tyres, look after the gear shift, look after the package. As whilst reliability was coming in this era of sports car racing, this is still 1980s and 1990s tech. Very much more analogue than the race cars we're used to seeing nowadays. Still a glorious thing. Round the final turn and to complete the first lap comes through Matthias Devis. Car roars by. What is the gap to the Porsche 962? The answer is it's 5 seconds on a single lap. So a mighty opening lap, having lost the lead into turn 1 to the Porsche, retaking it immediately and then herring off into the distance. Through in third place comes the little Cougar, further 7 seconds back, with mirrors full of the Rondo M382 that's made big progress here. There's also battles at the back as the Lancia pits immediately after lap 1. So the 40 car in the hands of Matthias Devis leads the race from Gerard Lopez in the 45 Porsche, the 54 Courage Porsche. So Nick Padmore pits the car. Looks glorious there, Nick. We'd rather it looked even more glorious at speed, but the car has been troubled all weekend. 42 Rondo, the M382, sits 4th. Then the Mazda engine Argo, the second Rondo we can see here. Actually battling away and I think has gone by the Argo. And the Ferrari Spice tailing the field at the moment. This is the Rondo 482, driven in period by Henri Pescarolo, backed by Ford France at this stage. I think that may be all she wrote for the Mazda for the Lancia. What a shame. If you are here at Dubai Autodrome, there is the chance, of course, to go and have a close look at the car, to go and talk to the guys about this amazing piece of machinery. 3-car battle here for 5th place. Moment in the hands of the Rondo M482. Ford engined, Ford backed. Backing on the pit wall for the Spice Ferrari. Oh, trouble for the leader! So what has happened here to the number 40 car? Second sector, he's cleared it. He's trying to restart the car, but it's Gerard Lopez has come through in the lead of this race, and the Spice has stopped. Now leads the race by a mighty 14 seconds, and no sign yet as Rondo comes through in third. No sign yet of the Spice being able to restart. So what has happened there to the number 40 car? Gerard Lopez now untroubled in this glorious Porsche 962 from 1990, a car that finished third on the podium at Le Mans. Wait for news as to what has befallen Matthias Devis. He's somewhere in the final sector of this lap. He was slower than he should have been in the middle sector too, so maybe a problem striking. He's chosen to pull the car off the circuit. Wait and see what we hear from the team. Meantime, it is the Porsche 962 loping off now. Car, the M482. Let's go down briefly to Duncan, not to do the Spice but to do the Lancia. Duncan, what can you hear from Nick Padmore about the fate of the LC2?
Graham, sorry, a great shame. A quick nick normally on track, but unfortunately this weekend it's been quick nick into the pit lane, but there's no point breaking the little Lancia. What has gone wrong?
It's just on the grid it gets really choked up, so it was popping and banging on the grid. it's just like it's over fueling, really. I think I said that yesterday. But it like off the line, it was like first gear. I couldn't even I had the medic car behind me chasing me. It was on the back bumper. I was like, crikey, come on. So yeah, that's it. Unfortunately, but I can't knock it. I've done a few laps in the Group C car, which I've always wanted to do, and it is pretty special. It's martini. I mean, I might have to have a martini tonight just to get over it.
I think you deserve one. I think you deserve one. Catch you later on. Thank you very much, Nick.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Graham, back to yourself.
Great shame there for Nick Padmore, and anybody that's a fan of gorgeous Lancia Group C cars. The Martini sounds like a good idea. Safety car, by the way, has been scrambled for, we presume, recovery of the number 40 car. Still no news. There is the safety car, Gerard Lopez, that the car had contact with anything. We're back to green flag racing, meanwhile, with half an hour to go. Hopefully they can recover that car to the pit lane, the paddock, and rejoin, but it will not, I'm afraid, be in contention for the win. It looked to me as if they've lost a bit of pace in sector 2 and stopped in the final sector of the lap. And we've got Gerard Lopez trying to deal with somewhat closer attention of the little Cougar. Bernard Van Orange. So while we're watching these two cars on track, let's have a quick throw to Duncan, who I think is with the owner of one of the cars that very sadly didn't make the grid today, Duncan.
Yeah, thanks, Graham. We've got John Danby from John Danby Racing. Now, the car you can see behind us, we all know how great Toyota is in the World Endurance Championship right now, but this is where it all began, with this little car here, which is stunning. It really is. Unfortunately, John, a technical issue keeps it off track.
Sadly, yes. We had an engine problem in free practice. We don't carry a lot of spares for the car, so that's it for the weekend. The engine's quite fragile. It's a very highly strung engine. It's only a 2 litre with a big turbo, and it didn't make it through free practice.
Yeah, great shame, because that car was going to be fabulous to see on track. But you do have other cars you're running. I believe 8 cars in total you bring to this festival in Dubai.
Yeah, we have 8 cars in total. We have 3 in the Group C race, including the Toyota. With the Courage and the Rondo, which are racing currently. I've got 2 in the 90s demos, an Arrows and a Leighton House, and then a Minardi, an Enzyme, and the Fittipaldi in the 70s F1 race.
How much do you enjoy the Gulf Historic Dubai GP Revival as an event?
It's fantastic. It's the atmosphere is fantastic. The weather compared to home is fantastic. And Fred and his crew put on a wonderful event. It's just great fun to be here.
John, thank you very much. Somebody else that's fantastic. Graham Goodwin, back to yourself.
Oh, shucks. Yeah, you might say that. My family would disagree, and most of my friends, if we can call them friends. But there is the number 36 car. Sadly, we're not going to see that car on track. Was due to be campaigned by Andre Lotterer, who was mighty in the 60s race that went into darkness yesterday evening. Back on track though, Gerard Lopez is pulling away, not quite as quickly as he was in the first phase of this race. Across the line last time around to complete his lap 5, nearly 4 seconds to the good from the little Cougar. So this is the Porsche from the Cougar, from the 2 Rondos now. Third is the number 32 car. It's the blue Otis liveried M382 from 1982. Then it's the white and Ford liveried M482 from the following year, 1983. They're reasonably close together and being pressured now, the number 24 car, by the little Spice Ferrari for 5th place. It has gapped the Argo, the snarling, rasping rotary engine car. It's a good opportunity here to look at the little Cougar, the C28. There are the 2 Rondo, with the Spice Ferrari closing in on the second of them. It's Ford engined Rondo, late car from the Rondo concern that's 1979 took the overall race win at Le Mans, with an earlier car than both of these, an M379, became the first and so far only car to be raced and won at the 24 Hours of Le Mans by the man that built it, John Rondo. Sadly lost his life in a road accident some years later, but his legacy lives on with these wonderful machines in historic racing. Chance to look at the 2 Rondos, just separated by a single year You can see, big twitch by the way there for the 482. That will have helped with the Spice to get back on the terms. I think we're going to be looking here at the Ferrari engine Spice trying to take this position. 19 on the 24 for 4th place overall. Looks like that place is going to go the way the Spice does, with a neat and tidy move up the inside. We'll now start to chase the older of the two Rondos across the line as I speak. He's got a quick look. Gap 6 seconds. We'll keep an eye on that one. Looking at the two Rondos side by side, the lessons that we've been learned in this period of sports car racing about aerodynamics in particular are writ large. Look at the rear of this white number 24 car with the huge aero tunnels underneath the car, and then look at the car that was just a year earlier, how very different the aerodynamics of that car were. This car, no sign of that radical solution. Huge tunnels at the back there. They try to force this car through the air. So while we're just taking a look at this extraordinary rondo, let's drop back down to pit lane. Where who have you got with you, Hayley?
I've got Bernard van Orange Nassau, who's just jumped out the fantastic Cougar there. Now, if I'm not mistaken, it's the second time that you've driven that, because your initial car, the Spice, actually didn't get to take part yesterday because it had a mechanical.
No, our initial car didn't work, unfortunately. I mean, that's car sport. So I didn't drive at all at the track. So the first time was in this car yesterday in the race, so that's a new challenge, of course. But so today was my second time in the car, so could adjust a little bit with the information yesterday.
What's it like driving a Group C car that has so much history on this beautiful track here in Dubai?
Yeah, I mean, it's like if you were driving a piece of art. I mean, these are youth heroes for me. Every time if I look at the cars, I like that. Like even like that one standing there, it's like so beautiful. So it really feels very privileged and honored to be able to do this.
And maybe just a word on your co-driver, Arthur Mathieu. Have you got the chance to know each other? Because he's a young Porsche Carrera Cup driver.
Yes, well, I just met him yesterday, but a really, really cool guy, very relaxed, very nice to drive with him in the car.
And do you ever kind of take these opportunities to get any advice from these younger drivers? Because, you know, he's a professional young driver.
Of course, because I got into the car with so I asked all the braking points, the gears that he was doing. So definitely, he really helped me to get up to speed.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Ben.
And he's right, these things are rolling works of art, but not just rolling works of art, they're rolling works of art that go very, very quickly. You can see there number 24 car. Let's go for an interview with one of our other drivers.
Fresh from the FIA Gala as well, Matthew. Welcome to the lovely GP revival here in Dubai. How are you?
Thank you very much. So fresh, I will not say that because it was last day very difficult in Azerbaijan, in Baku, for the FIA press giving. I flew yesterday night, so I just arrived there. No training, nothing, just jumping in the car for the race, so it's never easy, but the car is good, the track is fantastic, and this GP historic here in Dubai is just amazing.
And slightly different from what you normally do, rally racing. You're in the desert, yes, but a very different car.
Yes, sure, so it's not common for me to be there in the track, as also I am a co-driver, but I like to drive also, so thank you to all the people who make this possible, especially Frédéric. And it's always noisy. It's always enjoyable to be here in Dubai, in the Dubai Autodrome. So yeah, what else?
Matthew, thank you very much. The Gulf Historic delivering again. Graham Goodwin, back to yourself.
Yeah, a proper champion there. Multiple champion in Rally Raid, as Duncan was mentioning, and back from collecting more silverware at the FI end of year gala, where world champions and international champions are honoured, correctly so. Gerard Lopez has just gone through into the lead of this race. He's 11 seconds clear of Arthur Mathieu in the chasing Cougar 28LM, and expecting it to be Jacques Lecomte that comes through in third place, waiting for that car to come by us. It's the 24 car, the slightly newer power. There goes the 382. Car 36 seconds back in third, but under pressure now from the Spice Ferrari again. It's once again providing the entertainment as the 482 Rondo rejoins this race. I think we'll do so clear of the little Argo Mazda. Waiting for that to complete its latest lap. This is Gerard Lopez in this 1990 Porsche. Turbocharged engine in this car, huge power, and for its time, massive reliability. For a decade and more, others tried to match this package and all too often fell short. An iconic racing car, the Porsche 962. Story started with the 956, its close sister, at the very start of the Group C era. Redesigned this car thoroughly back to front, particularly at the front with the driver's feet drawn behind the front axle. There was the change, the number 19 car ahead of the 42. So the Spice Ferrari pushing on here. It's taken position from the Rondo 382, my apologies. Keeping an eye on the pace at the front, and the answer is the gap is coming down. It's coming down quickly. It's a 2:06.140 for Arthur Mathieu, and he's closed the gap to our leader to just 7 seconds. Took 4 seconds out of that lead that time, so keep an eye on Gerard Lopez as to whether or not he's running to a conservative pace or maybe driving around a problem for that car. So it is the Porsche leading the race, the number 45 car, the black car with the Alpha branding. Then Arthur Mathieu is second in the Cougar 28LM, the President Cougar, and he's taking time out. I think we've got a problem here for Gerard Lopez. Let's quickly pop down back to pit lane as this drama starts to evolve.
Yeah, very sorry, Graham Goodwin, to interrupt, but we've got Greg Caton here from the lovely G-Cat racing team, and this car that you see in front of us is Spice. Now, Greg, we want to see cars on track, but unfortunately it doesn't always happen with these older Le Mans cars.
No, unfortunately we had a technical issue with the engine on Thursday in free practice, so unfortunately we weren't able to make qualifying, and it's a bit terminal with the engine, so there's nothing we can do about it. It's a great car, and unfortunately he was going very well. I think he was third quickest after free practice, after only a few laps. He said it was fantastic, and we probably would have stood a really good chance of getting a podium, but that's motor racing, especially with some of the older cars.
And the great thing about this event is, you know, yes, the car's not on track, people can't see it on track, but they can because it's an open paddock. Everything's available for the public here.
Oh yeah, it's been fantastic. There's been lots of families, young kids, they're climbing in and out of the car. We've obviously let them jump in and out of this one now. It's not being used for racing over this weekend, unfortunately. But yeah, no, it's really nice. Nice to see lots of people here, and the weather's always great, so it brings everyone out.
Greg, thank you very much. Graham Goodwin, back to yourself for the drama.
Yeah, well, we've had one change of position, and that's we'll talk about in a moment, but we look like we're closing in on another one, and it's for the lead, because crossing the line this time, it's another 5 seconds taken out of the advantage of Gerard Lopez by the little Cougar. And the Cougar now just 2 seconds behind. This is the other change of position, the number 70, the Argo, with the taped over headlamps on the little GTP lights car with the Mazda engine in the back, has gone by the number 24, the M482. This is our lead battle, though. I think we're getting to the stage where Gerard Lopez is struggling with an issue with this Porsche. Commentators curse, having spoken about the reliability of this package. Perhaps something's gone awry, and it looks to me as if the Cougar has got the legs on him here. It's not 2 seconds anymore, it's under a single second. Both Porsche engined cars, but very different solutions to the same problem. C28 closing in now. Arthur Mathieu will keep his head, I'm sure. We'll look for the opportunity to close right in and see where the safest place to go by is, but clear to me that the Porsche 962 is somewhat hobbled at the moment. We've got 8 minutes to go. He'll be looking to try to bring this car home for a finish. Took the win yesterday. Arthur Mathieu right with the race leader at the moment. Is it going to happen? And if so, where is it going to happen? I think it might happen into the hairpin here. Musu inside and will take the lead of the race into the hairpin on the braking. Arthur Mathieu comes past the apex garden. Just the final 2 turns of this track to complete lap 13 and into the lead of the race. And the Porsche immediately drops back. Are we going to see that car continue, or is he going to come to the pit lane? The car crosses the line. 7 minutes to go. And the Porsche heads to the pits. So having dominated proceedings after the retirement early on the race of the lap 1 leading Spice, well, that's a further problem hit this car. So Cougard now from the Spice Ferrari. We'll wait till that car comes through to call that as the gap. Let's hope this is a minor problem for Gerard Lopez. It's going to be the Rondo M382, which, by the way, is being caught by the little Argo Mazda. Valentin Simonet pushing on in the number 70 car. Through goes the Ferrari engine Spice. His lap times, by the way, are not going to trouble the race leader at this point. So it is Cougard from Spice. We wait for Jacques Leconte to come through in the number 42, the Rondo. What would at that stage be a podium position. Here comes the Rondo. Through to complete his lap now. How far back is the little Argo Mazda? Because that's the threat to the podium finish for the Rondo. Running out of time to do that. It's under 6 minutes to go. Here comes the Argo. The gap 15.8 seconds, but he was 7 seconds quicker on that lap. This can be done. This could go down to the last lap for the last podium position. With the Gulf Historic Dubai GP Revival, the 3rd annual event here. Through goes the 24 car. That will be 5th place. Is about to be lapped by the look of things by charging Arthur Mathieu. Engine cover off. I think this may be the end of the story for this year at the Dubai GP Revival for the beautiful Porsche 962 that took the race win in this field yesterday. Took it well. Through to put a lap on the Rondo 482 is the Cougard. His lap time's very good indeed, substantially, by substantial distance, the quickest on the grid. Some of the moving entertainment in the paddock. Retro theme extends way beyond the cars on display and on track. So Arthur Mathieu was not expressing a great deal of hope about chances of this car bringing home a win, but its result has fallen their way with a couple of these thoroughbred racers going a little lame during the 45 minutes race here. Under 4 minutes to go, plus that lap, remember. So it should be this lap, probably 2 more. Keeping an eye on the gaps further back here. Through goes the Rondo. Just how much quicker is the little Mazda? It's a fuel pressure problem that has hobbled the Porsche. Bitter luck for them. with 3 minutes to go, the gap for third place between Jacques Leconte and the chasing Argo Mazda of Valentin Simonet is just 9.8 seconds. Has he got enough in the remaining time to close that gap, and more to the point, to get by the Rondo? This is our race leader, untroubled here. It's a fast cruise to the finish for the Cougar. Second place car here is the Ferrari engine Spice. So Porsche engine car leads Ferrari engine car. It's part of the formula. This was getting those customer engines into chassis not built by the engine maker. Here's another, the Mazda engined Argo rotary engine car. Trying to track down this car, the 42. Over a minute to the good, the Cougar ahead of the Spice Ferrari. Coming through shortly to complete his 15th lap will be Jacques Leconte, but how close is the little Argo? Jacques Leconte has stopped some of the rot here. Might he be able to do just enough? Car leads this race from the number 19 and the 42 and the 17 lap battle for the final podium position. It will be 2 more laps for the Cougar after this one is complete. There is the battle for third, now visual. Crossing the line goes Jacques Leconte. The gap is 3.9 seconds. To stop the rot, but for maybe just 1 lap, and now he's firmly in the sights of Largo. This pair, by the way, looks set to be caught and possibly even lapped before the end of this race by the race leader. It is Otto Mathieu leading the race from Jeremy Loisel. Started his racing weekend with a fueling that looked like it might mean the car didn't start. He's going to end this race weekend with a podium finish. Here is the change, and Jacques Leconte, ever the gentleman, knows he's not got the car to fight here. Through into third place goes the little Argo. Immediately pulls away. This little car, part of the start of the story for Mazda in endurance racing, that would end up in 1991 with an overall win at Le Mans with the iconic 787B. Took the fight to big factory teams. Not necessarily being the quickest thing on circuit, but by being reliable. The unbelievably loud car, beloved of racing enthusiasts around the world, with again an iconic green and orange livery on that car. I will reveal that I am wearing that livery on my socks in the commentary booth right now. Came home to take a famous win. So time has elapsed. It will be this lap plus 1 more. But in particular reliability has been the story of sports car racing down through the decades. It's happened again here in Dubai. Looking here, what has happened to the Spice Ferrari? The Spice Ferrari's gone missing. Because little Argo has come through in second place. To see whether or not there's any clue as to what's happened to the number 19 car. But won't bother at the moment. Arthur Metier, the Cougar 28LM, the 1991 car, looks set to take the win here. He has lapped the field. Second place then goes the Argo Mazda. Third place, the Rondo M382. And another of our runners, I'm afraid, has gone missing. This is our race leader. My apologies, he hadn't quite lapped the field, but he's about to lap third place now. Or is he just going to allow this car to complete the race, tuck it behind, run the conservative pace? He'll get one more lap. There's absolutely nothing to worry about whatsoever on pace. No, he will just pop through and put the Rondo the lap down. I think we'll be catching the Argo, so the Argo will be the only other car to finish on the lead lap here. Indeed, it does look as if the Limit IT car has stopped out the circuit somewhere. Getting into the last few turns now before we can welcome home the car that was started by Bernard Volange, Nassau, and will be finished by Arthur Metier. Race that was led by Spice, led by a Porsche. It would be led across the line to the win by the 1991 Cougar 28LM Porsche engine car. Arthur Mathieu comes down, will take the checkered flag for the win. That will be a delight to the young Frenchman. His co-driver, we heard from earlier, Bernard Volange. You can see they're delighted, patting the dashboard of the car. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Welcome to the grid for the Dubai Historic, well, this is going to be fabulous, the Gulf Historic Dubai GP Revival. I've said it too many times, Steve, but I've also said race winner this weekend, and that's what you were earlier on this weekend. Can you make it 2 out of 2 in this fabulous Peugeot?
Well, that's the challenge, and Jan's going fantastically in that other car, so and we had a great dice at the start of yesterday's race, so let's see what happens.
You had your hands full yesterday. You didn't have an easy run towards that victory.
No, I mean, he drives beautifully, and every time I was just slightly offline, slightly out, bang, he's in there again. And so we had some wonderful racing, so I'm really looking forward to racing with him again.
Our commentator Graham Goodwin was singing your praises. He says not only is it a good car, he said Steve Brooks drives that car so well.
Well, I do try.
Best of luck. We'll hopefully see you in Victory Lane.
Cheers.
Okay, just popping across the very, very busy grid. It's hugely populated with people here. This is our last race of the weekend, and we have got Jan Mardenborough across here, just posing for a few photographs with some of the fans as we shall just quickly slide in across the front here. Sorry. Jan, it's slightly different today because you don't have a second driver. It's all on you.
Yeah, I'm all alone now. There's no hiding. Yeah, it's going to be great. Looking forward to it.
So, what's the strategy?
Well, I don't think the Peugeot guys are listening, but I'm going to try. Here's my game plan. So the pit window opens on after 15 minutes, up until 25 minutes. So I'm going to pit straight away, because then hopefully the Peugeot follows me in the lap after, and then he has a long time on those tyres. You know, he has a lot of horsepower. Maybe, you know, those rear tyres will overheat towards the end, and maybe I can get close at that point. So we're down 200 horsepower, but we're really fast in the corners. We took off. We're almost a Le Mans spec downforce now, so we'll see what happens.
Making it super slippery.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. The car's great. It's a really nice balance with this car, and I first drove it in 2014 on its debut at Le Mans with the Ligier JSP2, and yeah, one of my favourite prototypes I've ever raced. So it's great to be back in this car with Ligier Automotive.
Good luck for the race. We'll catch up with you later on. Thank you very much, Jan. Jan, the man, definitely. He's doing it all on his own today. Let's head over to P3 on the grid, because we've got Steve and Patrick Zakia across here. As I said, it was a busy place. I don't want to stand on anybody. And Steve just having a quick chat before he gets going. He's got a new driver in the car, though. Worthwhile having a bit of a look there. But Steve, this little car, it's a little 2-litre turbo engine. It's something a little bit special, but what's the plan? You're starting on the second row of the grid for yourself and Patrick, but he's not here, so it's all on you.
Yeah, start third. I mean second if we consider that the other car is out of class. Small engine, very big one in front of me, very big one behind me. So I will try to do my best and do a good start. But yeah, I know that at the end of the straight line it would be difficult. But I will fight and try to stay ahead. I mean, in front of the others.
I mean, this car used to run with a hybrid system, which would help in the powertrain, but that's been removed for this event, so it's all about the skill of the driver carrying a bit of corner speed.
Yeah, you have to adapt yourself because you have no more power and low revs. The hybrid system was helping you a lot in low revs. I have power, but long time after when you go on the throttle, so it's a bit difficult, but. Yeah, you have to manage like that, so I will do it like that and we'll see what happens.
Good luck for the race, enjoy.
Thank you very much.
And that's the spirit of the whole festival we've got here. The Gulf Historic Dubai GP Revival is all about having fun, but it's also got a little bit of hard racing involved in it as well, as we saw one of the best Formula 1 races probably this year. Actually, we saw earlier on when the guys in the 70s in cars newer than that took it to each other with great skill and aggression on track. And Keith Freezer, good day, young man. How are you?
Well, I'm doing pretty good for an old guy.
A fast guy, not an old guy.
Yeah, well, you know, these cars are a lot to drive, but it's a thrill to look after them, and you're just kind of a steward of the car, and it's great to have these races, you know, so there's a venue, you know, for people to see these cars. So, yeah, it was good fun. I probably had the race of my life yesterday and started in fourth, I think, today here. So I'm going to try to get after it here and see if I can get past Jan and Nicholas there.
Everybody,
yeah.
So you've come all the way from Canada. It's a big trek from Canada. And you said to me yesterday you'd rather be here because the weather's not the best in Canada.
Yeah, it's a tiny bit cooler than here. So, yeah, it's nice to come here, and we're going to the Maldives for a few days and, yeah, have a little holiday and then head home for Christmas. So, all good.
Enjoy it. I can't wait to see the Zytec car at the front. Good luck.
All right, thanks, Duncan. Appreciate it.
No, what we'll do is we'll hand up to our commentator, the man who's going to drive us and guide us through the last race here in the Gulf Historic Dubai GP. Graham Goodwin, it's all yours.
Thanks very much, Duncan. Sorry, we've got a bit of microphone interference on at the moment. That seems to be continuing, but it is going to be a 10-car grid for this final race of the Gulf Historic Dubai GP Revival, the third edition of this fabulous festival, and as we've said throughout the weekend, a massive step forward for this event in the hands of GP Extreme Fred Fatien and his crew. It will be Steve Brooks that starts from pole position in the fantastic 2010 Peugeot 90X, a proper factory turbo diesel LMP1 car. He hopes going to be chased down, or rather Jan Mardner hopes he's going to be able to chase him down in a rather newer car, 2014 car, but it's an LMP2 car with the little V8 Judd in the back of that car, something like 200 horsepower down on the Peugeot, but a very different power delivery. And we saw yesterday Jan certainly was not giving any quarter whatsoever to the Peugeot driver as they went wheel to wheel on more than one occasion. The low road 2 is going to beat that all-white Oreca, the 01 LMP1, an historic car in its own right from 2010, the first ever LMP1 car that contested Le Mans as a hybrid car. No hybrid system on that car now, so it's got the 2-litre engine with a big turbo. But Steve Zaki was saying he was talking himself down there again for a second time, but he finished well up the order yesterday. Keith Freezer we saw with the Beach Team Mansell Zytec 09S from 2009. That's the car that gave Nigel Mansell his albeit short Le Mans debut. Let's go down again though before we deal with the rest of the grid, because Duncan has got one of our superstar drivers with him, and he's a world champion. That's the driver, not Duncan.
Oh, thanks, Graham. That was a big build-up, and you just pulled the rug from me at the very end. Andre Lotterer yesterday was on track late into the night. A little bit of heartbreak for Andre. It was a real shame. That car, the E-Type, looking like a good result, but that was yesterday. The focus is on today. You and John-Eric Verne in this beautiful, beautiful Viper. Who goes first?
Him today. Yesterday I started, and hopefully a bit more lucky because I had a wheel nut problem, and but we still finished second. So let's try to win today, right?
Him being Jean-Eric Verne, and are you excited and looking forward to going first?
Yeah, very excited. And as Andrew mentioned yesterday, before the start, the chance of winning was already gone. So hopefully this year, today we can do a better job and win the race.
These cars are sensational. The Orica Vipers, 51 of them built. How much of an honour is it for you guys to get to drive one of these cars?
Well, it's fantastic. For me, it's the first time I drive in a GT car, and the first time I drive with all the cars. And it's great to see, and it's great. It gives me a lot more respect to the older drivers that were racing in these kind of cars, and even the older cars, because it's not an easy car to drive. It's quite difficult, and I feel actually fortunate when I'm going to go back in my racing car because it seems more easy to me.
So he gets the best of the tyres, the best of the brakes, and then you have to take over and mop it up to the flag.
Might be a bit payback for yesterday because I took the fresh stuff yesterday, and then he struggled with the degradation. But it's all fun, Even there's no winners or losers here. It's so nice to enjoy this. And actually, events like this, you kind of fall back in love with your sport because you can really just enjoy driving without pressure and without thinking if you do well or not. And so it's just a big pleasure. So yeah, thank you for having us, and it's great, and looking forward to be here next year also.
I think as an event, guys, it's fabulous to have you both here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hope you enjoy the race.
We will enjoy the race. We will enjoy watching these guys push the Dodge hard. Graham Goodwin. Oh, I think I've just reversed into somebody. I better hand back to you.
You did. You didn't have the kind of the beep as you backed up there, Duncan. That was the fault there, but it is great to see so many familiar faces from the world of motorsports. Formula 1 drivers, sports car drivers, touring car drivers, all along for the ride here in some very unfamiliar machinery to them, and it's been big smiles throughout. There is the fabulous Dodge Viper, the number 92 car. Great to see that car on the grid. We did have 3 of them here. The other 2 are available for anybody up the circuit to go and have a look at in the garages, including the very last of those cars. And great, by the way, to see the Porsche back on the grid, the number 17 car. Next, Jos Benton car from the Spa 24 Hours at the early part of this century. That car with a little bit of a suspension issue yesterday, but thankfully it seems as if the team have got their heads around what the problem was there. So that car will start at the back of this grid. We'll complete the run through the grid. We finished in 4th place. The number 4 car will start 5th in the hands of Xavier Micheron. He's in the Rumbly Riley & Scott's Mark 3C, an LMP1 car from 2003 from North America. Jacques Nicolet is in the 2nd of the Ligier JSP2 cars. He starts in 6th place. Then we've got the Orica FLM09. We'll talk about that car a little later, the number 8 car. Then we start with a trio of very different GT cars. We've already seen the Viper. This is the Mosler, the number 31 car in 9th. This is a 2001 car, which started quite the story. We'll talk about that when we get a chance to speak about Mosler. But first, let's go down to the Riley & Scott, where I believe Hayley has got Xavier Micheron.
Correct. We're here with the driver of car number 4, Xavier Micheron. Now, just rapidly, you finished 3rd on the podium yesterday. But what are you aiming for today? How are you going to approach this race?
Push. That's it.
Pretty simple.
Pretty simple, and have fun.
Well, have fun, then I'll let you get ready. I know you haven't got much time. Have a great race, Xavier.
Thank you very much.
Righto.
Well, I'll crack on and talk a little bit more about the rather bright orange Mosler towards the back of the grid. It's a car that's built in the United States in 2001, campaigned at the Rolex 24 Daytona the following year, my very first race on site in North America, where one of the drivers, Joao Barbosa, from that car, continued a fabulous history with Mosler and beyond. Then with Roll Centre Racing, delighted to say that Roll Centre Racing's Martin Short is watching in and listening in here, and it was his organisation that took over construction of the Mosler race cars in the United Kingdom with huge success, national and international levels for the MT900R. Let's go back down and let's speak again. There's one who Duncan's got with him before we get this ROM rolling, Dunk.
Yeah, Graham, one last interview from me with Kyle Tilley. We end in a good way, a man who has had a bit of success here this weekend, and now you're looking after one of these cars. This is the ex-Rocket Sport racing car, and now you've got your hands very much with Era Motorsport looking after it. Tell us a little bit about the car, Kyle.
So this is a Orica FLM09, which originally was competing in American Le Mans Series. It's been all over the world since, and currently competing here with James Hagan and Chris Atkinson, who are joint owners. LS3 Chevy in the back, X-Track sequential gearbox, and the same tub as the Orica 03 LMP2 car. So it's a competent car.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weapon, and to look at the car, it just looks right, it looks good, and the driver's certainly getting a hang on it on the track, and they both said to me it's such a nice, rewarding car to drive.
Yeah, they all love driving it, and the thing's got a boatload of torque. It's very easy for them to drive, it's comfortable for them to drive, and so far everybody's having a good weekend.
How have you guys enjoyed the Gulf Historic?
We've loved it. I've loved it. Clients have loved it. The boys, the crew have loved it. So, yeah, big thank you to Thread and the team. It's been a wonderful event.
Kyle, thank you very much. Let's hand to Hayley. She has got Jordan Groger.
That's correct. I am here with Jordan Groger. You finished first here in your category yesterday. What are your expectations for today?
Yeah, I think we, a pinch yourself moment. You're on the grid, all these iconic cars. Go have some fun, enjoy it. Unfortunately, a few of the competitors dropped out, so we're going to go put on a good show and see if we can repeat what we did yesterday.
Absolutely. Now, you're jumping in the car just after Valentin. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good. He's going to do a solid job. We're going to have some fun and see where we end up.
Fantastic. We'll have a great race.
Cheers.
So another chance to have a look at the spectacular bright orange and black ex-Perspective Racing Mosler. There's the Rolex Sports Car Series stickers on the car from its time in the then Grand Am Series. Now a series that's merged with the old American Le Mans Series to create what we now know as the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Back of the grid, the splendidly Red Bull liveried Porsche. Jean-Eric Verne ready to go. He's all smiles, but beginning to get that focus that every pro driver does, no matter what they're doing. They know this is serious. This is a serious piece of kit. The Chrysler Viper GTSR, the state of the art as the century turned in GT racing, and came back with amazing success on the world scene, on the US scene at Le Mans. Took quite the effort from the likes of ProDrive with the Ferraris, from Aston Martin with DBR9, from Maserati with the MC12 to close the gap. And with Celine, we had one of the Celine S7Rs on the grid yesterday. Sadly, that car had a failure. It's sitting splendidly in the garage, but will not be joining the grid today. As for the Moslers, success in North America, in the UK, and across Europe, in national, club, and international racing. This is one of the newer cars. This is Jacques Nicolet with the pink and white helmet. This is an ex-United Autosports car, and I believe this is the car that's won the Elsa Nicolet, his daughter. Taking the shot through the window. She runs the Ligier European Series that supports the European Le Mans Series. And he's ready to go. A very capable driver, raced multiple times at Le Mans before, during his time as a steward of Ligier Automotive. So not long now before we get this field underway. Xavier Micheron. It looks, doesn't it, as if this car would keep him nice and cool with the open cockpit, but as he was pointing out to Duncan yesterday, this car's got a front-mounted radiator, and when you stop this car, the tidal wave of heat soak, well, if you've ever walked into a fully warm steam room, you'll know what that feels like. The grid falls silent. Rear of the Zytek here, built in the UK. Zytek chassis, Zytek engine. And, the engine part of that company still in the hands of founder Bill Gibson, now known as Gibson, and you saw and heard one of the latest and greatest of their efforts in the back of the Rebellion R13 that was doing demonstration laps a little earlier. The Zytek part of the concern, together with their hybrid powertrain business sold on some years ago. Here is the now ex-hybrid Orica 01. with the 2-litre turbo engine. Patrick Zacchia it will be to start the race. And boy, does he have his father's eyes. Good grief. So what are we expecting here? Steve Brooks, the multi-talented Steve Brooks, racer, aviator, flies a Spitfire for fun, this Steve Brooks. He was very solid indeed yesterday aboard the Peugeot. Jan Mardenborough kept him busy for quite a while, and with Nico Prost not able to join us today, it will be Jan Mardenborough throughout this race. Little doubt that if he gets half an opportunity, you're going to see those cars wheel to wheel. Jan, the original Game-Eater racer, winner of the GT Academy, or at least one of the original Game-Eater racers, made his effective pro race debut right here at the Dubai Autodrome in a little Nissan GT4 car. And since then went on to some stellar performances in sports cars and GT cars, including at Le Mans, a real head-turner of a debut at Le Mans, blinding speed, and then was picked up by Nissan as a factory driver for several seasons in the cauldron that is Japan's Super GT Championship. Latterly known across the world as the subject of the very recent Hollywood Gran Turismo movie, a story, albeit a Hollywood version of the story, of Jan's racing life. And very unusually, for a man who has had a biopic filmed about his life, he was part of the team delivering that as one of the stunt drivers involved in the film. There's a massive global following amongst the gaming and sim racing community, and someone somewhere really needs to put Jan back into a contemporary sports car, because the talent is still there, the passion still burns. So Steve Brooks will lead this field away. He'll drive solo in the Peugeot 90X from 2010, following on by Jan Mardenborough. Solo again in the Little Ligier, number 28. Steve Zacchia will take over later from Patrick Zacchia, who starts the 05 Orica. Keith Reiser drives solo in his ex-Beach Team Mansell Zytek, and Xavier Micheron in the Riley and Scott, number 4. Jacques Nicolet in the 22 Ligier, the United Autosports car. Final closed prototype before we get to the Orica FLM09. That is the number 8 car with James Hagan and Chris Atkinson. Then the GTs, the fantastic red and white Viper, to be started by none other than Formula E champion Jean-Eric Verne. We will have Le Mans winner and FIWC World Drivers Champion André Lotre taking over the 92 car. Later, seeing the Mosler, Valentin Simonet and Jordan Grogor will campaign the V8 engined GT car from the United States, and then the final car on the grid is the number 17, the 2003 Porsche 996 RS, in the hands of Christian Philippon and Franck Babissat. Away they go on the formation lap, trying to get some heat in the tyres of these cars. Merciful relief in this commentary box. It's been a very warm day here in Dubai. The sun has gone down behind the main grandstand. At least a tiny insight into the conditions the drivers will be soaking up, pretty literally, for the next 40 minutes plus a lap of this race. These closed top cars, effectively greenhouses. Greenhouses in the case of the 92 car, with a mighty V10 engine just the other side of the firewall. It's going to get very warm. So we've seen Formula 1 cars from the 70s and the 80s, the demos from the 90s. We've seen the Group C cars, the Group 6 cars from the 80s and the 90s. Last night we saw the GT cars from the 50s and 60s, and this brings it as close to up to date as historic racing now gets. These are the GTs and the sports prototypes of the noughties, the most recent decade, and they're about to go racing. The BMW pace car has the light switched off. They come through the hairpin, past the apex garden to driver's right. The BMW pace car will peel off, and then the field is under the control of the pole-sitting driver. That is Steve Brooks. And Mardenborough will be trying to do what he can to overcome the power and the torque advantage of the Peugeot. Saw one spectacular start in the Formula 1 race earlier today. What are we going to see from the sports cars? We're about to find out as they clear the final turn. The power will go in from the Peugeot. He gets a cracking run. The lights go out and away they go. It's a great start from Steve Brooks. Keith Reiser to the outside and goes by. Does he? No. Jan Mardenborough braver on the brakes. The little Ligier carries on through to second place. Keith Reiser up to third. Then it's Patrick Zacchia. Xavier Micheron dropping back. Cold tyres again. That was a problem for him yesterday, but he recovered that ground. Round the inside comes Jan Mardenborough. He goes to the lead in the little Ligier. He does so earlier in the lap than he did yesterday's race. Now he's got to soak up the pressure behind for the much more powerful Peugeot. When he gets to the back straight, that's where that 200 extra horsepower could come into play. It's a battle as well between the Viper and the Mosler, but it's a hefty advantage. How much of that can be soaked up by the power of the Peugeot? Here he comes. Keith Reiser in the Zytek closing two. He's not going to catch him before the turn. Very different start from yesterday. The Exeed Sport Ligier will lead at this point. We've got more long straights for him to soak up. He's more nimble in the corners by the look of things, Jan Mardenborough. Of course, the full pro driver contribution should not be underestimated. But Steve Brooks has got a fight in his hands today. It's Ligier from Peugeot, from the Zytek, then the Oreca. Then a bit of a gap before Jacques Nicolet in the second of the Ligiers. Still, the little JSP2 leads the field. We've got this long straight down by the main grandstand. It's a relatively big lead here for Jan Mardenborough. As soon as the power comes in, that will come back down again. Mardenborough, he leads by 1.6 seconds. Steve Brooks will start to close that gap as the power advantage comes into play, but he has got to fight this time. Jean-Luc Verne leads the GT runners through. Make that first lap. Jean-Luc Verne and the Mosler off to the outside. Runs wide. Is that just a mistake or is that a problem? It's a problem, and the Mosler stopped on the exit of turn one. Door is open. The driver is getting out of the car. It's bad luck indeed for the little Mosler. Little Mosler, it's got a big Mosler. Yeah, Mardenborough still leading and still with a gap. It's not 1.5 seconds anymore though. So Steve Brooks beginning to get the heat into the tyres. That's going to hand back a little more of the advantage. You're going to be able to get that power down. Yeah, Mardenborough though is making the little Ligier dance. Remember, something like 200 horsepower difference between these two cars. Xavier Micheron goes by the number 8 car as he gets the heat into the tyres of the very roaring Riley and Scott. Gentleman driver, remember, the confidence, the grip is there in this car. Then will find the speed. He did so yesterday. Mardenborough leads the race from Steve Brooks. Where has Steve Brooks gone? Steve Brooks has gone missing. Dropping down the order. Peugeot comes through and comes through only in 4th place, so Steve Brooks has been off the road somewhere. What happened there? It was a purple sector in the first sector for the Peugeot driver, but then lost 8 seconds in the final sector. So now Jan Mardenborough has a 3.2 second lead, and without the Peugeot to torment him at this stage, 10.5 seconds back to the now 4th place Peugeot 908X. His mirrors full of Jacques Nicolet in the 2nd Ligier. Keith Reiser comes through in 2nd place. They're on the top 2, then the 3rd car, then there's the gap, and there is the Peugeot. So it's the length of the back straight almost is the advantage gained with whatever moment befell Steve Brooks. You see what happened here? It was a spin in the hairpin. Steve got the car back running pretty quickly, but not before he'd lost a couple of places. Now you're going to see how quickly Steve Brooks can drive this Peugeot, because he's got to fight. Game over, I'm afraid, for the Mosler. Valentin Simonet has bailed out of the MT900R. Keith Reiser will be doing what he can. He managed to fend off the LMP2 car in the latter part of the race yesterday. Now his task is to catch it. 10 seconds was the gap as they crossed the line last time. He's recovered a little of that to the 2 cars ahead, but he's dropping a couple of tenths to Jan Mardenborough. 10.8 seconds the gap 1st to 4th. Steve Brooks is catching Patrick Zacchia. 5.5 seconds is the lead, the gap rather, from the 3rd place man. Jean-Eric Verne blasts by in the big V10 powered Viper. This car part of a large collection from a Swiss collector. There's something like a dozen of these cars in his private collection. Mardenborough is not hanging around here. Purple 1st sector. From Jan that he intends to stop early, try to see whether or not the Peugeot follows suit, to make him use the tyres for longer, in a longer second stint. Both these cars, of course, in fact, of the top 6 cars, it's only the 05 Oreca that will see a driver change in the obligatory pit stop. Is keeping Jan Mardenborough honest here, dropping just a few tenths, but sticking with that programme. Comes the end of lap 4. Through goes Jan Mardenborough. It's another fastest lap of the race, a 1:54.088. Goes 9 tenths of a second quicker than Keith Reiser. Seconds quicker than the Oreca. Steve Brooks though at 1:53.573. He's now just 2.5 seconds back to the Oreca for 3rd. He's taken half a second out of Jan Mardenborough. Jacques Nicolet sticking with the train. Is he being caught? He is. Starting to be caught by Xavier Micheron in the big black Riley and Scott. Times for the Oreca FLM09. That car is being caught by the Viper. So Jean-Eric Verne has got the hammer down in the Chrysler Viper and is catching the last of the prototypes for 7th place. James Hagan, I believe, starting the race in the Orica FLM09. The Peugeot is now onto terms with Patrick Zacchia's Orica. Orica is a chassis builder here, so Orica also ran the previous iteration of this Peugeot with some success. Ran it at Le Mans, but won the Sebring 12 Hours with the older Peugeot against one of these cars, these 2010-2011 version. V8 version of the Peugeot. The Shonak squad. Quite the dynasty in sports car racing. Orica started with their assistance to win for Mazda the Le Mans 24 Hours in 1991. Celebrating now right with the Orica and will go by under braking. Immediately gaps the third place car. What can he do about the little Ligier ahead? And for that matter, the Zytek that is between the two, he's now 4.5 seconds back from the second place Zytek, but still over 10 seconds back from Jan Mardenborough, who is motoring into the 153s regularly now. 5 laps complete, under half an hour to go, lost the lap. And Jean-Eric Verne is still closing on that number 8 Orica FLM09. Big Chevy V8 at the back of the Orica, huge Chrysler V10 in the front of the Viper. To see just what difference being a little bit of clear air is going to make to the Peugeot. Sets us purple sector in sector 1. That is almost 2 seconds quicker in that sector than Jan Mardenborough in the lead of the race. So this lead is going to come down. Mardenborough 6 seconds up on the second place Zytek, 28.5. Then it's the 16 car Steve Brooks, the ex-factory Peugeot, who was 10.7 seconds back last time. Mardenborough goes through the 155.7. Freiser at 155.4, takes a couple of tenths out, and it's now under 10 seconds for the Peugeot, and under 4 seconds to second place. So 4 seconds the gap to get to second place Keith Freiser, 9.5 seconds the gap to the leader Jan Mardenborough. Mardenborough to the lead on lap 1, and then a spin from the Peugeot in the hands of Steve Brooks, further back down the order. Also worth keeping an eye at the moment on another battle. Jacques Nicolet under pressure here from Xavier Micheron. Micheron going to go through, not quite there. Man says you're going to have to earn it. Big Riding Scott though is up to speed. Lap time's almost even now between the Orica FLM09 and the Dodge Viper. These cars raced both as Chryslers and Dodges in period. Usually a Chrysler Viper. Again, another purple sector for the Peugeot. This chase is very firmly on. Xavier Micheron here, tucking in behind the little Ligier. Will go to the outside and will drag by LMP1 car versus LMP2 car. The LMP1 of its day, more power. Different eras, but era for era would normally have the better aero package as well. These cars are about a decade apart. It is the battle between James Hagan and Jean-Eric Verne for 8th place. Sunset beginning to play a part here. fastest lap of the race, meanwhile, goes to Steve Brooks, a 1:53.5. Takes half a second out of the leader. In fact, sorry, it takes a second and a half out of the leader. A similar margin to the second place car. He's under 2 seconds now back from Keith Reiser. That is going to be a battle nose to tail by the look of things by the end of this lap. Micheron pulls away from the second of the Ligiers. We're still pulling away from the Zytek. He is being caught now by the Peugeot. 25 minutes to go, and we're getting within the next 30 seconds into the pit stop window. We expect Mardenborough to take an opportunity quite quickly. Still closing. Peugeot on both the Zytek and the Ligier ahead. Steve Brooks looks to repair the damage done by that early spin. Pit window is now open. Will we see Jan Mardenborough do what he said he would do and roll down the pit lane immediately? Compulsory timed pit stop for all of these runners. Not this time, through goes the Welshman. Steve Zakia, with the play. Already up into second place is the Peugeot. Slower lap from Keith Reiser, lets the Peugeot go. Will tuck him behind and do what he can to stick with the programme. So we now have to talk about the lead gap. That is 7.8 seconds with 24 minutes to go. Cars that were designed to run in 24-hour racing. Cars in this race, Xavier Micheron is the first of the pit callers. All of the top 6 cars in the order here have Le Mans 24 Hours heritage. The Orica FL09 raced at Le Mans as part of a support package, but never in the 24 Hours itself. Numerous Chrysler Vipers, but not this one, have raced at Le Mans. Similar story for the Porsche 996 RS, GT3 RS. For the sun from Xavier, he takes a drink, braces himself for that heat soak. Jean-Eric Verne still trying to catch this little Orica. So 7.8 seconds it was last time around, the lead gap, as the FLM09 puts a lap on the Porsche, running 9th. Jean-Eric Verne will do likewise. So 1:54.3 from the leader. 7.8 seconds, remember, was the gap last time through. And Steve Brooks comes to the pits. So it's Steve Brooks that takes the opportunity to pit before Jan Mardenborough. So was that a bit of a bluff by Jan to Duncan on the grid, hoping that his opposition would hear, trying to get him to come to the pits early. Bit of airflow into the cockpit would be a blessed relief. Checking tyre pressures on the Peugeot. And checking the tyre pressures is Steve Briggs, one of the 2 Bs in BBM, the company that look after the sales and support for these privately owned Peugeots around the world. Tasked by Peugeot Sports with sale and support of a batch of 9 of these fabulous cars. This is Jan Mardenborough though, carrying on for another lap. Pit window is open. He will have to follow Steve Brooks down pit lane at some point. So far, just the Peugeot driver and Xavier Micheron in the Riley and Scott. Now also in is the FLM 09 from 7th place, and that sees the Chrysler Viper barrel through into 6th place. Remember, still got Andre Lotra to come in that car. Be looking forward to another crack in this beast of a GT car. Have had the opportunity to be a passenger in a professionally driven Viper GTSR. I can tell you it is some experience. It looks like a great big unwieldy beast. It really isn't. It is remarkably wieldy. Driver change underway for the number 9 car as in comes the 05 Orica. Our dad and lad efforts here this weekend. Mardenborough extending the lead over Keith Fraser. Welshman versus Canadian. 05 car comes to a halt. Expecting a driver change in this car.
You've got 2 minutes.
Also in, Jacques Nicolet. And the number 22 car, he pits from 4th. Those other cars cycle back down the order for the moment, including Steve Brooks in the Peugeot. How long will Jean-Eric Verne go? We're about halfway through this race, and he heads for pit lane as well to hand over to friend and ex-colleague, now rival in the FI World Endurance Championship, Jean-Eric Verne, a Peugeot factory hypercar driver, Andre Lotra, a Porsche factory hypercar driver. Out comes Steve Brooks as in comes Jean-Eric Verne. This car, not an ex-factory car, in comes the leader. So as Steve Brooks comes out, in comes Jan Mardenborough. Interesting time. Pulls to a halt behind the second Ligier, which will be gone by the time Jan needs to leave. In comes the Porsche and the second place Zytek. 17 seconds the gap as they came into pit lane, first to second. First of our pit caller, Xavier Micheron, powers by. We'll start now to make up some of the places he's lost to that early pit stop. He's currently in 9th place, but will make progress up the order. Steve Brooks in his absolutely gorgeous Peugeot. He's in pit lane at the moment. 7 of the 9 remaining runners still on pit lane. Driver changes underway. Mardenborough will stay aboard the Exceed Sport Ligier. A car campaigned in the European Le Mans Series and at the Le Mans 24 Hours in period. One of a number of these cars that were in private hands for the then growing LMP2 class. Still a class that provides us with the newer rather, Gibson engine cars with spectacular racing, and if you're fond of sports car racing, you can see that car's immediate successors in action here at the Dubai Autodrome in February for the Asian Le Mans Series. Out comes Steve Zakia in the 05 Orica. Still waiting for time. These are timed pit stops, no drama here. We do see, with Jan being a pro driver, him getting a slightly longer pit stop here. The Orica FLM car out back into running with Chris Atkinson. Xavier Micheron moves on through, now up to 7th place. Jacques Nicolet rejoins the race. It will be just a moment or two before this unfolds. All these cars evoking memories, I'm sure. Sports car fans, racing fans around the world. It's Oreca FLM09, designed as a one-make racer. Did that briefly in Europe before becoming quite a part of the American Le Mans series in its transitional years, as well as doing time in the European Le Mans series as a support category. Cars begin to stream out of the pit lane now. Wait and see just exactly how this race is going to pan out. Mardenborough back on track. Where is that pit stop going to leave him as the Peugeot powers by? One more lap at speed be called before we can accurately call. The pit stop window is closed, and that's fine. Everybody has made their stops as around the outside of Keith Reiser. And the rejoining Porsche number 17 comes the charging Steve Brooks. So it looks to me as if Mardenborough is still leading this race, but by how much? He's on the back straight now, chasing down Andre Lotterer. We'll know that gap when they clear the first sector here. We can call it, I think it's around 15 or 16 seconds. But Steve Brooks will have to warm the tyres now aboard his car. That is the stricken Mosler. Sadly, didn't get to see more than a couple of laps of action from the MT900R. It's a big Chevy V8 engine. Mardenborough now clears sector 2 on his 12th lap. We have 14 minutes left. What is the gap going to be to the charging Peugeot? Is this race winnable by Steve Brooks? He was imperious yesterday, deals with traffic in the shape of the Oreca FLM09. Smiles on the face of Jean-Eric Vergne. He's enjoyed his afternoon by the look of things. Put himself in quite the battle with the little Oreca. Wait for Jan Mardenborough to come by to complete his 13th lap of this race. Does so. Gap 16 seconds. So 13 minutes and a lap, 16 seconds. And the race is on. The battle is on. Has Steve Brooks got the pace to close that gap? And he goes off in pursuit of it, kicks up the dust, can't keep the car quite on the racing surface. He is pushing, he's pushing very hard, and the dust on the red tyres, the Peugeot reminds him he's not quite got the traction yet. Needs to get those tyres dirtied by the muck offline, cleaned up before he can push again. Sector of this lap. Mardenborough claws a 10th back from the Peugeot. Mardenborough's got a clear track ahead of him. "12 minutes to go." As the sun goes down, the headlamps on these cars, essential equipment. So Chris Atkinson it was to start the number 8 car, got in a battle with the Chrysler Viper. Duncan is with him on pit lane now.
I am. I'm with the fastest man on the Isle of Wight, he tells me. Chris Atkinson, it's great to see you. That was a good stint for you, a power stint.
Fantastic stint, went all the way. Lap times spot on each lap. I went past the Riley Scott, the black car, on turn 1. He made a mistake, so I take that. And I thought we were on the podium for 3rd position. I thought life is good, but I've got LMP 3 car, and he's got LMP1 car, so he just went past the straight light. I stood still. But I take it, I enjoyed it, and keep going.
I've seen you with nothing but a big smile all weekend.
Oh, I've had a great time. Well, I'm so fortunate. I mean, I come from very humble backgrounds, and I enjoy my racing, and I just love to be here. And I love all the people. I mean, there's so many different racing drivers, all different characters, and they're all a bit quirky. And it's just nice to know them and have friends in the paddock, and we just race all around Europe and abroad, and yeah, great fun.
Fabulous times. Graham Goodwin, back to you. I'm now taking the sunglasses back from the pit.
That's what it's all about. It's passion. That's why we enjoy watching these non-professional drivers going head-to-head with the likes of this young man, Jan Mardenborough. And he is exerting his authority on this race, because right now the Peugeot, oh, there's trouble for Chris Atkinson's car in the hands of James Hagan. It's been a spin, fires the car back up, he will get it back, pointing in the right direction and back on track. But Jan Mardenborough is pulling away from the Peugeot, not by much, but by tenths, a couple of tenths every sector. So that push from the Peugeot not producing the goods so far. If anything, he is being caught by the third place Sidetech now, and there was the spin. Let's go down to Haley, who's got one of our battlers down on pit lane.
That's right, I'm joined here by Jean-Eric Verne, driver of the Dodge Viper. One half of Gendre. You're currently leading in your category. The first time you've competed or even driven in a GT. How was it for you?
It's a lot of fun, and I got to say I have a lot of respect for the drivers that were doing a 24 hours race in this car, because it's honestly super difficult. My feet's burning, I am burning. The manual, changing gear shift. I mean, I never used to drive with gear shift, so I'm not used to it. It's very complicated, but no, I got a lot of respect for them, because it's not an easy car, but it's a lot of fun to drive it.
Sounds like a workout, but you've really been enjoying your experience here. Your first time here at the Dubai Golf Historic GP. How have you found it?
I loved it. I mean, it's the first time, but definitely not the last one. I love what they've done. It's a great atmosphere. So many amazing cars. A lot of drivers, a lot of friends, and it's just fantastic atmosphere, and it's just getting bigger and bigger every year. So yeah.
You've been here over the course of the weekend. We've of course got multiple categories. If you could choose to drive in one car of one of those categories that's not this one, what would it be?
Maybe actually in the same category, but in the Peugeot LMP1. I think that's the best car on the grid. But it's not such an old car. But I like to drive fast cars. So
it's funny because we talk about historic and classic cars, but really, some of these from like 2000s.
that's
making us feel really old.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad you enjoyed your time here. Thanks. Hope to see you next year. Thank you.
So remember, LMGT3 competitors in the World Endurance Championship next year. Jean-Eric Verne has got a lot of respect for what you do. Vivid explanation from Jean-Eric of the challenges of driving this absolute beast of a GT car. It's basically an 8-litre heat generator in front of that car. Where are we? Leading Jan Mardenborough, the 28 Ligier JSP2. Come through in a 154.329. He is definitely pulling away from the Peugeot. It's now 22 seconds, and the Peugeot is definitely being caught now by the Zytek for second place. So it looks to me as if Steve Brooks is driving around a problem right now. 7 minutes to go. There is time for this to get to be a battle for second place. Jan Mardenborough, it's not about pace anymore. It's about, can he bring the car home reliably and error-free? Well, you'd bet your house on it, wouldn't you? This car prepared by, there is the battle for second. The Porsche briefly between the two, but Keith Reiser can see the rear of the Peugeot now. He'll badly want to win that position. Round comes the Peugeot. There is the Zytek. This is the battle for the winning class. The two LMP1 cars. There is Nick Manassian. Nick has, well, interested two cars really in this field. Leading car, an ex-Edex Sport car, the team for which he is the sporting director. Of course, he was a key part of the Peugeot factory efforts at Le Mans. So two cars which he'll have a very personal link. 22.3 seconds was the overall lead. Through comes Jan Mardenborough to finish lap 16. The other gap though, 2.1 seconds between these two cars, the two LMP1 cars. Only a year between them. Keith Reiser in the 2009 Zytek. Steve Brooks ahead. It was 2.1 seconds last time around. What is it going to be this time? Steve in the 2010 Peugeot 90X crosses the line. It's 2.3 seconds. He's just edged another couple of tenths back out. Very different answers to the same question. Turbo diesel power, monstrous torque from this car. So low revving, these Peugeots, sounds completely unstressed. And then the angry V8, the normally aspirated Zytek V8, the car behind, obviously petrol fueled. By the way, as a result of the spin for James Hagan, but very clear now of that up into 7th in the Chrysler Viper. Great to have drivers of his calibre and that of Jean-Eric Verne as part of this meeting. Smiles all weekend after a long, hard season racing around the world. These top pros, I'm sure, enjoy a little bit of downtime and pleasure. Great that they can take pleasure in driving something as competitive as they can, not for the win. Jan Mardenborough, 4 minutes left on the clock, comes through to complete another lap. 24 seconds clear last time, 1:53.7, he's piling on. The pressure still, his lap time is coming down. He's only, what, 3 tenths off the fastest lap of the race that went to Steve Brooks on lap 7 in an LMP2 car. 24 seconds was the gap last time. Here's the Peugeot. Completes his latest lap, and I think he has edged out. There's some track limits going on there, Steve. 25 seconds. 2.8 seconds the gap to the Zytek, so I think he's got the measure at the moment of Keith Reiser. Close but no cigar with 8.8 seconds back to the Orica. Blue flame spitting one side, orange flame for the other of the Chrysler Viper. Been a bit of a masterclass here from Jan Mardenborough from Wales. So he spent most of his professional racing career in Japan, racing in the top GT500 class. Massively competitive series, blend of the very best talent that Japan can provide, with international talent. Andre Lotterer spent time in the Super GT series with no little success. So the initial run pushing on. It's up in 5th place now. Will not go further on pace. Wait for Jan Mardenborough to complete lap 18. 2 minutes left on the clock. There he goes. So it will be 3 more laps. This lap, one other for the clock to expire, and then 1 more lap, and he will be thoroughly enjoying himself. There is the Peugeot, something like 30 seconds back now. Goes through, it's 26.5 seconds, and all of a sudden the gap's come down again, under 2 seconds to the Zytek. That's come courtesy of the fastest lap of his race for Keith Reiser. So that car coming into its own As the light goes to the sky, the air cools just a little. Is this the point at which the advantage of having the open car and being a little cooler at the wheel comes back? You're one mistake away. Steve Brooks to second place, going the way of the Zytek. Will he provide that opportunity? He'll say no. See what the fickle finger of fate says. Down the back straight. Evenly matched, these two cars. Big aero, big power, big brakes. Looks to me as if Steve Brooks is managing this gap now. Jan Mardenborough is thinking about nothing other than coming home and taking the overall win here. He's about to put a lap on. The boss of Ligier, Jacques Nicolet, in the other JSP2. That is the mark of the difference that a professional driver can make in a car. Very capable gentleman driver, Jacques Nicolet, still racing contemporary sports cars these days. It has taken 40 minutes for a full lap distance to be put between these two cars. Wait for the Peugeot to complete his 19th lap. Goes through now. Keith Reiser, and the gap has gone out. It's over 3.5 seconds. Mardenborough will complete this lap with the clock having run down now, and then one more to complete the race. Moved ahead of the second Ligier and of the Oreca. Ligier and Oreca are such mammoth parts of the sports car racing scene worldwide to this day. Ligier with a hand in hypercar, putting the underpinnings to the new Lamborghini. LMP2 still with representation in North America, LMP3 where they dominate, and in single seaters as well. Oreca again in hypercar, with the underpinnings to both the Alpine and the Acura cars. Building the powertrain for every LMP3 car in the world, as well as the supremely successful Oreca 07 LMP2 car. And now assembling, as Jan Mardenborough starts his final lap, assembling the brand new Ferrari 296 GT3, designed, conceived in Italy, assembled and supported worldwide in France. It's 1:55.966 for the penultimate lap from Jan Mardenborough. Looks untouchable here. Steve Brooks will power through shortly, does so now to start his final lap. The gap is 27.5 seconds. Keith Reiser brings the gap down again, 2.1 seconds, but I think the Peugeot man has got this under control. Zakia, not that far back, 14 seconds back in the Oreca 01. Complete the overall top four. Not one flicker of an error from Jan Mardenborough. Totally in control, loving his reacquaintance with this little car. Gave the debut to the JSP2 at the Le Mans 24 Hours. As the Viper crosses the line to start its final lap, it will come home ahead of the GT class. Little doubt, the overall race winner comes through the hairpin now. It's going to be the number 28 Ligier JSP2. The invitation class here in the hands, safe pair of hands of Welshman Jan Mardenborough. Comes through the final turn, gets the power in, and with delight will cross the line to take the checkered flag and the win in the final race of this fabulous Gulf Historic GP Revival meeting here in Dubai. Exhaust flaming on the overrun, both sides of this car. Judd V8. Janik lay home in 6th place. In 8th place, James Hagan. There comes the Peugeot with Keith Fraser in his wheel track, so managed the gap right to the line. 30 seconds back though for Steve Brooks this time. What was a great battle between the two LMP1 cars. They'd have enjoyed that. Keith Fraser pushed to the very end. The ex-PhD Mansell Zytek, and across the line now for the Zakia family pedalled 05 Orica 01. Wait for Xavier Micheron to complete his run in 5th in the Riley and Scott, and for Andre Lotre to bring the roaring, growling Viper home. Also home the Porsche in 9th. And the Chrysler Viper rounds the final turn, gets the power down. One last chance to hear this massive V10 on song before we call it a day on this festival. Xavier Micheron completes the field across the line. Jan Mardenborough making his way back to pit lane. Is the overall race results, 29.8 seconds the gap between Jan Mardenborough and Steve Brooks. Keith Fraser further 1.2 seconds back in this fabulous Zytek 09S as our winner from the invitation class. There's one for the Ligier family album, 2 Ligier GSP2s beautifully prepared by the historic arm of Ligier Automotive. Look after a range of historic sports and single-seater race cars, the variety of marques that Ronrock Automotive look after, including the Martini make of single-seaters, as well as LMP1, LMP2 and LMP3 cars from a variety of historic makes, including Pescarolo as well as Ligier and Oak. Pescarolo, the Morgan P2 cars from about a decade ago, the open-top cars that immediately preceded these wonderful vehicles. Well, Mardenborough will receive applause from the pit lane and the paddock, I'm sure, after a truly excellent display. Jordan Grosjean heads for the hills with an early flight, I'm sure, but he'll be back. There's deep roots here in Dubai, the South African racer. Well, that brings to an end to the on-track race action here for the Gulf Historic Dubai GP Revival. There's still cars to be shown displayed on track, and we've still of course got the podium ceremony for this race. Been quite the weekend, a big step forward, not just for this festival but for the whole historic racing scene here in the United Arab Emirates and this region. And I've spoken to a pretty sizable number of people in this paddock, I can tell you that they'll be back and they'll bring friends, and those friends have got yet more spectacular historic racing cars, single-seaters and sports cars, for whatever it is that Fred Fatien and his team decide to put on for what we all hope will be the 4th annual festival. One last chance to see and hear these cars as they come back to the paddock. Viper coming through. What a machine. Never get tired of that noise. Great run from Xavier Michaud to grab 5th place. Third place Zytek on the pit road. And suddenly all goes quiet. So it will be Steve Brooks' car that gets the honours here. That's because the JSP2 Ligiers are invitation class entries.
And it will be so emotional to see Steve Brooks coming out of his car, just like a jacob in the box. Because it was a long race, you know, it's a great effort for drivers because it's very hot in these cars. And he is our GT winner. The wonderful Dodge Viper V10 engine, driven by 2 fabulous drivers, former Formula 1 drivers for both of them. Jean-Eric Verne, the Frenchman, and André Lotterer, the German. They also raced in Formula E. Jean-Eric Verne was a double winner in the Formula E title race. And André Lotterer is coming out of the car, a 3-time Le Mans winner. Please give him a big round of applause.
Yeah,
and Jean-Eric is coming too. We congratulate each other.
Yeah, Jean-Eric Verne taking an opportunity to celebrate a quick photograph with his Peugeot overalls in front of the grandmother of the 9X8. Let's take a quick look back at the last 40 minutes of on-track action with those fabulous cars from the noughties. This has been the historic Dubai GP Revival, the 3rd edition, with the Le Mans cars of the last couple of decades.
The quality of the cars and of the drivers. Of course, congratulations to Steve Brooks.
Go out and away they go. Great start from Steve Brooks. Keith Reiser to the outside and goes by, does he? No. Jan Mardenborough braver on the brakes, and then Ligier carries on through to 2nd place. Keith Reiser up to 3rd. Then it's Patrick Zakia. Xavier Michaud dropping back. Cold tyres again. That was a problem for him yesterday, but he recovered that ground. Round the inside comes Jan Mardenborough. He goes to the lead in the little Ligier. And he does so earlier in the lap than he did yesterday's race. Now he's got to soak up the pressure behind for the much more powerful Peugeot that gets the back straights. That's where that 200 extra horsepower could come into play. It's a battle as well between the Viper and the Mosler, but it's a hefty advantage. How much of that can be soaked up by the power of the Peugeot? Here he comes. Keith Reiser in the Zytek closing 2. He's not going to catch him before the turn. Very different start from yesterday. The Exceed Sport Ligier will lead at this point. Jean-Eric Verne leads the GT runners through. All of our runners make that first lap. Jean-Eric Verne and the Mosler off to the outside. Runs wide. Is that just a mistake or is that a problem? It's a problem, and the Mosler stopped on the exit of turn 1. Door is open. Keith Reiser comes through in 2nd place. They're on the top 2. Then the 3rd car. Then there's the gap. And there is the Peugeot. So it's the length of the back straight almost. It's the advantage gained with whatever moment befell Steve Brooks. You see what happened here? It was a spin. It was a spin in the hairpin. Steve got the car back running pretty quickly, but not before he'd lost a couple of places. Now you're going to see how quickly Steve Brooks can drive this Peugeot. Reiser at 1:55.4. Takes a couple of tenths out, and it's now under 10 seconds for the Peugeot, and under 4 seconds to 2nd place. So 4 seconds the gap to get to 2nd place, Keith Reiser. 9.5 seconds the gap to the leader, Jan Mardenborough. Trying to get him to come to the pits early. These privately owned Peugeots around the world. Tasked by Peugeot Sports with sale and support of a batch of 9 of these fabulous cars. This is Jan Mardenborough though. Oh, there's trouble for Chris Atkinson's car in the hands of James Hagan. It's been a spin, fires the car back up. We'll get it back, pointing in the right direction and back on track. He is being caught by the third place Sidetech now, and there was the spin. Let's go down to Haley, who's got one of our battlers down on pit lane. Round comes the Peugeot. There is the Zytek. This is the battle for the winning class. The two LMP1 cars. There is Nick Benazian. Nick has, well, interested 2 cars really in this field. Leading car, an ex-EDEC Sport car, the team for which he is the sporting director. 3 more laps. This lap, 1 other for the clock to expire, and then 1 more lap, and he will be thoroughly enjoying himself. Steve Brooks will power through shortly, does so now to start his final lap. The gap is 27.5 seconds. Keith Fraser brings the gap down again. The invitation class here in the hands, safe pair of hands of Welshman Jan Mardenborough. Comes through the final turn, gets the power in, and with delight will cross the line to take the checkered flag and the win in the final race of this fabulous Gulf Historic GP Revival meeting here in Dubai. There comes the Peugeot with Keith Fraser in his wheel tracks and managed the gap right to the line. 30 seconds back though for Steve Brooks this time. And what was a great battle between the 2 LMP1 cars. They'd have enjoyed that. So back to the podium area with the scrutineers and mechanics just checking over the Peugeot 90X. And whatever's going on behind the engine cover. It's owner Steve Brooks taking a good old look. He'll be rightly delighted with the performance of the car today. He's classified as winner here because the 2 Ligiers here as invitation entries outside the normal date range, if you like, for the prototypes in this racing, but certainly very competitive. Gave us quite the race. You can at least see here how the Peugeot slots back together. It's a modern way of modular construction for these cars, makes them very much more serviceable if problems arise in an endurance race, which they sometimes do. Often. So waiting for this podium ceremony to get underway. The final podium of the day and of the Gulf Historic Dubai GP Revival. And yet more happy drivers, happy racers. See Andre Lotterer there with his winner's laurels for winning the GT class.
For most of them, yes, we have, except for Keith and Steve, of course. You can do it single, but of course it's a long race and it's a great effort. So first of all, we will have the 3rd position in the Proto class with 2 drivers of the same family. It's Steve and Patrick Zakia with another French car. We haven't seen them on the podium so far this weekend. Steve, was Patrick with you today? No? Oh, you're single. Oh, we have just three drivers for 3 places with spots on the podiums. So congratulations to Steve Zakia for driving this Oreca, magnificent car, to 3rd position. 2nd driver on this ranking, it's Keith Fraser, the driver of the Zytek. Driver from Canada. We have a Swiss driver, Canadian driver, and a British driver on the first step of the podium, Steve Brooks. They already got, of course, the caps offered by Rebellion or partner, Timepieces partner. And now we will call on stage, of course, the glasses, the Repsol glasses. The name is here. Spersol glasses. Personal glasses given by our hostesses to Keith Freezer, was challenge glasses, and to Steve Brooks and to Steve Zakia. We got two Steves on the podium. So afterwards, the fabulous trophy for the first position will be presented to us by Motaz Abu Hile, representing Park Famé. Thank you to join us, Motaz Abu Hile, for presenting the driver to the winning driver. The trophy to the winning driver, to Steve Brooks. One more winning trophy for Steve Brooks. That's 2 in 2 races. 100% success for a British driver in the French car. So for the second position trophy will be presented by Jérémy Loisel for connecting to golf, and this trophy will go on the shelves of Keith Freezer. Thank you, Jérémy, for taking part in this podium prize-giving ceremony. And we have a third trophy, of course, in this prototype category that will be presented by Albéric Le Mans. What a great name. His name is Le Mans. Respect. So Albéric will join us for the third place trophy representing Berluti since 1895. Am I right? Is it true? Since 1895. You must be very old. Third place trophy for Steve Zakia. Hold your trophies. You did it. Thank you so much. And we have a champagne explosion, maybe? Gentlemen? Really, yeah. So, so a Swiss driver, Canadian driver, and British driver will make it fizzy. Thank you so much. And now, finally, you will receive Steve. Steve, you will never be late because you get the watch by Rebellion, presented by Joaquin Mejia from Rebellion, Mexico. Congratulations, people coming from all over the world. You coming from all over the world. And if you come from Dubai or the Middle East, we love you either. All the same. Come on, the three drivers in the first step of the podium and our partner, Rebellion, represented by Joaquin Mejia from Mexico. So that's it for the prototypes, but then it's the GT prize giving ceremony with, I think, 2 teams, because the third one didn't make it to the finish, if I'm not mistaken. So the drivers will receive also a Rebellion cap.
Fabulous day, a fabulous event, and we have the podium here. First, let's start with Steve Zakia, a great third place. Steve, you'll be delighted with how that race went for you there.
Thank you. Yeah, it was very hard. I saw immediately at the start that it was impossible to fight with those guys with their big engines. But anyway, I tried to stay on track to push at the maximum of what I can do, what was possible to do with the car. And yeah, we made it, and it's very, very cool.
Congratulations. Let's make our way over to Mr. Canada here. We have got Keith Freezer. Congratulations. What a fabulous weekend you have had in the Zytec.
Yeah, thank you, Duncan. I got to thank Fred and all his gang again for putting on a great show. And, Steve was good enough to have a little spin in front of me, and gave me the lead, and I thought, well, you know, maybe I deserve to watch today. But I mean, he just drove the wheels off that thing and cruised by me, and then I just tried to pester him as best I could. So just had a great time this weekend.
Fantastic. And Steve, you made it very difficult for yourself, but you're also running out of arm space. Big trophy, watch, glasses. Looking good, I've got to say, but you did make that race hard with a very strange spin, which we don't normally see from you.
Well, it was early in the tyres. I thought the tyres were in and they weren't in. And I just pushed a bit too quick, too early, trying to keep up with Jan, and it went round. But Keith was all over me afterwards, so he was pushing hard at the end. It was a tough race, that, and it seemed to be harder and harder keeping the car on the track. But what an event. Fred, what have you done for us all? It's absolutely amazing what you've achieved. It's really unbelievable.
Did you have a bit of red mist after that spin?
A little bit, yeah. Did you notice? Yeah, I was a bit like, damn, now I've got to get Keith back.
we saw purple everywhere.
Yeah, it was a bit upset by that.
Sensational stuff, guys. We can't wait to see you all back.
He went by me very aggressively.
Okay, let's hand over to the podium for the GT4.
Personal glasses to look better.
So this is the two crews that made it home in the GT class. It's
personal glasses for talented drivers.
A couple of
for André
I don't
Lotterer.
recognise this pair. There's a couple of gentlemen drivers. Andrew Lotterer, I think, and obviously André Lotterer and Jean-Eric Verne. Two stunning racers of absolute international quality, and they've both had an absolute ball with the fabulous Dodge Viper, and coming home second in the GT class in the 2003 Porsche, the 996 RS, Christian Philippon and Franck Labessat. Well done, gentlemen, after disappointment yesterday. There is the winning Viper. What a beast.
The king of connection. Thank you, Jeremy, for presenting the trophies to our winners. And now we're going to present the trophies. I knew you'd win one trophy, Franck and Christian. Congratulations. So, second place trophy presented by Motaz Abu Hile. Yeah, thank you very much for Parc Fermé, one of our loyal partners. So, gentlemen, hold your trophy as high as possible. Woohoo! Take care, Jean-Eric. You can do it now. We get a good insurance, don't worry. Congratulations to our driver. Thank you for your big round of applause at Dubai Autodrome. Oh! I got one too. I can fight. Thanks very much. Champagne explosion without, I didn't even have to ask. So there is a wonderful watch offered to the winners, of course. So 2 watches, reference 21 by Rebellion Timepieces, and thank you very much to Joaquin Mejia for offering these watches to our drivers. Congratulations. They will never miss the bus again. Oh no. Congratulations. Thank you very much for joining us here at this podium. It's always a great pleasure, especially for the drivers, because they gave the best on the track. They gave it all to offer you a great show. So thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you to the crew, the organization crew. Thank you to Fred Facien, because he's the man behind this incredible organization. Thank you to you for coming, because it was a warm welcome. And maybe see you next year, I hope. See you next time with all my friendship. Thank you so much.
Do a quick interview. So I'm joined here by Andre Lotterer, winner in the GT class with the Dodge Viper. A very successful weekend for the John Dre pairing, finishing on the podium yesterday and of course victory today. How did it go for you?
Yeah, very good. You know, it's not about winning here. It's really about enjoying the moment and yeah, pay tribute to the guys that were racing those cars and enjoy these beautiful cars. It's so nice that teams are still maintaining them and passionate people are buying them and making them race. So it's really a big pleasure to be here and enjoy this and share this passion with everyone here. It's a fantastic event. Really love being here.
You highlight the importance of team spirit and of course, you know, competing with Jean-Eric Verne. It must be pretty special to do that, especially in such a beautiful classic car.
Yeah, of course. You know, it's not often in life that you know, it throws you a nice friend like that, and that you actually doing the same thing, same sport, and you become teammates, and then you can enjoy it again at events like here. So yeah, it really it really feels like home, you know, to share the car, and when you trust each other like that, it's a lot of fun. And then of course when you're on top of the podium, it makes your day just great.
We love to see it. Congratulations, Andre, and enjoy the drink.
Yes.
Thank you. Take care.
Fabulous event that we have had, Hayley. It's been one that we have looked forward to for a long time. We've had great weather, obviously. We've had great racing and great people here. The whole event has had a fabulous, feel-good atmosphere.
Absolutely, and we've had such a privilege to be watching these beautiful Le Mans and Formula One classic cars taking on the Dubai Autodrome over the course of the weekend. We've also had activities off the track as well in the village with the open-air cinema, food trucks. It's like a whole vibe here. It's everything. It's anyone who's passionate about motorsports should come down here and definitely come here next for the next edition, because seriously, the Gulf Historic is fantastic.
I've got to say, I think the Formula One race, for me, has been one of the best Formula One races I've seen in years. Let's quickly hear from our commentator, Graham Goodwin.
Well, ladies and gentlemen who've been here with us at the Dubai Autodrome, thank you so much for coming. If you've been watching on the live stream, thank you for tuning in, and a big thank you from me to both Duncan and Hayley for some sterling efforts down in the pits and the paddock. Thanks very much indeed to the organisers, Fred Fatian, GP Extreme. Thanks to our friends and colleagues at Stop and Go for their efforts in bringing this event to you. We hope to be back with this event next year. This event will surely be back next year, but from all of us at Dubai Autodrome, I'm going to pass you back down to Hayley and Duncan.
Well, thank you very much. I think we've said more than enough, Graham. It's been great to have you as our commentator. Hayley, it's been great working with you. So from myself, Duncan Vincent, it's goodbye.
And goodbye from me.